with more talk to the same purpose, all of which tended to show a charitable and somewhat silly woman with a strong inclination to her superstitious devotion. Miss Arthurite entertained her new guest, as stumbling at every obstacle, which the devotion of his guide Richard had left in the path, he at last, by ascending some stone steps, decorated on the side with griffins, or some such heraldic anomalies, attained a terrace extending in front of the place of fair ladies, an old-fashioned gentleman's house of some consequence, with its range of notched gable ends and narrow windows relieved by here and there an old turret about the size of a pepper-box. The door was locked during the brief absence of the mistress. A dim light glimmered through the sashed door of the hall, which opened beneath a huge stone porch loaded with jessamine and other creepers. All the windows were dark as pitch. Miss Arthurite tapped at the door. Sister Angelica, who is there? Was answered from within. Is it you, Sister Seraphina? Yes, yes, undo the door. Do you not know my voice? No doubt, sister, said Angelica, undoing bolt and bar. But you know our charge, and the enemy is watchful to surprise. Usen said it. Sicut Leo Vorens, Seth, the breviary. Whom have you brought here? Oh, sister, what have you done? It is a young man, said Seraphina, hastening to interrupt her sister's remonstrance, a relation, I believe, of our worthy Father Fairford, left at the gate by the captain of that blessed vessel, the Saint Genevieve, almost dead and charged with dispatches too. She lowered her voice as she mumbled over the last words. Nay, then there is no help, said Angelica, but it is unlucky. During this dialogue between the vestals of fair ladies, Dick Gardiner deposited his burden in a chair where the young lady, after a moment of hesitation, expressing a becoming reluctance to touch the hand of a stranger, put her finger and thumb upon Fairford's wrist and counted his pulse. There is fever here, sister, she said. Richard must call Ambrose, and we must send some of the febrifuge. Ambrose arrived presently, a plausible and respectable-looking old servant bred in the family, and who had risen from rank to rank in the Arthurite service, till he was become half physician, half almoner, half butler, and entire governor. That is, when the father confessor, who frequently eased him of the toils of government, chanced to be abroad under the direction, and with the assistance of this venerable personage, the unlucky Alan Fairford was conveyed to a decent apartment at the end of a long gallery, and to his inexpressible relief, consigned to a comfortable bed. He did not attempt to resist the prescription of Mr. Ambrose, who not only presented him with the proposed draught, but proceeded so far as to take a considerable quantity of blood from him, by which last operation he probably did his patient much service. Chapter 16. Narrative of Alan Fairford continued. On the next morning, when Fairford awoke after no very refreshing slumbers in which were mingled many wild dreams of his father, and of Darcy Latimerhoff, the damsel in the green mantle, and the vestals of Fairladyshoff drinking small beer with Nanty Ewart, and being immersed in the Solway with the jumping Jenny, found himself in no condition to dispute the order of Mr. Ambrose that he should keep his bed, from which indeed he could not have raised himself without assistance. He became sensible that his anxiety and his constant efforts for some days past had been too much for his health, and that whatever might be his impatience, he could not proceed in his undertaking until his strength was re-established. In the meanwhile, no better quarters could have been found for an invalid. The attendants spoke under their breath, and moved only on tiptoe. Nothing was done unless par ordinance due medicine. Esculapius reigned paramount in the premises at Fairladies. Once a day, the ladies came in great state to wait upon him and inquire after his health, and it was then that Alan's natural civility and the thankfulness which he expressed for their timely and charitable assistance raised him considerably in their esteem. He was on the third day removed to a better apartment than that in which he had been at first accommodated, when he was permitted to drink a glass of wine. It was of the first quality, one of those curious old-fashioned cobwebbed bottles being produced on the occasion, which are only to be found in the crypts of old countrysats, where they may have lurked undisturbed for more than half a century. But however delightful a residence for an invalid Fairladies, as its present inmate became soon aware, was not so agreeable to a convalescent. When he dragged himself to the window, so soon as he could crawl from bed, behold, it was closely grated, and commanded no view, except of a little paved court. This was nothing remarkable, most old border houses having their windows so secured. But then Fairford observed that whosoever entered or left the room always locked the door with great care and circumspection, and some proposals which he made to take a walk in the gallery, or even in the garden, were so coldly received, both by the ladies and their Prime Minister Mr. Ambrose, that he saw plainly such an extension of his privileges as a guest would not be permitted. Anxious to ascertain whether this excessive hospitality would permit him his proper privilege of free agency, he announced to this important functionary, with grateful thanks for the care with which he had been attended his purpose, to leave fair ladies next morning, requesting only as a continuance of the favors with which he had been loaded the loan of a horse to the next town, and assuring Mr. Ambrose that his gratitude would not be limited by such a trifle. He slipped 3 guineas into his hand, by way of seconding his proposal. The fingers of that worthy domestic closed as naturally upon the honorarium, as if a degree in the learned faculty had given him a right to clutch it, but his answer concerning Allan's proposed departure was at first evasive, and when he was pushed it amounted to a peremptory assurance that he could not be permitted to depart tomorrow. It was as much as his life was worth, and his ladies would not authorize it. "I know best what my own life is worth," said Allan, "and I do not value it in comparison to the business, which requires my instant attention." Receiving still no satisfactory answer from Mr. Ambrose Fairford, thought it best to state his resolution to the ladies themselves, in the most measured, respectful, and grateful terms, but still such as expressed a firm determination to depart on the morrow or next day at farthest, after some attempts to induce him to stay on the alleged score of health, which were so expressed that he was convinced they were only used to delay his departure. Fairford plainly told them that he was entrusted with dispatches of consequence to the gentleman known by the name of Harry's Redgauntlet and the Laird of the Locks, and that it was matter of life and death to deliver them early. "I dare say, Sister Angelica," said the elder Miss Arthurette, "that the gentleman is honest, and if he is really a relation of Father Fairford, we can run no risk." "Jesu Maria," exclaimed the younger O Phi Sister Seraphina Phi Fivade, "retroget thee behind me." "Well, well, but Sister Angelicalet, me speak with you in the gallery." So out the ladies rustled in their silks and tissues, and it was a good half-hour ere they rustled in again, with importance and awe on their countenances. "To tell you the truth, Mr. Fairford, the cause of our desire to delay you is a religious gentleman in this house at present." "A most excellent person, indeed," said the Sister Angelica. "An anointed of his master," echoed Seraphinand. "We should be glad that for conscience' sake you would hold some discourse with him before your departure." "Oh-ho," thought Fairford, "the murder is out here is a design of conversion. I must not affront the good ladies. But I shall soon send off the priest." I think he then answered aloud that he should be happy to converse with any friend of theirs that, in religious matters, he had the greatest respect for every modification of Christianity, though he must say his belief was made up to that in which he had been educated. Nevertheless, if his seeing the religious person they recommended could in the least show his respect. "It is not quite that," said Sister Seraphina, "although I am sure the day is too short to hear him Father Bonaventure, I mean speak upon the concerns of our souls, but—" "Come, come, Sister Seraphina," said the younger, "it is needless to talk so much about it. She's eminence, I mean Father Bonaventure, will himself explain what he wants this gentleman to know." "His Eminence," said Fairford, surprised, "this gentleman so high in the Catholic Church. The title is given only to cardinals, I think." "He is not a cardinal as yet," answered Seraphina, "but I assure you, Mr. Fairford, he is as high in rank as he is eminently endowed with good gifts, and—" "Come away," said Sister Angelica, "Holy Virgin, how you do talk! What has Mr. Fairford to do with Father Bonaventure's rank? Only, sir, you will remember that the Father has been always accustomed to be treated with the most profound deference indeed." "Come away, Sister," said Sister Seraphina in her turn. "Who talks now? I pray you, Mr. Fairford will know how to comport himself." "And we had best both leave the room," said the younger lady, "for here his Eminence comes." She lowered her voice to a whisper as she pronounced the last words, and as Fairford was about to reply by assuring her that any friend of hers should be treated by him with all the ceremony he could expect, she imposed silence on him by holding up her finger. A solemn and stately step was now heard in the gallery. It might have proclaimed the approach not merely of a bishop or cardinal, but of the sovereign pontiff himself, nor could the sound have been more respectfully listened to by the two ladies. Had it announced that the head of the church was approaching in person, they drew themselves like sentinels on duty, one on each side of the door, by which the long gallery communicated with Fairford's apartment, and stood there immovable, and with countenances expressive of the deepest reverence. The approach of Father Bonaventure was so slow that Fairford had time to notice all this, and to marvel in his mind what wily and ambitious priest could have contrived to subject his worthy, but simple-minded hostesses, to such superstitious trammels. Father Bonaventure's entrance and appearance in some degree accounted for the whole. He was a man of middle life, about 40 or upwards, but either care or fatigue or indulgence had brought on the appearance of premature old age, and given to his fine features a cast of seriousness, or even sadness. A noble countenance, however, still remained, and though his complexion was altered, and wrinkles stamped upon his brow in many a melancholy fold, still the lofty forehead, the full and well-opened eye, and the well-formed nose, showed how handsome in better days he must have been. He was tall, but lost the advantage of his height by stooping, and the cane, which he wore always in his hand, and occasionally used, as well as his slow, though majestic gait, seemed to intimate that his form and limbs felt already some touch of infirmity. The color of his hair could not be discovered, as according to the fashion, he wore a periwig. He was handsomely though gravely dressed in a secular habit, and had a cockade in his hat, circumstances which did not surprise Fairford, who knew that a military disguise was very often assumed by the seminary priests, whose visits to England or residence there subjected them to legal penalties. As this stately person entered the apartment, the two ladies, facing inward like soldiers on their post, when about to salute a superior officer, dropped on either hand of the father a curtsy so profound that the hoop petticoats which performed the feat seemed to sink down to the very floor, nay, through it, as if a trapdoor had opened for the descent of the dames, who performed this act of reverence. The father seemed accustomed to such homage profound, as it was. He turned his person a little way, first towards one sister, and then towards the other, while with a gracious inclination of his person, which certainly did not amount to a bow, he acknowledged their curtsy, but he passed forward without addressing them, and seemed by doing so to intimate that their presence in the apartment was unnecessary. They accordingly glided out of the room, retreating backwards with hands clasped and eyes cast upwards, as if imploring blessings on the religious man whom they venerated so highly. The door of the apartment was shut after them, but not before Fairford had perceived that there were one or two men in the gallery, and that, contrary to what he had before observed, the door, though shut, was not locked on the outside. Can the good souls apprehend danger from me, to this god of their idolatry, thought Fairford, but he had no time to make further observations, for the stranger had already reached the middle of his apartment. Fairford rose to receive him respectfully, but as he fixed his eyes on the visitor, he thought that the father avoided his looks. His reasons for remaining incognito were cogent enough to account for this, and Fairford hastened to relieve him by looking downwards in his turn. But when again he raised his face, he found the broad, light eye of the stranger so fixed on him that he was almost put out of countenance by the steadiness of his gaze. During this time they remained standing. "Take your seat, sir," said the father. "You have been an invalid." He spoke with the tone of one who desires an inferior to be seated in his presence, and his voice was full and melodious. Fairford, somewhat surprised to find himself overawed by the airs of superiority, which could be only properly exercised towards one over whom religion gave the speaker influence, sat down at his bidding, as if moved by springs, and was at a loss how to assert the footing of equality on which he felt that they ought to stand. The stranger kept the advantage which he had obtained. "Your name, sir, I am informed, is Fairford," said the father. Allen answered by a bow. "Called to the Scottish bar," continued his visitor, "there is, I believe, in the West, a family of birth and rank called Fairford of Fairford." Allen thought this a strange observation from a foreign ecclesiastic, as his name intimated Father Bonaventure to be, but only answered, he believed there was such a family. "Do you count kindred with them, Mr. Fairford?" continued the inquirer. "I have not the honor to lay such a claim," said Fairford. "My father's industry has raised his family from a low and obscure situation. I have no hereditary claim to distinction of any kind. May I ask the cause of these inquiries?" "You will learn it presently," said Father Bonaventure, who had given a dry and dissatisfied hem at the young man's acknowledging a plebeian descent. He then motioned to him to be silent, and proceeded with his queries. "Although not of condition, you are doubtless by sentiments and education a man of honor and a gentleman." "I hope so, sir," said Allen, coloring with displeasure. "I have not been accustomed to have it questioned." "Patience, young man," said the unperturbed querist, "we are on serious business, and no idle etiquette must prevent its being discussed seriously, you are probably aware that you speak to a person proscribed by the severe and unjust laws of the present government. I am aware of the statute 1700 Chapter 3, said Allen, banishing from the realm priests and trafficking papists, and punishing by death on summary conviction any such person who being so banished may return. But I have no means of knowing you, sir, to be one of those persons, and I think your prudence may recommend to you to keep your own counsel. It is sufficient, sir, and I have no apprehensions of disagreeable consequences from your having seen me in this house, said the priest. Assuredly no, said Allen. I consider myself as indebted for my life to the mistresses of fair ladies, and it would be a vile requital on my part to pry into, or make known, what I may have seen or heard under this hospitable roof. If I were to meet the pretender himself in such a situation, he should, even at the risk of a little stretch to my loyalty, be free from any danger from my indiscretion. The pretender, said the priest with some angry emphasis, but immediately softened his tone, and added, no doubt, however, that person is a pretender, and some people think his pretensions are not ill-founded. But before running into politics, give me leave to say that I am surprised to find a gentleman of your opinions in habits of intimacy with Mr. Maxwell of Summertrees and Mr. Redgauntlet, and the medium of conducting the intercourse betwixt them. Pardon me, sir, replied Allen Fairford, I do not aspire to the honor of being reputed their confidant, or go between. My concern with those gentlemen is limited to one matter of business dearly interesting to me, because it concerns the safety, perhaps, the life of my dearest friend. Would you have any objection to entrust me with the cause of your journey, said Father Bonaventure. My advice may be of service to you, and my influence with one or both these gentlemen is considerable. Fairford hesitated a moment, and hastily revolving all circumstances, concluded that he might perhaps receive some advantage from propitiating this personage, while on the other hand, he endangered nothing by communicating to him the occasion of his journey. He therefore, after stating shortly that he hoped Mr. Bonaventure would render him the same confidence which he required on his part, gave a short account of Darcy Latimer's, the mystery which hung over his family, and of the disaster which had befallen him, finally of his own resolution to seek for his friend, and to deliver him at the peril of his own life. The Catholic priest, whose manner it seemed to be to avoid all conversation which did not arise from his own express motion, made no remarks upon what he had heard, but only asked one or two abrupt questions, where Allen's narrative appeared less clear to him. Then rising from his seat, he took 2 turns through the apartment, muttering between his teeth with emphasis the word madman. But apparently he was in the habit of keeping all violent emotions under restraint, for he presently addressed Fairford with the most perfect indifference. If, said he, you thought you could do so, without breach of confidence, I wish you would have the goodness to show me the letter of Mr. Maxwell of Summertrees. I desire to look particularly at the address. Seeing no cause to decline this extension of his confidence, Allen without hesitation put the letter into his hand, having turned it round, as old Trumbull and Nanty Ewart had formerly done, and like them, having examined the address with much minuteness, he asked whether he had observed these words, pointing to a pencil writing upon the underside of the letter. Fairford answered in the negative, and looking at the letter read with surprise, Cave ni litteras Bellerofontes, et feras, a caution which coincided so exactly with the provost's admonition that he would do well to inspect the letter of which he was bearer, that he was about to spring up and attempt an escape, he knew not wherefore or from whom. Sit still, young man, said the father with the same tone of authority which reigned in his whole manner, although mingled with stately courtesy. You are in no danger. Me character shall be a pledge for your safety. By whom do you suppose these words have been written? Fairford could have answered by Nanty Ewart, for he remembered seeing that person scribble something with a pencil, although he was not well enough to observe with accuracy where or upon what, but not knowing what suspicions, or what worse consequences the seaman's interest in his affairs might draw upon him, he judged it best to answer that he knew not the hand. Father Bonaventure was again silent for a moment or two, which he employed in surveying the letter with the strictest attention, then stepped to the window, as if to examine the address and writing of the envelope, with the assistance of a stronger light. And Allen Fairford beheld him with no less amazement than high displeasure, coolly and deliberately break the seal, open the letter, and peruse the contents. Stop, sir, hold, he exclaimed so soon as his astonishment permitted him to express his resentment in words. By what right do you dare? Peace, young gentleman, said the father, repelling him with a wave of his hand. Be assured, I do not act without warrant. Nothing can pass betwixt Mr. Maxwell and Mr. Redgauntlet that I am not fully entitled to know. It may be so, said Alan, extremely angry, but though you may be these gentlemen's father-confessor, you are not mine, and in breaking the seal of a letter entrusted to my care you have done me no injury, I assure you, answered the unperturbed priest. On the contrary, it may be a service. I desire no advantage at such a rate, or to be obtained in such a manner, answered Fairford. Restore me the letter instantly, or, as you regard your own safety, said the priest, forbear all injurious expressions, and all menacing gestures. I am not one who can be threatened or insulted with impunity, and there are enough within hearing to chastise any injury or affront offered to me in case I may think it unbecoming to protect or avenge myself with my own hand. In saying this, the father assumed an air of such fearlessness and calm authority that the young lawyer, surprised and overawed, forbore, as he had intended, to snatch the letter from his hand, and confined himself to bitter complaints of the impropriety of his conduct, and of the light in which he himself must be placed to Redgauntlet, should he present him a letter with a broken seal. That, said Father Bonaventure, shall be fully cared for. I will myself write to Redgauntlet, and enclose Maxwell's letter, provided always you continue to desire to deliver it after perusing the contents. He then restored the letter to Fairford, and observing that he hesitated to peruse it, said emphatically, Read it, for it concerns you. This recommendation, joined to what Provost Crosby had formerly recommended, and to the warning, which he doubted not that Nanty intended to convey by his classical allusion, decided Fairford's resolution. If these correspondents, he thought, are conspiring against my person, I have a right to counterplot them. Self-preservation, as well as my friend's safety, require that I should not be too scrupulous. So thinking, he read the letter, which was in the following words. Dear rugged and dangerous, will you never cease meriting your old nickname? You have springed your dottrel, I find. And what is the consequence, you he, that there will be hue and cry after you presently? The bearer is a pert young lawyer, who has brought a formal complaint against you, which luckily he has preferred in a friendly court, yet favorable, as the judge was disposed to be. It was with the utmost difficulty that cousin Jenny and I could keep him to his tackle. He begins to be timid, suspicious, and untractable, and I fear Jenny will soon bend her brows on him in vain. I know not what to adviseth. Lad who carries this is a good lad, active for his friend, and I have pledged my honor he shall have no personal elusage. Pledged my honor, remark these words, and remember I can be rugged and dangerous as well as my neighbors, but I have not insured him against a short captivity, and as he is a stirring, active fellow, I see no remedy but keeping him out of the way till this business of the good Father B is safely blown over, which God send it were always, then even should I be once more Cragen Peril. What think you, young man, of the danger you have been about to encounter so willingly? As strangely, replied Alan Fairford, as of the extraordinary means which you have been at present pleased to use for the discovery of Mr. Maxwell's purpose. Trouble not yourself to account for my conduct, said the father. I have a warrant for what I do, and fear no responsibility. But tell me, what is your present purpose? I should not perhaps name it to you, whose own safety may be implicated. I understand you, answered the father, you would appeal to the existing government, that can at no rate be permitted. We will rather detain you at Fairladies by compulsion. You will probably, said Fairford, first weigh the risk of such a proceeding in a free country. I have incurred more formidable hazards, said the priest, smiling, yet I am willing to find a milder expedient. Come, let us bring the matter to a compromise. And he assumed a conciliating graciousness of manner, which struck Fairford as being rather too condescending for the occasion. I presume you will be satisfied to remain here in seclusion for a day or two longer, provided I pass my solemn word to you that you shall meet with the person whom you seek after, meet with him in perfect safety, and I trust in good health, and be afterwards both at liberty to return to Scotland or dispose of yourselves, as each of you may be minded. I respect the verbum sacerdotes as much as can reasonably be expected from a Protestant, answered Fairford, but methinks you can scarce expect me to repose so much confidence in the word of an unknown person, as is implied in the guarantee which you offer me. I am not accustomed, sir, said the father in a very haughty tone, to have my word disputed, but he added, While the angry hue passed from his cheek, after a moment's reflection, you know me not and ought to be excused. I will repose more confidence in your honor than you seem willing to rest upon mine, and since we are so situated that one must rely upon the other's faith, I will cause you to be set presently at liberty, and furnished with the means of delivering your letter, as addressed, provided that now knowing the contents you think it safe for yourself to execute the commission. Alan Fairford paused. I cannot see, he at length replied, how I can proceed with respect to the accomplishment of my sole purpose, which is the liberation of my friend, without appealing to the law, and obtaining the assistance of a magistrate, if I present this singular letter of Mr. Maxwell, with the contents of which I have become so unexpectedly acquainted. I shall only share his captivity. And if you apply to a magistrate, young man, you will bring ruin on these hospitable ladies, to whom in all human probability you owe your life. You cannot obtain a warrant for your purpose, without giving a clear detail of all the late scenes, through which you have passed. A magistrate would oblige you to give a complete account of yourself, before arming you with his authority against a third party, and in giving such an account, the safety of these ladies will necessarily be compromised. 100 spies have had and still have their eyes upon this mansion. But God will protect his own. He crossed himself devoutly, and then proceeded. You can take an hour to think of your best plan, and I will pledge myself to forward it thus far, provided it be not asking you to rely more on my word than your prudence can warrant. You shall go to Redgauntlet. I name him plainly to show my confidence in you, and you shall deliver him this letter of Mr. Maxwell's, with one from me, in which I will enjoin him to set your friend at liberty, or at least to make no attempts upon your own person, either by detention or otherwise. If you can trust me thus far, he said, with a proud emphasis on the words, I will on my side see you depart from this place with the most perfect confidence that you will not return armed with powers to drag its inmates to destruction. You are young and inexperienced, bred to a profession, also which sharpens suspicion, and gives false views of human nature. I have seen much of the world, and have known better than most men how far mutual confidence is requisite in managing affairs of consequence. He spoke with an air of superiority, even of authority, by which Fairford, notwithstanding his own internal struggles, was silenced, and overawed so much, that it was not till the father had turned to leave the apartment that he found words to ask him what the consequences would be should he decline to depart on the terms proposed. You must then, for the safety of all parties, remain for some days an inhabitant of Fairladies, where we have the means of detaining you, which self-preservation will, in that case, compel us to make use of. Your captivity will be short, for matters cannot long remain as they are. The cloud must soon rise, or it must sink upon us for ever. Benedicite. With these words, he left the apartment. Fairford, upon his departure, felt himself much at a loss what course to pursue. His line of education, as well as his father's tenets in matters of church and state, had taught him a holy horror for papists, and a devout belief in whatever had been said of the Punic faith of Jesuits, and of the expedients of mental reservation, by which the Catholic priests in general were supposed to evade keeping faith with heretics. Yet there was something of majesty, depressed indeed and overclouded, but still grand and imposing in the manner and words of Father Bonaventure, which it was difficult to reconcile with those preconceived opinions, which imputed subtlety and fraud to his sect and order. Above all, Alan was aware that if he accepted not his freedom upon the terms offered him, he was likely to be detained by force, so that in every point of view he was a gainer by accepting them. A qualm indeed came across him when he considered as a lawyer that this father was probably in the eye of law a traitor, and that there was an ugly crime on the statute book, called misprision of treason. On the other hand, whatever he might think or suspect, he could not take upon him to say that the man was a priest whom he had never seen in the dress of his order, or in the act of celebrating Mass, so that he felt himself at liberty to doubt of that respecting which he possessed no legal proof. He therefore arrived at the conclusion that he would do well to accept his liberty and proceed to Redgauntlet under the guarantee of Father Bonaventure, which he scarce doubted would be sufficient to save him from personal inconvenience should he once obtain speech of that gentleman. He felt the same confidence as formerly that he might be able to convince him of the rashness of his conduct should he not consent to liberate Darcy Latimer. At all events, he should learn where his friend was, and how circumstanced. Having thus made up his mind, Alan waited anxiously for the expiration of the hour which had been allowed him for deliberation. He was not kept on the tenterhooks of impatience an instant longer than the appointed moment arrived, for even as the clock struck Ambrose appeared at the door of the gallery, and made a sign that Alan should follow him. He did so, and after passing through some of the intricate avenues common in old houses, was ushered into a small apartment commodiously fitted up in which he found Father Buenaventure reclining on a couch in the attitude of a man, exhausted by fatigue or indisposition. On a small table beside him, a silver-embossed salver sustained a Catholic book of prayer, a small flask of medicine, a cordial and a little teacup of old china. Ambrose did not enter the room, only bowed profoundly, and closed the door with the least possible noise, so soon as Fairford had entered. "Sit down, young man," said the father with the same air of condescension which had before surprised, and rather offended Fairford. "You have been ill, and I know too well by my own case that indisposition requires indulgence. Have you?" he continued so soon as he saw him seated, resolved to remain or to depart. "To depart," said Alan, "under the agreement that you will guarantee my safety with the extraordinary person who has conducted himself in such a lawless manner toward my friend Darcy Latimer." "Do not judge hastily, young man," replied the father. "Redgauntlet has the claims of a guardian over his ward in respect to the young gentleman, and a right to dictate his place of residence, although he may have been injudicious in selecting the means by which he thinks to enforce his authority. His situation as an attainted person abrogates such rights," said Fairford hastily. "Surely," replied the priest, smiling at the young lawyer's readiness in the eye of those who acknowledge the justice of the attainder, "but that do not Roman one. However, sir, here is the guarantee. Look at its contents, and do not again carry the letters of Uriah." Fairford read these words: "Good friend, we send you hither a young man desirous to know the situation of your ward since he came under your paternal authority, and hopeful of dealing with you for having your relative put at large. This we recommend to your prudence, highly disapproving at the same time of any force or coercion, when such can be avoided, and wishing therefore that the bearer's negotiation may be successful at all rates. However, the bearer hath our pledged word for his safety and freedom, which therefore you are to see strictly observed as you value our honor and your own. We further wish to converse with you with as small loss of time as may be, having matters of the utmost confidence to impart. For this purpose we desire you to repair hither with all haste, and thereupon we bid you heartily farewell. P.B. "You will understand, sir," said the father, when he saw that Alan had perused his letter, "that by accepting charge of this missive, you bind yourself to try the effect of it, before having recourse to any legal means, as you term them, for your friend's release. There are a few ciphers added to this letter," said Fairford, when he had perused the paper attentively. "I inquire what their import is." "They respect my own affairs," answered the father briefly, "and have no concern whatever with yours." "It seems to me, however," replied Alan, "natural to suppose—" "Nothing must be supposed incompatible with my honor," replied the priest, interrupting him. "When such as I am confer favors, we expect that they shall be accepted with gratitude, or declined with thankful respect, not questioned or discussed." "I will accept your letter," then said Fairford after a minute's consideration, "and the thanks you expect shall be most liberally paid, if the result answer what you teach me to expect." "God only commands the issue," said Father Buenaventure. "Man uses means. You understand that by accepting this commission, you engage yourself in honor to try the effect of my letter upon Mr. Redgauntlet, before you have recourse to informations or legal warrants." "I hold myself bound as a man of good faith and honor to do so," said Fairford. "Well, I trust you," said the father. "I will now tell you that an express dispatched by me last night has I here brought Redgauntlet to a spot many miles nearer this place, where he will not find it safe to attempt any violence on your friend, should he be rash enough to follow the advice of Mr. Maxwell of Summertrees, rather than my commands. We now understand each other." He extended his hand towards Alan, who was about to pledge his faith in the usual form, by grasping it with his own, when the father drew back hastily, ere Alan had time to comment upon this repulse. A small side door covered with tapestry was opened, the hangings were drawn aside, and a lady, as if by sudden apparition, glided into the apartment. It was neither of the Mrs. Arthurite, but a woman in the prime of life, and in the full-blown expansion of female beauty, tall, fair, and commanding in her aspect. Her locks of paley gold were taught to fall over a brow, which with the stately glance of the large open blue eyes might have become Juno herself. Her neck and bosom were admirably formed, and of a dazzling whiteness. She was rather inclined to embonpoint, but not more than became her age of apparently 30 years. Her step was that of a queen, but it was of Queen Vashti, not Queen Estherth bold, and commanding, not the retiring beauty. Father Bonaventure raised himself on the couch angrily, as if displeased by this intrusion. "How now, madam," he said, with some sternness, "why have we the honor of your company?" "Because it is my pleasure," answered the lady composedly. "Your pleasure, madam," he repeated in the same angry tone. "My pleasure, sir," she continued, "which always keeps exact pace with my duty. I had heard you were unwell, let me hope. It is only business which produces this seclusion." "I am well," he replied, "perfectly well, and I thank you for your care, but we are not alone, and this young man—" "That young man," she said, bending her large and serious eye on Alan Fairford, as if she had been for the first time aware of his presence. "I ask who he is." "Another time, madam, you shall learn his history. After he is gone, his presence renders it impossible for me to explain further." "After he is gone may be too late," said the lady. "And what is his presence to me when your safety is at stake? He is the heretic lawyer, whom those silly fools the Arthurites admitted into this house, at a time when they should have let their own father knock at the door in vain. Though the night had been a wild one, you will not surely dismiss him." "Your own impatience can alone make that step perilous," said the father. "I have resolved to take it, do not let your indiscreet zeal, however excellent its motive, add any unnecessary risk to the transaction." "Even so," said the lady in a tone of reproach, yet mingled with respect and apprehension, "and thus you will still go forward like a stag upon the hunter's snares, with undoubting confidence after all that has happened." "Peace, madam," said Father Bonaventure, rising up, "be silent, or quit the apartment. My designs do not admit of female criticism." To this peremptory command, the lady seemed about to make a sharp reply, but she checked herself, and pressing her lips strongly together, as if to secure the words from bursting from them, which were already formed upon her tongue, she made a deep reverence, partly, as it seemed, in reproach, partly in respect, and left the room as suddenly as she had entered it. The father looked disturbed at this incident, which he seemed sensible could not but fill Fairford's imagination with an additional throng of bewildering suspicions. He bit his lip, and muttered something to himself as he walked through the apartment, then suddenly turned to his visitor with a smile of much sweetness, and a countenance in which every rougher expression was exchanged for those of courtesy and kindness. "The visit we have been just honored with, my young friend, has given you," he said, "more secrets to keep than I would have wished you burdened with. The lady is a person of condition, off rank and fortune, but nevertheless is so circumstanced that the mere fact of her being known to be in this country would occasion many evils. I should wish you to observe secrecy on this subject, even to Redgauntlet or Maxwell. However much I trust them in all that concerns my own affairs." "I can have no occasion," replied Fairford, "for holding any discussion with these gentlemen, or with any others, on the circumstance which I have just witnessed. It could only have become the subject of my conversation by mere accident, and I will now take care to avoid the subject entirely." "You will do well, sir, and I thank you," said the father, throwing much dignity into the expression of obligation, which he meant to convey. "The time may perhaps come when you will learn what it is to have obliged one of my condition. As to the lady, she has the highest merit, and nothing can be said of her justly which would not redound to her praise. Nevertheless, in short, sir, we wander at present as in a morning mist. The sun will, I trust, soon rise and dispel it. When all that now seems mysterious will be fully revealador, it will sink into rain," he added in a solemn tone, "and then explanation will be of little consequence. Adieu, sir, I wish you well." He made a graceful obeisance, and vanished through the same side door by which the lady had entered, and Alan thought he heard their voices high in dispute in the adjoining apartment. Presently afterwards, Ambrose entered and told him that a horse and guide waited him beneath the terrace. "The good Father Bonaventure," added the butler, "has been graciously pleased to consider your situation, and desired me to inquire whether you have any occasion for a supply of money." "Make my respects to his reverence," answered Fairford, "and assure him I am provided in that particular. I beg you also to make my acknowledgments to the Misses Arthuriet, and assure them that their kind hospitality, to which I probably owe my life, shall be remembered with gratitude as long as that life lasts. You yourself, Mr. Ambrose, must accept of my kindest thanks for your skill and attention." Mid these acknowledgments, they left the house, descended the terrace, and reached the spot where the gardener, Fairford's old acquaintance, waited for him, mounted upon one horse and leading another. Bidding adieu to Ambrose, our young lawyer mounted and rode down the avenue, often looking back to the melancholy and neglected dwelling, in which he had witnessed such strange scenes, and musing upon the character of its mysterious inmates, especially the noble and almost regal-seeming priest, and the beautiful but capricious dame, who, if she was really Father Bonaventure's penitent, seemed less docile to the authority of the Church than, as Alan conceived the Catholic discipline permitted. He could not indeed help being sensible that the whole deportment of these persons differed much from his preconceived notions of a priest, and devotee Father Bonaventure in particular had more natural dignify, and less art and affectation in his manner, than accorded with the idea which Calvinists were taught to entertain of that wily and formidable person, a Jesuitical missionary. While reflecting on these things, he looked back so frequently at the house that Dick Gardner, a forward, talkative fellow, who began to tire of silence at length, said to him, "I think you will know Fairladies when you see it again, sir." "I dare say I shall," Richard answered Fairford good-humouredly. "I wish I knew as well where I am to go next, but you can tell me perhaps." "Your worship should know better than I," said Dick Gardner. "Nevertheless, I have a notion you are going where all you Scotsmen should be sent, whether you will or no." "Not to the devil, I hope, good Dick," said Fairford. "Why, no, that is a road which you may travel as heretics. But as Scotsmen, I would only send you 3/4 of the way, and that is back to Scotland Agonalways, craving your honour's pardon." "Does our journey lie that way?" said Fairford. "As far as the waterside," said Richard. "I am to carry you to old Father Crackenthorpe's, and then you are within a spit and a stride of Scotland, as the saying is. But mayhap you may think twice of going thither, for all that, for old England is fat feeding ground for north country cattle." Chapter 17. Narrative of Darcy Latimer. Our history must now, as the old romancers want to say, leave to tell of the quest of Alan Fairford, and instruct our readers of the adventures which befell Darcy Latimer, left as he was in the precarious custody of his self-named tutor, the Laird of the Locks of Solway, to whose arbitrary pleasure he found it necessary for the present to conform himself. In consequence of this prudent resolution, and although he did not assume such a disguise without some sensations of shame and degradation, Darcy permitted Crystal Nixon to place over his face, and secure, by a string, one of those silk masks which ladies frequently wore to preserve their complexions when exposed to the air during long journeys on horseback. He remonstrated somewhat more vehemently against the long riding skirt, which converted his person from the waist into the female guise, but was obliged to concede this point also. The metamorphosis was then complete, for the fair reader must be informed that in those rude times the ladies, when they honored the masculine dress, by assuming any part of it, wore just such hats, coats, and waistcoats as the male animals themselves made use of, and had no notion of the elegant compromise betwixt male and female attire, which has now acquired par excellence the name of a habit. Trolloping things our mothers must have looked, with long square-cut coats lacking collars, and with waistcoats plentifully supplied with a length of pocket, which hung far downwards from the middle. But then they had some advantage from the splendid colours, lace, and gay embroidery, which masculine attire then exhibited, and, as happens in many similar instances, the finery of the materials made amends for the want of symmetry and grace of form in the garments themselves. But this is a digression. In the court of the old mansion, half manor place, half farmhouse, or rather a decayed manor house converted into an abode for a Cumberland tenant, stood several saddled horses. 4 or 5 of them were mounted by servants or inferior retainers, all of whom were well armed with sword, pistol, and carabine. But 2 had riding furniture for the use of females, one being accoutred with a side saddle, the other with a pillion attached to the saddle. Darcy's heart beat quicker within him. He easily comprehended that one of these was intended for his own use, and his hopes suggested that the other was designed for that of the fair Green Mantle, whom, according to his established practice, he had adopted for the queen of his affections, although his opportunities of holding communication with her had not exceeded the length of a silent supper on one occasion, and the going down a contredanse on another. This, however, was no unwonted mood of passion with Darcy Latimer, upon whom Cupid was used to triumph only in the degree of a Marata conqueror who overruns a province with the rapidity of lightning, but finds it impossible to retain it beyond a very brief space. Yet this new love was rather more serious than the scarce skinned-up wounds which his friend Fairford used to ridicule. The damsel had shown a sincere interest in his behalf, and the air of mystery with which that interest was veiled, gave her to his lively imagination the character of a benevolent and protecting spirit as much as that of a beautiful female. At former times, the romance attending his short-lived attachments had been of his own creating, and had disappeared as soon as ever he approached more closely to the object with which he had invested it on the present occasion. It really flowed from external circumstances, which might have interested less susceptible feelings, and an imagination less lively than that of Darcy Latimer, young, inexperienced, and enthusiastic as he was. He watched therefore anxiously to whose service the palfrey bearing the lady's saddle was destined, but ere any female appeared to occupy it, he was himself summoned to take his seat on the pillion, behind Crystal Nixon, amid the grins of his old acquaintance Jan, who helped him to horse, and the unrestrained laughter of Cicely, who displayed on the occasion a case of teeth which might have rivaled ivory. Latimer was at an age when being an object of general ridicule even to clowns and milkmaids was not a matter of indifference, and he longed heartily to have laid his horsewhip across Jan's shoulders. That, however, was a solacement of his feelings, which was not at the moment to be thought of, and Crystal Nixon presently put an end to his unpleasant situation by ordering the riders to go on. He himself kept the center of the troop, 2 men riding before, and 2 behind him, always, as it seemed, to Darcy having their eye upon him to prevent any attempt to escape. He could see from time to time, when the straight line of the road, or the advantage of an ascent, permitted him, that another troop of 3 or 4 riders followed them at about a quarter of a mile's distance, amongst whom he could discover the tall form of Redgauntlet, and the powerful action of his gallant black horse. He had little doubt that Green Mantle made one of the party, though he was unable to distinguish her from the others. In this manner they travelled from 6 in the morning until nearly 10 of the clock without Darcy exchanging a word with anyone, for he loathed the very idea of entering into conversation with Crystal Nixon, against whom he seemed to feel an instinctive aversion, nor was that domestic saturnine and sullen disposition such as to have encouraged advances, had he thought of making them. At length the party halted for the purpose of refreshment, but as they had hitherto avoided all villages and inhabited places upon their route, so they now stopped at one of those large ruinous Dutch barns, which are sometimes found in the fields at a distance from the farmhouses, to which they belong. Yet in this desolate place, some preparations had been made for their reception. There were in the end of the barn racks filled with provender for the horses and plenty of provisions. For the party were drawn from the trusses of straw under which the baskets that contained them had been deposited. The choicest of these were selected and arranged apart by Crystal Nixon, while the men of the party threw themselves upon the rest, which he abandoned to their discretion. In a few minutes afterwards, the rearward party arrived and dismounted, and Redgauntlet himself entered the barn with the green-mantled maiden by his side. He presented her to Darcy with these words: "It is time you two should know each other better. I promised you my confidence, Darcy, and the time is come for reposing it, but first we will have our breakfast, and then when once more in the saddle, I will tell you that which it is necessary that you should know. Salute Lilia's Darcy." The command was sudden and surprised Latimer, whose confusion was increased by the perfect ease and frankness with which Lilia's offered at once her cheek and her hand, and pressing his as she rather took it than gave her own, said very frankly, "Dearest Darcy, how rejoiced I am that our uncle has at last permitted us to become acquainted." Darcy's head turned round, and it was perhaps well that Redgauntlet called on him to sit down, as even that movement served to hide his confusion. There is an old song which says, "When ladies are willing, a man can but look like a fool." And on the same principle Darcy Latimer's looks at this unexpected frankness of reception would have formed an admirable vignette for illustrating the passage "Dearest Darcy," and such a ready, nay, eager salute of lip and hand. It was all very gracious, no doubt, and ought to have been received with much gratitude, but constituted, as our friend's temper was, nothing could be more inconsistent with his tone of feeling. If a hermit had proposed to him to club for a pot of beer, the illusion of his reverend sanctity could not have been dispelled more effectually than the divine qualities of Green Mantle faded upon the illimagined frankheartedness of poor Lilia's. Vexed with her forwardness, and affronted at having once more cheated himself, Darcy could hardly help muttering 2 lines of the song we have already quoted. "The fruit that must fall without shaking is rather too mellow for me." And yet it was pity, for her Touche was a very pretty young woman. His fancy had scarcely overrated her in that respect, and the slight derangement of the beautiful brown locks, which escaped in natural ringlets from under her riding hat with the bloom which exercise had brought into her cheek, made her even more than usually fascinating. Redgauntlet modified the sternness of his look when it was turned towards her, and in addressing her used a softer tone than his usual deep bass. Even the grim features of Crystal Nixon relaxed when he attended on her, and it was then if ever that his misanthropical visage expressed some sympathy with the rest of humanity. How can she, thought Latimer, look so like an angel, yet be so mere a mortal? After all, how could so much seeming modesty have so much forwardness of manner, when she ought to have been most reserved? How can her conduct be reconciled to the grace and ease of her general deportment? The confusion of thoughts which occupied Darcy's imagination gave to his looks a disordered appearance, and his inattention to the food which was placed before him, together with his silence and absence of mind, induced Lilias solicitously to inquire whether he did not feel some return of the disorder under which he had suffered so lately. This led Mr. Redgauntlet, who seemed also lost in his own contemplations, to raise his eyes and join in the same inquiry with some appearance of interest. Latimer explained to both that he was perfectly well. "It is well, it is so," answered Redgauntlet, "for we have that before us, which will brook no delay from indisposition. We have not, as Hotspur says, leisure to be sick." Lilias, on her part, endeavored to prevail upon Darcy to partake of the food, which she offered him with a kindly and affectionate courtesy, corresponding to the warmth of the interest she had displayed at their meeting, but so very natural, innocent, and pure in its character that it would have been impossible for the vainest coxcomb to have mistaken it for coquetry or a desire of captivating a prize so valuable as his affection. Darcy, with no more than the reasonable share of self-opinion common to most youths when they approached 21, knew not how to explain her conduct. Sometimes he was tempted to think that his own merits had, even during the short intervals when they had seen each other, secured such a hold of the affections of a young person who had probably been bred up in ignorance of the world and its forms, that she was unable to conceal her partiality. Sometimes he suspected that she acted by her guardian's order, who, aware that he, Darcy, was entitled to a considerable fortune, might have taken this bold stroke to bring about a marriage betwixt him and so near a relative. But neither of these suppositions was applicable to the character of the parties. Miss Lilias' manners, however soft and natural, displayed in their ease and versatility considerable acquaintance with the habits of the world, and in the few words she said during the morning repast there were mingled a shrewdness and good sense which could scarce belong to a miss capable of playing the silly part of a love-smitten maiden so broadly as, for Redgauntlet, with his stately bearing, his fatal frown, his eye of threat and of command, it was impossible, Darcy thought, to suspect him of a scheme having private advantage for its object. He could as soon have imagined Cassius picking Caesar's pocket, instead of drawing his poniard on the dictator. While he thus mused, unable either to eat, drink, or answer to the courtesy of Lilias, she soon ceased to speak to him, and sat silent as himself. They had remained nearly an hour in their halting place, when Redgauntlet said aloud, "Look out, Crystal Nixon. If we hear nothing from fair ladies, we must continue our journey." Crystal went to the door and presently returned, and said to his master in a voice as harsh as his features, "Gilbert Gregson is coming, his horse as white with foam as if a fiend had ridden him." Redgauntlet threw from him the plate on which he had been eating and hastened towards the door of the barn, which the courier at that moment entered, a smart jockey with a black velvet hunting cap and a broad belt drawn tight round his waist, to which was secured his express bag. The variety of mud with which he was splashed from cap to spur showed he had had a rough and rapid ride. He delivered a letter to Mr. Redgauntlet with an obeisance, and then retired to the end of the barn, where the other attendants were sitting or lying upon the straw, in order to get some refreshment. Redgauntlet broke the letter open with haste, and read it with anxious and discomposed looks. On a second perusal, his displeasure seemed to increase, his brow darkened, and was distinctly marked with the fatal sign peculiar to his family and house. Darcy had never before observed his frown bear such a close resemblance to the shape which tradition assigned it. Redgauntlet held out the open letter with one hand, and struck it with the forefinger of the other, as in a suppressed and displeased tone he said to Crystal Nixon, "Countermanded, ordered northward, once more northward, when all our hopes lie to the south, a second Derby direction, when we turned our back on glory, and marched in quest of ruin." Crystal Nixon took the letter, and ran it over, then returned it to his master, with the cold observation, a female influence predominates. But it shall predominate no longer, said Redgauntlet. It shall wane as hours rises in the horizon. Meanwhile, I will on beforehand you, Crystal, will bring the party to the place assigned in the letter. You may now permit the young persons to have unreserved communication together. Only mark that you watch the young man closely enough to prevent his escape, if he should be idiot enough to attempt it, but not approaching so close as to watch their free conversation. I care not about their conversation, said Nixon surlily. You hear my commands, Lilias, said the laird, turning to the young lady. You may use my permission and authority to explain so much of our family matters, as you yourself know. At our next meeting, I will complete the task of disclosure, and I trust I shall restore one Redgauntlet more to the bosom of our ancient family. Let Latimer, as he calls himself, have a horse to himself. He must for some time retain his disguise, my horse, me horse. In 2 minutes, they heard him ride off from the door of the barn, followed at speed by 2 of the armed men of his party. The commands of Crystal Nixon in the meanwhile put all the remainder of the party in motion, but the laird himself was long out of sight ere they were in readiness to resume their journey. When at length they set out, Darcy was accommodated with a horse and side saddle. Instead of being obliged to resume his place on the pillion behind the detestable Nixon, he was obliged, however, to retain his riding skirt and to reassume his mask. Yet notwithstanding this disagreeable circumstance, and although he observed that they gave him the heaviest and slowest horse of the party, and that as a further precaution against escape, he was closely watched on every side, yet riding in company with the pretty Lilias was an advantage which overbalanced these inconveniences. It is true that this society, to which that very morning he would have looked forward as a glimpse of heaven, had now, that it was thus unexpectedly indulged, something much less rapturous than he had expected. It was in vain that, in order to avail himself of a situation so favorable for indulging his romantic disposition, he endeavored to coax back, if I may so express myself, that delightful dream of ardent and tender passion. He felt only such a confusion of ideas at the difference between the being whom he had imagined and her with whom he was now in contact, that it seemed to him like the effect of witchcraft. What most surprised him was that this sudden flame should have died away so rapidly, notwithstanding that the maiden's personal beauty was even greater than he had expected. Her demeanor, unless it should be deemed overkind towards himself, as graceful and becoming as he could have fancied, if even in his gayest dreams it were judging hardly of him to suppose that the mere belief of his having attracted her affections more easily than he expected was the cause of his ungratefully undervaluing a prize too lightly. One, or that his transient passion played around his heart with the hitting radiance of a wintry sunbeam flashing against an icicle, which may brighten it for a moment, but cannot melt it. Neither of these was precisely the ease, though such fickleness of disposition might also have some influence in the change. The truth is perhaps the lover's pleasure, like that of the hunter, is in the chase, and that the brightest beauty loses half its merit, as the fairest flower its perfume, when the willing hand can reach it too easily. There must be doubt, there must be danger, there must be difficulty. And if, as the poet says, the course of ardent affection never does run smooth, it is perhaps because without some intervening obstacle, that which is called the romantic passion of love, in its high poetical character and coloring, can hardly have an existence any more than there can be a current in a river, without the stream being narrowed by steep banks or checked by opposing rocks. Let not those, however, who enter into a union for life, without those embarrassments which delight a Darcy Latimer or a Lydia Languish, and which are perhaps necessary to excite an enthusiastic passion in breasts more firm than theirs, augur worse of their future happiness, because their own alliance is formed under calmer auspices, mutual esteem, and intimate knowledge of each other's character, seen as in their case, undisguised by the mists of too partial passion. A suitable proportion of parties in rank and fortune, in taste and pursuits, are more frequently found in a marriage of reason than in a union of romantic attachment, where the imagination which probably created the virtues and accomplishments with which it invested the beloved object is frequently afterwards employed in magnifying the mortifying consequences of its own delusion, and exasperating all the stings of disappointment. Those who follow the banners of reason are like the well-disciplined battalion, which, wearing a more sober uniform and making a less dazzling show than the light troops commanded by imagination, enjoy more safety and even more honor in the conflicts of human life. All this, however, is foreign to our present purpose. Uncertain in what manner to address her, whom he had been lately so anxious to meet with, and embarrassed by a tete-a-tete, to which his own timid inexperience gave some awkwardness, the party had proceeded more than 100 yards, before Darcy assumed courage to accost, or even to look at his companion. Sensible, however, of the impropriety of his silence, he turned to speak to her, and observing that although she wore her mask, there was something like disappointment and dejection in her manner, he was moved by self-reproach for his own coldness, and hastened to address her in the kindest tone he could assume. "You must think me cruelly deficient in gratitude, Miss Lilias, that I have been thus long in your company, without thanking you for the interest which you have deigned to take in my unfortunate affairs." "I am glad you have at length spoken," she said, "though I owe it is more coldly than I expected Miss Lilias deign to take interest in whom dear Darcy can I take interest, but in you. And why do you put this barrier of ceremony betwixt us, whom adverse circumstances have already separated for such a length of time?" Darcy was again confounded at the extra candor, if we may use the term of this frank avowal. One must love Partridge, very well thought he, to accept it, when thrown in one's face. If this is not plain speaking, there is no such place as downright Dunstable in being. Embarrassed with these reflections, and himself of a nature fancifully, almost fastidiously delicate, he could only in reply stammer forth an acknowledgment of his companion's goodness, and his own gratitude. She answered in a tone partly sorrowful and partly impatient, repeating, with displeased emphasis, the only distinct words he had been able to bring forth, "Goodness, gratitude, O Darcy, should these be the phrases between you and me? Alas, I am too sure you are displeased with me, though I cannot even guess on what account. Perhaps you think I have been too free in venturing upon my visit to your friend. But then remember it was in your behalf, and that I knew no better way to put you on your guard against the misfortunes and restraint which you have been subjected to, and are still enduring." "Dear lady," said Darcy, rallying his recollection, and suspicious of some error in apprehension, a suspicion which his mode of address seemed at once to communicate to Lilias, for she interrupted him. "Lady, dear lady, for whom, or for what in heaven's name, do you take me that you address me so formally?" Had the question been asked in that enchanted hall in Fairyland, where all interrogations must be answered with absolute sincerity, Darcy had certainly replied that he took her for the most frank-hearted and ultra-liberal lass that had ever lived since Mother Eve eat the pippin without paring. But as he was still on Middle-earth and free to avail himself of a little polite deceit, he barely answered that he believed he had the honor of speaking to the niece of Mr. Redgauntlet. "Surely," she replied, "but were it not as easy for you to have said to your own only sister?" Darcy started in his saddle, as if he had received a pistol shot. "My sister!" he exclaimed. "And you did not know it then?" said she. "I thought your reception of me was cold and indifferent." A kind and cordial embrace took place betwixt the relatives, and so light was Darcy's spirit that he really felt himself more relieved, by getting quit of the embarrassments of the last half-hour, during which he conceived himself in danger of being persecuted by the attachment of a forward girl, than disappointed by the vanishing of so many daydreams, as he had been in the habit of encouraging during the time when the green-mantled maiden was goddess of his idolatry. He had been already flung from his romantic Pegasus, and was too happy at length to find himself with bones unbroken, though with his back on the ground. He was besides, with all his whims and follies, a generous, kind-hearted youth, and was delighted to acknowledge so beautiful and amiable a relative, and to assure her in the warmest terms of his immediate affection and future protection, so soon as they should be extricated from their present situations. Smiles and tears mingled on Lilias' cheeks like showers and sunshine in April weather. "Out on me," she said, "that I should be so childish as to cry at what makes me so sincerely happy, since God knows family love is what my heart has most longed after, and to which it has been most a stranger. My uncle says that you and I, Darcy, are but half Redgauntlets, and that the metal of which our father's family was made has been softened to effeminacy in our mother's offspring." "Alas," said Darcy, "I know so little of our family story that I almost doubted that I belonged to the house of Redgauntlet, although the chief of the family himself intimated so much to me." "The chief of the family," said Lilias, "you must know little of your own descent. Indeed, if you mean my uncle by that expression, you yourself, my dear Darcy, are the heir and representative of our ancient house, for our father was the elder brother, that brave and unhappy Sir Henry Darcy Redgauntlet, who suffered at Carlisle in the year 1746. He took the name of Darcy, in conjunction with his own, from our mother heiress, to a Cumberland family of great wealth and antiquity, of whose large estates you are the undeniable heir, although those of your father have been involved in the general doom of forfeiture, but all this must be necessarily unknown to you. Indeed, I hear it for the first time in my life, answered Darcy. And you knew not that I was your sister, said Lilias. No wonder you received me so coldly. What a strange, wild, forward young person you must have thought mimixing myself in the fortunes of a stranger, whom I had only once spoken to corresponding with him, by signs. Good heaven, what can you have supposed me? And how should I have come to the knowledge of our connections, said Darcy. You are aware I was not acquainted with it, when we danced together at Brokenburn. I saw that with concern and fain I would have warned you, answered Lilias, but I was closely watched, and before I could find or make an opportunity of coming to a full explanation with you on a subject so agitating, I was forced to leave the room. What I did say was, you may remember, a caution to leave the southern border, for I foresaw what has since happened. But since my uncle has had you in his power, I never doubted he had communicated to you our whole family history. He has left me to learn it from you, Lilias, and assure yourself that I will hear it with more pleasure from your lips than from his. I have no reason to be pleased with his conduct towards me. Of that, said Lilias, you will judge better when you have heard what I have to tell you, and she began her communication in the following manner. Chapter 18. Narrative of Darcy Latimer continued. The house of Redgauntlet, said the young lady, has for centuries been supposed to lie under a doom, which has rendered vain their courage, their talents, their ambition, and their wisdom, often making a figure in history. They have been ever in the situation of men striving against both wind and tide, who distinguished themselves by their desperate exertions of strength and their persevering endurance of toil, but without being able to advance themselves upon their course by either vigor or resolution. They pretend to trace this fatality to a legendary history, which I may tell you at a less busy moment. Darcy intimated that he had already heard the tragic story of Sir Alberic Redgauntlet. I need only say, then proceeded Lilias, that our father and uncle felt the family doom in its full extent. They were both possessed of considerable property, which was largely increased by our father's marriage, and were both devoted to the service of the unhappy house of Stuart. But as our mother at least supposed family considerations might have withheld her husband from joining openly in the affair of 1745, had not the high influence which the younger brother possessed over the elder, from his more decided energy of character, hurried him along with himself into that undertaking. When therefore the enterprise came to the fatal conclusion which bereaved our father of his life, and consigned his brother to exile, Lady Redgauntlet fled from the north of England, determined to break off all communication with her late husband's family, particularly his brother, whom she regarded as having by their insane political enthusiasm been the means of his untimely death, and determined that you, my brother, an infant, and that I, to whom she had just given birth, should be brought up as adherents of the present dynasty. Perhaps she was too hasty in this determination, too timidly anxious to exclude if possible from the knowledge of the very spot where we existed a relation so nearly connected with us as our father's only brother. But you must make allowance for what she had suffered. See, brother, she said, pulling her glove off, these 5 blood specks on my arm are a mark by which mysterious nature has impressed on an unborn infant a record of its father's violent death, and its mother's miseries. Several persons have brought down to these days the impressions which nature had thus recorded when they were yet babes unborn. One lady of quality, whose father was long under sentence of death previous to the rebellion, was marked on the back of the neck by the sign of a broad axe. Another, whose kinsman had been slain in battle and died on the scaffold, to the number of 7, bore a child spattered on the right shoulder and down the arm with scarlet drops, as if of blood. Many other instances might be quoted. You were not then born when my father suffered, said Darcy. Alas, no, she replied, nor were you a 12-month-old. It was no wonder that my mother, after going through such scenes of agony, became irresistibly anxious for the sake of her children, of her son in particular, the more especially as the late Sir Henry, her husband, had, by a settlement of his affairs, confided the custody of the persons of her children, as well as the estates which descended to them, independently of those which fell under his forfeiture, to his brother Hugh, in whom he placed unlimited confidence. But my mother had no reason to fear the operation of such a deed, conceived in favor of an attainted man, said Darcy. True, replied Lilias, But our uncle's attainder might have been reversed like that of so many other persons, and our mother, who both feared and hated him, lived in continual terror that this would be the case, and that she should see the author as she thought him of her husband's death come armed with legal powers, and in a capacity to use them for the purpose of tearing her children from her protection. Besides, she feared, even in his incapacitated condition, the adventurous and pertinacious spirit of her brother-in-law Hugh Redgauntlet, and felt assured that he would make some attempt to possess himself of the persons of the children. On the other hand, our uncle, whose proud disposition might perhaps have been soothed by the offer of her confidence, revolted against the distrustful and suspicious manner in which Lady Darcy Redgauntlet acted towards him. She basely abused, he said, the unhappy circumstances in which he was placed in order to deprive him of his natural privilege of protecting and educating the infants whom nature and law and the will of their father had committed to his charge, and he swore solemnly he would not submit to such an injury. Report of his threats was made to Lady Redgauntlet, and tended to increase those fears, which proved but too well founded, while you and I, children at that time of 2 or 3 years old, were playing together in a walled orchard adjacent to our mother's residence, which she had fixed somewhere in Devonshire. My uncle suddenly scaled the wall with several men, and I was snatched up and carried off to a boat which waited for them. My mother, however, flew to your rescue, and as she seized on and held you fast, my uncle could not, as he has since told me, possess himself of your person without using unmanly violence to his brother's widow. Of this he was incapable, and as people began to assemble upon my mother's screaming, he withdrew after darting upon you, and her one of those fearful looks which it is said remain with our family, as a fatal bequest of Sir Alberic our ancestor. I have some recollection of the scuffle which you mentioned, said Darcy, and I think it was my uncle himself, since my uncle he is, who recalled the circumstance to my mind on a late occasion. I can now account for the guarded seclusion under which my poor mother lived, for her frequent tears, her starts of hysterical alarm, and her constant and deep melancholy. Poor lady, what a lot was hers, and what must have been her feelings when it approached to a close. It was then that she adopted, said Lilias, every precaution her ingenuity could suggest to keep your very existence concealed from the person whom she feared, nay, from yourself, for she dreaded, as she is said often to have expressed herself, that the wildfire blood of Redgauntlet would urge you to unite your fortunes to those of your uncle, who was well known still to carry on political intrigues, which most other persons had considered as desperate. It was also possible that he, as well as others, might get his pardon, as government showed every year more lenity towards the remnant of the Jacobites, and then he might claim the custody of your person as your legal guardian. Either of these events she considered as the direct road to your destruction. I wonder she had not claimed the protection of Chancery for me, said Darcy, or confided me to the care of some powerful friend. She was on indifferent terms with her relations on account of her marriage with our father, said Lilias, and trusted more to secreting you from your uncle's attempts than to any protection which law might afford against them. Perhaps she judged unwisely, but surely not unnaturally, for one rendered irritable by so many misfortunes and so many alarms. Samuel Griffiths, an eminent banker and a worthy clergyman now dead, were, I believe, the only persons whom she entrusted with the execution of her last will, and my uncle believes that she made them both swear to observe profound secrecy concerning your birth and pretensions, until you should come to the age of majority, and in the meantime to breed you up in the most private way possible, and that which was most likely to withdraw you from my uncle's observation. And I have no doubt, said Darcy, that betwixt change of name and habitation they might have succeeded perfectly, but for the accident, lucky or unlucky, I know not which to term it, which brought me to Brokenburn, and into contact with Mr. Redgauntlet. I see also why I was warned against England, for in England alone, if I understand rightly, said Miss Redgauntlet, the claims of your uncle to the custody of your person could have been enforced in case of his being replaced in the ordinary rights of citizenship, either by the lenity of the government, or by some change in it. In Scotland, where you possess no property, I understand his authority might have been resisted, and measures taken to put you under the protection of the law. But pray think it not unlucky that you have taken the step of visiting Brokenburn. I feel confident that the consequences must be ultimately fortunate, for have they not already brought us into contact with each other? So saying, she held out her hand to her brother, who grasped it with a fondness of pressure very different from the manner in which they first clasped hands that morning. There was a moment's pause, while the hearts of both were overflowing with a feeling of natural affection, to which circumstances had hitherto rendered them strangers. At length Darcy broke silence. "I am ashamed," he said, "my dearest Lilias, that I have suffered you to talk so long about matters concerning myself, only while I remain ignorant of your story and your present situation. The former is none of the most interesting, nor the latter the most safe or agreeable," answered Lilias. "But now, my dearest brother, I shall have the inestimable support of your countenance and affection. And were I but sure that we could weather the formidable crisis, which I find so close at hand, I should have little apprehensions for the future. Let me know," said Darcy, "what our present situation is, and rely upon my utmost exertions, both in your defense and my own. For what reason can my uncle desire to detain me a prisoner, if in mere opposition to the will of my mother? She has long been no more, and I see not why he should wish at so much trouble and risk to interfere with the free will of one to whom a few months will give a privilege of acting for himself, with which he will have no longer any pretence to interfere." "My dearest Arthur," answered Lilias, "for that name, as well as Darcy properly belongs to you, it is the leading feature in my uncle's character, that he has applied every energy of his powerful mind to the service of the exiled family of Stuart. The death of his brother, the dilapidation of his own fortunes, have only added to his hereditary zeal for the house of Stuart a deep and almost personal hatred against the present reigning family. He is in short a political enthusiast of the most dangerous character, and proceeds in his agency with as much confidence as if he felt himself the very Atlas who is alone capable of supporting a sinking cause. And where or how did you, my Lilias, educated doubtless under his auspices, learn to have a different view of such subjects?" "By a singular chance," replied Lilias, "in the nunnery, where my uncle placed me, although the abbess was a person exactly after his own heart. My education, as a pensioner, devolved much on an excellent old mother, who had adopted the tenets of the Jansenists, with perhaps a still further tendency towards the reformed doctrines than those of Port Royal. The mysterious secrecy with which she inculcated these tenets gave them charms to my young mind, and I embraced them the rather that they were in direct opposition to the doctrines of the abbess, whom I hated so much for her severity that I felt a childish delight in setting her control at defiance, and contradicting in my secret soul all that I was openly obliged to listen to with reverence. Freedom of religious opinion brings on, I suppose, freedom of political creed, for I had no sooner renounced the Pope's infallibility than I began to question the doctrine of hereditary and indefeasible right. In short, strange as it may seem, I came out of a Parisian convent, not indeed an instructed Whig and Protestant, but with as much inclination to be so as if I had been bred up like you within the Presbyterian sound of St. Giles' chimes." "More so perhaps," replied Darcy, "for the nearer the churched proverb is somewhat musty. But how did these liberal opinions of yours agree with the very opposite prejudices of my uncle?" "They would have agreed like fire and water," answered Lilias, "had I suffered mine to become visible. But as that would have subjected me to constant reproach and upbraiding or worse, I took great care to keep my own secret, so that occasional censures for coldness and lack of zeal for the good cause were the worst I had to undergo, and these were bad enough." "I applaud your caution," said Darcy. "You have reason," replied his sister, "but I got so terrible a specimen of my uncle's determination of character, before I had been acquainted with him for much more than a week, that it taught me at what risk I should contradict his humor. I will tell you the circumstances, for it will better teach you to appreciate the romantic and resolved nature of his character than anything which I could state of his rashness and enthusiasm. After I had been many a long year at the convent, I was removed from thence, and placed with a meagre old Scottish lady of high rank, the daughter of an unfortunate person, whose head had in the year 1715 been placed on Temple Bar. She subsisted on a small pension from the French court, aided by an occasional gratuity from the Stuarts, to which the annuity paid for my board formed a desirable addition. She was not ill-tempered, nor very covetous, neither beat me nor starved me, but she was so completely trammelled by rank and prejudices, so awfully profound in genealogy, and so bitterly keen, poor lady, in British politics, that I sometimes thought it pity that the Hanoverians who murdered, as she used to tell me, her poor dear father, had left his dear daughter in the land of the living. Delighted therefore was I when my uncle made his appearance, and abruptly announced his purpose of conveying me to England. My extravagant joy at the idea of leaving Lady Rachel Rougedragon was somewhat qualified by observing the melancholy look, lofty demeanor, and commanding tone of my near relative. He held more communication with me on the journey, however, than consisted with his taciturn demeanor in general, and seemed anxious to ascertain my tone of character, and particularly in point of courage. Now though I am tamed Redgauntlet, yet I have still so much of our family spirit as enables me to be as composed in danger as most of my sex. And upon 2 occasions, in the course of our journey, a threatened attack by banditti, and the overturn of our carriage, I had the fortune so to conduct myself as to convey to my uncle a very favorable idea of my intrepidity. Probably, this encouraged him to put in execution the singular scheme which he had in agitation. Ere we reached London, we changed our means of conveyance, and altered the route by which we approached the city more than once. Then, like a hare, which doubles repeatedly at some distance from the seat she means to occupy, and at last leaps into her form from a distance so great as she can clear by a spring, we made a forced march, and landed in private and obscure lodgings in a little old street in Westminster, not far from the cloisters. On the morning of the day on which we arrived, my uncle went abroad and did not return for some hours. Meantime, I had no other amusement than to listen to the tumult of noises, which succeeded each other or reigned in confusion together during the whole morning. Paris I had thought the most noisy capital in the world, but Paris seemed midnight silence compared to London. Cannon thundered near, and at a distance drums, trumpets and military music of every kind rolled, flourished, and pierced the clouds almost without intermission. To fill up, the concert bells pealed incessantly from 100 steeples. The acclamations of an immense multitude were heard from time to time like the roaring of a mighty ocean, and all this without my being able to glean the least idea of what was going on, for the windows of our apartment looked upon a waste backyard, which seemed totally deserted. My curiosity became extreme, for I was satisfied at length that it must be some festival of the highest order which called forth these incessant sounds. My uncle at length returned, and with him a man of an exterior singularly unprepossessing. I need not describe him to you. Fordo, not look round, rides behind us at this moment. That respectable person, Mr. Crystal Nixon, I suppose, said Darcy. The same, answered Lilias. Make no gesture that may intimate we are speaking of him. Darcy signified that he understood her, and she pursued her relation. They were both in full dress, and my uncle, taking a bundle from Nixon, said to me, Lilias, I am come to carry you to see a grand ceremony. Put on as hastily as you can the dress you will find in that parcel, and prepare to attend me. I found a female dress splendid and elegant, but somewhat bordering upon the antique fashion. It might be that of England, I thought, and I went to my apartment full of curiosity, and dressed myself with all speed. My uncle surveyed me with attention. She may pass for one of the flower girls, he said to Nixon, who only answered with a nod. We left the house together, and such was their knowledge of the lanes, courts, and bypaths, that though there was the roar of a multitude in the broad streets, those which we traversed were silent and deserted, and the strollers whom we met, tired of gazing upon gayer figures, scarcely honored us with a passing look, although at any other time we should among these vulgar suburbs have attracted a troublesome share of observation. We crossed at length a broad street, where many soldiers were on guard, while others, exhausted with previous duty, were eating, drinking, smoking, and sleeping beside their piled arms. One day Nixon whispered my uncle, we will make these red-coated gentry stand to their muskets more watchfully, or it will be the worse for them, answered his attendant in a voice as unpleasant as his physiognomy. Unquestioned and unchallenged by anyone, we crossed among the guards, and Nixon tapped thrice at a small postern door in a huge ancient building which was straight before us. It opened, and we entered without my perceiving, by whom we were admitted. A few dark and narrow passages at length conveyed us into an immense Gothic hall, the magnificence of which baffles my powers of description. It was illuminated by 10,000 wax lights, whose splendor at first dazzled my eyes, coming as we did from these dark and secret avenues. But when my sight began to become steady, how shall I describe what I beheld beneath? Were huge ranges of tables occupied by princes and nobles in their robes of state, high officers of the crown, wearing their dresses and badges of authority, reverend prelates, and judges, the sages of the church and law, in their more somber, yet not less awful robes, with others, whose antique and striking costume announced their importance, though I could not even guess who they might be. But at length, the truth burst on me at onset was, and the murmurs around confirmed it, the coronation feast at a table above the rest, and extending across the upper end of the hall sat enthroned the youthful sovereign himself, surrounded by the princes of the blood and other dignitaries, and receiving the suit and homage of his subjects' heralds, and pursuivants blazing in their fantastic, yet splendid armorial habits and pages of honor, gorgeously arrayed in the of other days waited upon the princely banqueters in the galleries, with which this spacious hall was surrounded, shone all and more than all that my poor imagination could conceive of what was brilliant in riches, or captivating in beauty countless rows of ladies, whose diamonds, jewels, and splendid attire were their least powerful charms looked down from their lofty seats on the rich scene beneath themselves, forming a show as dazzling and as beautiful as that of which they were spectators under these galleries. And behind the banqueting tables were a multitude of gentlemen dressed as if to attend a court, but whose garb, although rich enough to have adorned a royal drawing-room, could not distinguish them in such a high scene as this. Amongst these, we wandered for a few minutes undistinguished and unregarded. I saw several young persons dressed, as I was under no embarrassment from the singularity of my habit, and only rejoiced as I hung on my uncle's arm at the magical splendor of such a scene, and at his goodness for procuring me the pleasure of beholding it. By and by, I perceived that my uncle had acquaintances among those who were under the galleries, and seemed like ourselves to be mere spectators of the solemnity. They recognized each other with a single word, sometimes only with a grip of the hand exchanged, some private signs, doubtless, and gradually formed a little group in the center of which we were placed. "Is it not a grand sight, Lilias?" said my uncle. "All the noble, and all the wise, and all the wealthy of Britain are there assembled." "It is indeed," said I, "all that my mind could have fancied of regal power and splendor." "Girl," he whispered, and my uncle can make his whispers as terribly emphatic as his thundering voice, or his blighting look. "All that is noble and worthy in this fair land are there assembled, but it is to bend like slaves and sycophants before the throne of a new usurper." I looked at him, and the dark hereditary frown of our unhappy ancestor was black upon his brow. "For God's sake," I whispered, "consider where we are." "Fear nothing," he said, "we are surrounded by friends." As he proceeded, his strong and muscular frame shook with suppressed agitation. "See," he said, "yonder bends Norfolk, renegade to his Catholic faith. There stoops the Bishop of Traitor to the Church of England and shame of shames. Yonder the gigantic form of Errol bows his head before the grandson of his father's murderer. But a sign shall be seen this night, amongst Themin mean Tekel, a parson, shall be read on these walls, as distinctly as the spectral handwriting made them visible on those of Belshazzar." "For God's sake," said I, dreadfully alarmed, "it is impossible you can meditate violence in such a presence." "None is intended, fool," he answered, "nor can the slightest mischance happen provided you will rally your boasted courage and obey my directions. But do it coolly and quickly, for there are 100 lives at stake." "Alas, what can I do?" I asked in the utmost terror. "Only be prompt to execute my bidding," said he. "It is but to lift a glove here. Hold this in your hand, throw the train of your dress over it, be firm, composed, and readier at all events." I stepped forward myself. "If there is no violence designed," I said, taking mechanically the iron glove he put into my hand. I could not conceive his meaning, but in the excited state of mind in which I beheld him, I was convinced that disobedience on my part would lead to some wild explosion. I felt from the emergency of the occasion a sudden presence of mind, and resolved to do anything that might avert violence and bloodshed. I was not long held in suspense. A loud flourish of trumpets and the voice of heralds were mixed with the clatter of horses' hoofs, while a champion armed at all points like those I had read of in romances, attended by squires' pages, and the whole retinue of chivalry pranced forward, mounted upon a barbed steed. His challenge, in defiance of all who dared impeach the title of the new sovereign, was recited aloud once and again. "Rush in at the third sounding," said my uncle to me, "bring me the parader's gauge, and leave mine in lieu of it." I could not see how this was to be done, as we were surrounded by people on all sides, but at the third sounding of the trumpets, a lane opened as if by word of command betwixt me and the champion, and my uncle's voice said, "Now, Lilias, now." With a swift and yet steady step, and with a presence of mind for which I have never since been able to account, I discharged the perilous commission. I was hardly seen, I believe, as I exchanged the pledges of battle, and in an instant retired. "Nobly done, my girl," said my uncle, at whose side I found myself shrouded, as I was before, by the interposition of the bystanders. "Cover our retreat, gentlemen," he whispered to those around him. Room was made for us to approach the wall which seemed to open, and we were again involved in the dark passages, through which we had formerly passed in a small anteroom. My uncle stopped, and hastily muffling me in a mantle, which was lying there, we passed the guards, threaded the labyrinth of empty streets and courts, and reached our retired lodgings without attracting the least attention. I have often heard, said Darcy, that a female supposed to be a man in disguised. Yet Lilias, you do not look very masculine. Had taken up the champion's gauntlet at the present king's coronation, and left in its place a gage of battle, with a paper offering to accept the combat, provided a fair field should be allowed, for it I have hitherto considered it as an idle tale. I little thought how nearly I was interested in the actors of a scene so daring. How could you have courage to go through with it? See Note 9. Had I had leisure for reflection, answered his sister, I should have refused from a mixture of principle and of fear. But like many people who do daring actions, I went on, because I had not time to think of retreating. The matter was little known, and it is said the king had commanded that it should not be further inquired into from prudence, as I suppose, and lenity, though my uncle chooses to ascribe the forbearance of the Elector of Hanover, as he calls him, sometimes to pusillanimity, and sometimes to a presumptuous scorn of the faction who opposes his title. And have your subsequent agencies under this frantic enthusiast, said Darcy, equaled this in danger? None or in importance, replied Lilias, though I have witnessed much of the strange and desperate machinations, by which in spite of every obstacle, and in contempt of every danger he endeavours to awaken the courage of a broken party, I have traversed in his company all England and Scotland, and have visited the most extraordinary and contrasted scenes, now lodging at the castles of the proud gentry of Cheshire and Wales, where the retired aristocrats with opinions as antiquated as their dwellings, and their manners still continue to nourish Jacobitical principles, and the next week perhaps spent among outlawed smugglers or Highland banditti. I have known my uncle often act the part of a hero, and sometimes that of a mere vulgar conspirator, and turn himself with the most surprising flexibility into all sorts of shapes, to attract proselytes to his cause. Which in the present day, said Darcy, he finds, I presume, no easy task. So difficult, said Lilias, that I believe he has at different times, disgusted with the total falling away of some friends, and the coldness of others, been almost on the point of resigning his undertaking. How often I known him affect an open brow and a jovial manner, joining in the games of the gentry, and even in the sports of the common people, in order to invest himself with a temporary degree of popularity, while in fact his heart was bursting to witness what he called the degeneracy of the times, the decay of activity among the aged, and the want of zeal in the rising generation after the day has been spent in the hardest exercise. He has spent the night in pacing his solitary chamber, bewailing the downfall of the cause, and wishing for the bullet of Dundee or the axe of Bommarino. A strange delusion, said Darcy, and it is wonderful that it does not yield to the force of reality. Ah, but, replied Lilias, realities of late have seemed to flatter his hopes. The general dissatisfaction with the peace, the unpopularity of the minister, which has extended itself even to the person of his master, the various uproars which have disturbed the peace of the metropolis, and a general state of disgust and disaffection, which seems to affect the body of the nation, have given unwonted encouragement to the expiring hopes of the Jacobites, and induced many both at the court of Rome, and if it can be called so, of the pretender, to lend a more favorable ear than they had hitherto done to the insinuations of those who, like my uncle, hope, when hope is lost to all but themselves. Nay, I really believe that at this moment they meditate some desperate effort. My uncle has been doing all in his power of late to conciliate the affections of those wild communities that dwell on the Solway, over whom our family possessed a seigneurial interest before the forfeiture, and amongst whom, on the occasion of 1745, our unhappy father's interest, with his own, raised a considerable body of men, but they are no longer willing to obey his summons, and as one apology among others, they allege your absence as their natural head and leader. This has increased his desire to obtain possession of your person, and if he possibly can, to influence your mind, so as to obtain your authority to his proceedings. That he shall never obtain, answered Darcy. My principles and my prudence alike forbid such a step. Besides, it would be totally unavailing to his purpose. Whatever these people may pretend to evade your uncle's importunities, they cannot, at this time of day, think of subjecting their necks again to the feudal yoke, which was effectually broken by the Act of 1748, abolishing vassalage and hereditary jurisdictions. "Ay, but that my uncle considers as the act of a usurping government," said Lilias. "Like enough he may think so," answered her brother, "for he is a superior, and loses his authority by the enactment. But the question is what the vassals will think of it, who have gained their freedom from feudal slavery, and have now enjoyed that freedom for many years. However, to cut the matter short, if 500 men would rise at the wagging of my finger, that finger shall not be raised in a cause which I disapprove of, and upon that my uncle may reckon." "But you may temporize," said Lilias, upon whom the idea of her uncle's displeasure made evidently a strong impression. "You may temporize, as most of the gentry in this country do, and let the bubble burst of itself, for it is singular how few of them venture to oppose my uncle directly. I entreat you to avoid direct collision with him. To hear you the head of the house of Redgauntlet declare against the family of Stuart would either break his heart or drive him to some act of desperation." "Yes, but Lilias, you forget that the consequences of such an act of complaisance might be that the house of Redgauntlet and I might lose both our heads at one blow." "Alas," said she, "I had forgotten that danger. I have grown familiar with perilous intrigues, as the nurses in a pest house are said to become accustomed to the air around them, till they forget even that it is noisome." "And yet," said Darcy, "if I could free myself from him, without coming to an open rupture, tell me, Lilias, do you think it possible that he can have any immediate attempt in view?" "To confess the truth," answered Lilias, "I cannot doubt that he has. There has been an unusual bustle among the Jacobites of late. They have hopes, as I told you, from circumstances unconnected with their own strength. Just before you came to the country, my uncle's desire to find you out became, if possible, more eager than ever. Talked of men to be presently brought together, and of your name and influence for raising them at this very time. Your first visit to Brokenburn took place. A suspicion arose in my uncle's mind that you might be the youth he sought, and it was strengthened by papers and letters, which the rascal Nixon did not hesitate to take from your pocket. Yet a mistake might have occasioned a fatal explosion, and my uncle therefore posted to Edinburgh to follow out the clue. He had obtained and fished enough of information from old Mr. Fairford to make him certain that you were the person he sought. Meanwhile, and at the expense of some personal, and perhaps too bold exertion, I endeavored through your friend young Fairford to put you on your guard." "Without success," said Darcy, blushing under his mask, when he recollected how he had mistaken his sister's meaning. "I do not wonder that my warning was fruitless," said she. "The thing was doomed to be. Besides, your escape would have been difficult. You were dogged the whole time you were at the Shepherd's Bush, and at Mount Sharon by a spy who scarcely ever left you." "The wretch, little Benjy," exclaimed Darcy. "I will wring the monkey's neck round the first time we meet." "It was he indeed who gave constant information of your motions to Crystal Nixon," said Lilias. "And Crystal Nixon, I owe him 2 days' work in harvest," said Darcy, "for I am mistaken if he was not the person that struck me down when I was made prisoner among the rioters. Like enough, for he has a head and hand for any villainy. My uncle was very angry about it, for though the riot was made to have an opportunity of carrying you off in the confusion, as well as to put the fishermen at variance with the public law, it would have been his last thought to have injured a hair of your head. But Nixon has insinuated himself into all my uncle's secrets, and some of these are so dark and dangerous that though there are few things he would not dare, I doubt if he dare quarrel with him, and yet I know that of Crystal would move my uncle to pass his sword through his body." "What is it, for heaven's sake?" said Darcy. "I have a particular desire for wishing to know." "The old brutal desperado, whose face and mind are a libel upon human nature, has had the insolence to speak to his master's niece as one whom he was at liberty to admire, and when I turned on him with the anger and contempt he merited, the wretch grumbled out something as if he held the destiny of our family in his hand." "I thank you, Lilias," said Darcy eagerly. "I thank you with all my heart for this communication. I have blamed myself as a Christian man for the indescribable longing I felt from the first moment I saw that rascal to send a bullet through his head. And now you have perfectly accounted for and justified this very laudable wish. I wonder my uncle, with the powerful sense you describe him to be possessed of, does not see through such a villain." "I believe he knows him to be capable of much evil," answered Lilias, "selfish, obdurate, brutal, and a man-hater. But then he conceives him to possess the qualities most requisite for a conspirator: undaunted courage, imperturbable coolness and address, and inviolable fidelity. In the last particular, he may be mistaken. I have heard Nixon blamed for the manner in which our poor father was taken after Culloden." Another reason for my innate aversion, said Darcy, but I will be on my guard with him. See, he observes us closely, said Lilias. What a thing is conscience, he knows we are now speaking of him, though he cannot have heard a word that we have said. It seemed as if she had guessed truly, for Crystal Nixon at that moment rode up to them, and said with an affectation of jocularity, which sat very ill on his sullen features, Come, young ladies, you have had time enough for your chat this morning, and your tongues I think must be tired. We are going to pass a village, and I must beg you to separate you, Miss Lilias, to ride a little behind, and you Mrs. or Miss or Master, whichever you choose to be called, to be jogging a little before. Lilias checked her horse without speaking, but not until she had given her brother an expressive look, recommending caution, to which he replied by a signal indicating that he understood and would comply with her request. Chapter 19. Narrative of Darcy Latimer continued. Left to his solitary meditations, Darcy, for we will still term Sir Arthur Darcy Redgauntlet of that ilk, by the name to which the reader is habituated, was surprised, not only at the alteration of his own state and condition, but at the equanimity with which he felt himself disposed to view all these vicissitudes. His fever fit of love had departed like a morning's dream, and left nothing behind but a painful sense of shame, and a resolution to be more cautious ere he again indulged in such romantic visions. His station in society was changed from that of a wandering, unowned youth, in whom none appeared to take an interest, excepting the strangers by whom he had been educated, to the heir of a noble house, possessed of such influence and such property that it seemed as if the progress or arrest of important political events were likely to depend upon his resolution. Even this sudden elevation, the more than fulfillment of those wishes, which had haunted him ever since he was able to form a wish on the subject, was contemplated by Darcy Volatile, as his disposition was without more than a few thrills of gratified vanity. It is true there were circumstances in his present situation to counterbalance such high advantages. To be a prisoner in the hands of a man so determined as his uncle was no agreeable consideration, when he was calculating how he might best dispute his pleasure, and refused to join him in the perilous enterprise which he seemed to meditate. Outlawed and desperate himself, Darcy could not doubt that his uncle was surrounded by men capable of anything, that he was restrained by no personal considerations, and therefore what degree of compulsion he might apply to his brother's son, or in what manner he might feel at liberty to punish his contumacy, should he disavow the Jacobite cause, must depend entirely upon the limits of his own conscience. And who was to answer for the conscience of a heated enthusiast, who considers opposition to the party he has espoused as treason to the welfare of his country? After a short interval, Crystal Nixon was pleased to throw some light upon the subject which agitated him. When that grim satellite rode up without ceremony close to Darcy's side, the latter felt his very flesh creep with abhorrence, so little was he able to endure his presence, since the story of Lilias had added to his instinctive hatred of the man. His voice too sounded like that of a screechal, as he said, So, my young cock of the north, you now know it all, and no doubt are blessing your uncle for stirring you up to such an honorable action. I will acquaint my uncle with my sentiments on the subject, before I make them known to anyone else, said Darcy, scarcely prevailing on his tongue to utter even these few words in a civil manner. Murmured Crystal betwixt his teeth, close as wax I see, and perhaps not quite so pliable. But take care, my pretty youth, he added scornfully, Hugh Redgauntlet will prove a rough colt-breaker, will neither spare whipcord nor spurl, I promise you. I have already said, Mr. Nixon, answered Darcy, that I will canvass those matters of which my sister has informed me with my uncle himself, and with no other person. Nay, but a word of friendly advice would do you no harm, young master, replied Nixon. Old Redgauntlet is apter at a blow than a word likely to bite before he barks. True man for giving Scarborough warning, first knock you down, then bid you stand, so, methinks a little kind warning, as to consequences were not amiss, lest they come upon you unawares. If the warning is really kind, Mr. Nixon, said the young man, I will hear it thankfully, and indeed if otherwise, I must listen to it whether I will or no, since I have at present no choice of company, or of conversation. Nay, I have but little to say, said Nixon, affecting to give to his sullen and dogged manner the appearance of an honest bluntness. I am as little apt to throw away words as anyone, but here is the question, will you join heart and hand with your uncle or no? What if I should say, I, said Darcy, determined, if possible, to conceal his resolution from this man. "Why then," said Nixon, somewhat surprised at the readiness of his answer, "all will go smooth, of course you will take share in this noble undertaking, and when it succeeds, you will exchange your open helmet for an earl's coronet perhaps." "And how if it fails?" said Darcy. "Thereafter, as it may be," said Nixon, "they who play at bowls must meet with rubbers." "Well, but suppose then I have some foolish tenderness for my windpipe, and that when my uncle proposes the adventure to me, I should say no how, then, Mr. Nixon." "Why then I would have you look to yourself, young master. There are sharp laws in France against refractory pupils. Letters de cachet are easily come by, when such men as we are concerned with interest themselves in the matter." "But we are not in France," said poor Darcy, through whose blood ran a cold shivering at the idea of a French prison. "A fast-sailing lugger will soon bring you there, though snug stowed under hatches, like a cask of moonlight." "But the French are at peace with us," said Darcy, "and would not dare—" "Why, who would ever hear of you?" interrupted Nixon. "Do you imagine that a foreign court would call you up for judgment, and put the sentence of imprisonment in the Courrier de l'Europe, as they do at the Old Bailey? No, no, young gentleman. The gates of the Bastille and of Mont Saint Michel and the castle of Vincennes move on easy hinges. When they let folk in, note the least jar is heard. There are cool cells there for hot headses, calm and quiet and dark, as you could wish in Bedlam, and the dismissal comes when the carpenter brings the prisoner's coffin, and not sooner." "Well, Mr. Nixon," said Darcy, affecting a cheerfulness which he was far from feeling, "mine is a hard case, a sort of hanging choice. You will allow, since I must either offend our own government here, and run the risk of my life for doing so, or be doomed to the dungeons of another country, whose laws I have never offended, since I have never trod its soil. Tell me what you would do if you were in my place." "I'll tell you that, when I am there," said Nixon, and checking his horse fell back to the rear of the little party. "It is evident," thought the young man, "that the villain believes me completely noosed, and perhaps has the ineffable impudence to suppose that my sister must eventually succeed to the possessions which have occasioned my loss of freedom, and that his own influence over the destinies of our unhappy family may secure him possession of the heiress. But he shall perish by my hand first. I must now be on the alert to make my escape if possible before I am forced on shipboard. Blind Willie will not, I think, desert me without an effort on my behalf, especially if he has learned that I am the son of his late unhappy patron. What a change is mine! Whilst I possessed neither rank nor fortune, I lived safely and unknown under the protection of the kind and respectable friends whose hearts heaven had moved towards me. Now that I am the head of an honorable house, and that enterprises of the most daring character await my decision, and retainers and vassals seem ready to rise at my beck, my safety consists chiefly in the attachment of a blind stroller." While he was revolving these things in his mind, and preparing himself for the interview with his uncle, which could not but be a stormy one, he saw Hugh Redgauntlet come riding slowly back to meet them without any attendants. Crystal Nixon rode up as he approached, and as they met fixed on him a look of inquiry. "The fool Krakenthorpe," said Redgauntlet, "has let strangers into his house, some of his smuggling comrades, I believe. We must ride slowly to give him time to send them packing." "Did you see any of your friends?" said Crystal. "Three, and have letters from many more. They are unanimous on the subject, you wot. Often the point must be conceded to them, or far as the matter has gone, it will go no further." "You will hardly bring the father to stoop to his flock," said Crystal with a sneer. "He must, and shall," answered Redgauntlet, briefly. "Go to the front, Crystal. I would speak with my nephew. I trust Sir Arthur Redgauntlet, you are satisfied with the manner in which I have discharged my duty to your sister." "There can be no fault found to her manners or sentiments," answered Darcy. "I am happy in knowing a relative so amiable." "I am glad of it," answered Mr. Redgauntlet. "I am no nice judge of women's qualifications, and my life has been dedicated to one great object, so that since she left France, she has had but little opportunity of improvement. I have subjected her, however, as little as possible to the inconveniences and privations of my wandering and dangerous life. From time to time, she has resided for weeks and months with families of honor and respectability, and I am glad that she has, in your opinion, the manners and behavior which become her birth." Darcy expressed himself perfectly satisfied, and there was a little pause which Redgauntlet broke by solemnly addressing his nephew. "For you, my nephew, I also hope to have done much. The weakness and timidity of your mother sequestered you from my care, or it would have been my pride and happiness to have trained up the son of my unhappy brother in those paths of honor, in which our ancestors have always trod. Now comes the storm, thought Darcy to himself, and began to collect his thoughts, as the cautious master of a vessel furls his sails and makes his ship snug when he discerns the approaching squall. My mother's conduct in respect to me might be misjudged, he said, but it was founded on the most anxious affection. Assuredly, said his uncle, and I have no wish to reflect on her memory, though her mistrust has done so much injury, I will not say to me, but to the cause of my unhappy country her scheme was I think to have made you that wretched pettifogging being which they still continue to call in derision by the once respectable name of a Scottish advocate, one of those mongrel things that must creep to learn the ultimate decision of his causes to the bar of a foreign court, instead of pleading before the independent and august parliament of his own native kingdom. I did prosecute the study of law for a year or two, said Darcy, but I found I had neither taste nor talents for the science. And left it with scorn. Doubtless, said Mr. Redgauntlet. Well, I now hold up to you, my dearest nephew, a more worthy object of ambition. Look eastward, oh, you see a monument, standing on yonder plain near a hamlet. Darcy replied that he did. The hamlet is called Burgh upon Sands, and yonder monument is erected to the memory of the tyrant Edward Roman I. The just hand of Providence overtook him on that spot, as he was leading his bands to complete the subjugation of Scotland, whose civil dissensions began under his accursed policy. The glorious career of Bruce might have been stopped. In its outset the field of Bannockburn might have remained a bloodless turf, if God had not removed in the very crisis the crafty and bold tyrant who had so long been Scotland's scourge. Edward's grave is the cradle of our national freedom. It is within sight of that great landmark of our liberty that I have to propose to you an undertaking second, in honor and importance to none, since the immortal Bruce stabbed the red Comyn, and grasped with his yet bloody hand the independent crown of Scotland. He paused for an answer, but Darcy, overawed by the energy of his manner, and unwilling to commit himself by a hasty explanation, remained silent. I will not suppose, said Hugh Redgauntlet, after a pause, that you are either so dull as not to comprehend the import of my word, sir, so dastardly as to be dismayed by my proposal, so utterly degenerate from the blood and sentiments of your ancestors, as not to feel my summons as the horse hears the war trumpet. I will not pretend to misunderstand you, sir, said Darcy, but an enterprise directed against a dynasty now established for 3 reigns requires strong arguments both in point of justice and of expediency to recommend it to men of conscience and prudence. I will not, said Redgauntlet, while his eyes sparkled with anger, I will not hear you speak a word against the justice of that enterprise, for which your oppressed country calls, with the voice of a parent, entreating her children for aid, or against that noble revenge which your father's blood demands from his dishonored grave. His skull is yet standing over the Rickargate. The northern gate of Carlisle was long garnished with the heads of the Scottish rebels executed in 1746, and even its bleak and mouldered jaws command you to be a man. I ask you in the name of God and of your country, will you draw your sword and go with me to Carlisle were it but to lay your father's head, now the perch of the obscene owl and carrion crow, and the scoff of every ribald clown in consecrated earth, as befits his long ancestry? Darcy, unprepared to answer an appeal urged with so much passion, and not doubting a direct refusal would cost him his liberty or life, was again silent. I see, said his uncle in a more composed tone, that it is not deficiency of spirit, but the groveling habits of a confined education among the poor-spirited class. You were condemned to herd with that keeps you silent. You scarce yet believe yourself a Redgauntlet. Your pulse has not yet learned the genuine throb that answers to the summons of honor and of patriotism. I trust, replied Darcy at last, that I shall never be found indifferent to the call of either, but to answer them with effect. Evan, were I convinced that they now sounded in my ear, I must see some reasonable hope of success in the desperate enterprise in which you would involve me. I look around me, and I see a settled government, an established authority, born Britain on the throneth, very Highland mountaineers, upon whom alone the trust of the exiled family reposed, assembled into regiments, which act under the orders of the existing dynasty. The Highland regiments were first employed by the celebrated Earl of Chatham, who assumed to himself no small degree of praise for having called forth to the support of the country and the government the valor which had been too often directed against both. France has been utterly dismayed by the tremendous lessons of the last war, and will hardly provoke another. All without and within the kingdom is adverse to encountering a hopeless struggle, and you alone, sir, seem willing to undertake a desperate enterprise, and would undertake it were it 10 times more desperate, and have agitated it when 10 times the obstacles were interposed. Have I forgot my brother's blood? Can I dare I even now repeat the pater noster, since my enemies and the murderers remain unforgiven? Is there an art I have not practiced, a privation to which I have not submitted to bring on the crisis which I now behold arrived? Have I not been avowed, and a devoted man foregoing every comfort of social life, renouncing even the exercise of devotion, unless, when I might name in prayer my prince and country, submitting to everything to make converts to this noble cause, have I done all this, and shall I now stop short? Darcy was about to interrupt him, but he pressed his hand affectionately upon his shoulder, and enjoining, or rather imploring silence, peace, he said, heir of my ancestors, fame, heir of all my hopes and wishes, peace, son of my slaughtered brother, I have sought for thee, and mourned for thee as a mother for an only child. Do not let me again lose you in the moment when you are restored to my hopes. Believe me, I distrust so much my own impatient temper that I entreat you, as the dearest boon, do not to awaken it at this crisis. Darcy was not sorry to reply that his respect for the person of his relation would induce him to listen to all which he had to apprise him of, before he formed any definite resolution upon the weighty subjects of deliberation, which he proposed to him. Deliberation, repeated Redgauntlet impatiently, and yet it is not ill said. I wish there had been more warmth in thy reply, Arthur, but I must recollect were an eagle bred in a falcon's mew, and hooded like a reclaimed hawk. He could not at first gaze steadily on the sun. Listen to me, my dearest Arthur, the state of this nation no more implies prosperity than the florid color of a feverish patient is a symptom of health. All is false and hollow. The apparent success of Chatham's administration has plunged the country deeper in debt than all the barren acres of Canada are worth. Were they as fertile as Yorkshire, the dazzling luster of the victories of Minden and Quebec have been dimmed by the disgrace of the hasty Peace. The war, England at immense expense gained nothing but honor, and that she has gratuitously resigned. Many eyes formerly cold and indifferent are now looking towards the line of our ancient and rightful monarchs as the only refuge in the approaching storm. The rich are alarmed, the nobles are disgusted, the populace are inflamed, and a band of patriots, whose measures are more safe than their numbers are few, have resolved to set up King Charles' standard. But the military, said Darcy, how can you, with a body of unarmed and disorderly insurgents, propose to encounter a regular army? The Highlanders are now totally disarmed. In a great measure, perhaps, answered Redgauntlet, but the policy which raised the Highland regiments has provided for that. We have already friends in these corps, nor can we doubt for a moment what their conduct will be when the white cockade is once more mounted. The rest of the standing army has been greatly reduced since the peace, and we reckon confidently on our standard being joined by thousands of the disbanded troops. Alas, said Darcy, and is it upon such vague hopes as these, the inconstant humor of a crowd, or of a disbanded soldiery, that men of honor are invited to risk their families, their property, their life? Men of honor, boy, said Redgauntlet, his eyes glancing with impatience, set life, property, family, and all at stake when that honor commands it. We are not now weaker than when 7 men landing in the wilds of Moidart shook the throne of the usurper, till it tottered when 2 pitched fields besides overrunning 1 kingdom and the half of another, and but for treachery would have achieved what their venturous successors are now to attempt in their turn. And will such an attempt be made in serious earnest? Said Darcy. Excuse me, my uncle, if I can scarce believe a fact so extraordinary. Will there really be found men of rank and consequence sufficient to renew the adventure of 1745? I will not give you my confidence, by have Sir Arthur, replied his uncle. Look at that scroll. What say you to these names? Are they not the flower of the western shires of Wales of Scotland? The paper contains indeed the names of many that are great and noble, replied Darcy after perusing it. But what, asked his uncle impatiently, do you doubt the ability of those nobles and gentlemen to furnish the aid in men and money at which they are rated? Not their ability, certainly, said Darcy, for of that I am no competent judge. But I see in this scroll the name of Sir Arthur Darcy Redgauntlet, of that ilk, rated at 100 men, and upwards. I certainly am ignorant how he is to redeem that pledge. I will be responsible for the men, replied Hugh Redgauntlet. But my dear uncle, added Darcy, I hope for your sake that the other individuals whose names are here written have had more acquaintance with your plan than I have been indulged with. For thee and thine eye can be myself responsible, said Redgauntlet. For if thou hast not the courage to head the force of thy house, the leading shall pass to other hands, and thy inheritance shall depart from thee like vigor and verdure from a rotten branch. For these honorable persons a slight condition there is which they annex to their friendship, something so trifling that it is scarce worthy of mention. This boon granted to them by him who is most interested, there is no question they will take the field in the manner there stated. Again Darcy perused the paper, and felt himself still less inclined to believe that so many men of family and fortune were likely to embark in an enterprise so fatal. It seemed as if some rash plotter had put down at a venture the names of all whom common report tainted with Jacobitism, or if it was really the act of the individuals named, he suspected that they must be aware of some mode of excusing themselves from compliance with its purport. It was impossible, he thought, that Englishmen of large fortune, who had failed to join Charles when he broke into England at the head of a victorious army, should have the least thoughts of encouraging a dissent, when circumstances were so much less propitious. He therefore concluded the enterprise would fall to pieces of itself, and that his best way was in the meantime to remain silent, unless the actual approach of a crisis, which might however never arrive, should compel him to give a downright refusal to his uncle's proposition. And if in the interim some door for escape should be opened, he resolved within himself not to omit availing himself of it. Hugh Redgauntlet watched his nephew's looks for some time, and then, as if arriving from some other process of reasoning at the same conclusion, he said, I have told you, Sir Arthur, that I do not urge your immediate accession to my proposal. Indeed, the consequences of a refusal would be so dreadful to yourself, so destructive to all the hopes which I have nursed, that I would not risk by a moment's impatience the object of my whole life. Yes, Arthur, I have been a self-denying hermit at one time, at another the apparent associate of outlaws, and Desperados at another the subordinate agent of men, whom I felt in every way my inferiors, not for any selfish purpose of my own, no, not even to win for myself the renown of being the principal instrument in restoring my king and freeing my country. My first wish on earth is for that restoration and that freedom. Next, that my nephew, the representative of my house and of the brother of my love, may have the advantage and the credit of all my efforts in the good cause. But he added, darting on Darcy one of his withering frowns, if Scotland and my father's house cannot stand and flourish together, then perish the very name of Redgauntlet, perish the son of my brother, with every recollection of the glories of my family, of the affections of my youth, rather than my country's cause should be injured in the tithing of a barleycorn. The spirit of Sir Alberic is alive within me at this moment. He continued, drawing up his stately form and sitting erect in his saddle, while he pressed his finger against his forehead. And if ye yourself crossed my path, in opposition, I swear by the mark that darkens my brow that a new deed should be done, a new doom should be deserved. He was silent, and his threats were uttered in a tone of voice so deeply resolute that Darcy's heart sank within him when he reflected on the storm of passion which he must encounter if he declined to join his uncle in a project to which prudence and principle made him equally adverse. He had scarce any hope left but in temporizing until he could make his escape, and resolved to avail himself for that purpose of the delay which his uncle seemed not unwilling to grant. The stern, gloomy look of his companion became relaxed by degrees, and presently afterwards he made a sign to Miss Redgauntlet to join the party and began a forced conversation on ordinary topics, in the course of which Darcy observed that his sister seemed to speak under the most cautious restraint, weighing every word before she uttered it, and always permitting her uncle to give the tone to the conversation, though of the most trifling kind. This seemed to him such an opinion had he already entertained of his sister's good sense and firmness, the strongest proof he had yet received of his uncle's peremptory character, since he saw it observed with so much deference by a young person whose sex might have given her privileges, and who seemed by no means deficient either in spirit or firmness. The little cavalcade was now approaching the house of Father Crackenthorpe, situated, as the reader knows, by the side of the Solway, and not far distant front, a rude pier near which lay several fishing boats, which frequently acted in a different capacity. The house of the worthy publican was also adapted to the various occupations which he carried on, being a large scrambling assemblage of cottages attached to a house of 2 stories roofed, with flags of sandstone, original mansion, to which the extensions of Mr. Crackenthorpe's trade had occasioned his making many additions, instead of the single long watering trough, which usually distinguishes the front of the English public house of the second class. There were 3 conveniences of that kind for the use, as the landlord used to say of the true forces when the soldiers came to search his house, while a knowing leer and a nod let you understand what species of troops he was thinking of. A huge ash tree before the door, which had reared itself to a great size and height in spite of the blasts from the neighboring Solway, overshadowed as usual the Elebench, as our ancestors called it, where though it was still early in the day, several fellows who seemed to be gentlemen's servants were drinking beer, and smoking. 1 or 2 of them wore liveries, which seemed known to Mr. Redgauntlet, for he muttered between his teeth, fools, fools, were they on a march to hell, they must have their rascals in livery with them, that the whole world might know who were going to be damned. As he thus muttered, he drew bridle before the door of the place, from which several other lounging guests began to issue to look with indolent curiosity, as usual, upon an arrival. Redgauntlet sprang from his horse and assisted his niece to dismount, but forgetting perhaps his nephew's disguise, he did not pay him the attention which his female dress demanded. The situation of Darcy was indeed something awkward, for Crystal Nixon, out of caution, perhaps to prevent escape, had muffled the extreme folds of the riding skirt with which he was accoutred around his ankles, and under his feet, and there secured it with large corking pins. We presume that gentlemen cavaliers may sometimes cast their eyes to that part of the person of the fair equestrians whom they chance occasionally to escort, and if they will conceive their own feet like Darcy's muffled in such a labyrinth of folds and amplitude of robe, as modesty doubtless induces the fair creatures to assume upon such occasions, they will allow that on a first attempt they might find some awkwardness in dismounting. Darcy, at least, was in such a predicament for not receiving adroit assistance from the attendant of Mr. Redgauntlet. He stumbled as he dismounted from the horse, and might have had a bad fall had it not been broken by the gallant interposition of a gentleman, who probably was on his part a little surprised at the solid weight of the distressed fair one, whom he had the honor to receive in his embrace. But what was his surprise to that of Darcy, when the hurry of the moment, and of the accident, permitted him to see that it was his friend Alan Fairford, in whose arms he found himself. 1,000 apprehensions rushed on him, mingled with the full career of hope and joy inspired by the unexpected appearance of his beloved friend at the very crisis, it seemed, of his fate. He was about to whisper in his ear, cautioning him at the same time to be silent, yet he hesitated for a second or two to effect his purpose, since should Redgauntlet take the alarm from any sudden exclamation on the part of Alan, there was no saying what consequences might ensue. Ere he could decide what was to be done, Redgauntlet, who had entered the house, returned hastily, followed by Crystal Nixon. "Ill release you of the charge of this young lady, sir," he said haughtily to Alan Fairford, whom he probably did not recognize. "I had no desire to intrude, sir," replied Alan. "The lady's situation seemed to require assistance, but have I not the honor to speak to Mr. Harries of Burnswork?" "You are mistaken, sir," said Redgauntlet, turning short off, and making a sign with his hand to Crystal, who hurried Darcy, however, unwillingly, into the house, whispering in his ear, "Come, miss, let us have no making of acquaintance from the windows, ladies of fashion, must be private. Show us a room, Father Crackenthorpe." So saying, he conducted Darcy into the house, interposing at the same time his person betwixt the supposed young lady and the stranger of whom he was suspicious, so as to make communication by signs impossible. As they entered, they heard the sound of a fiddle in the stone-floored and well-scented kitchen, through which they were about to follow their corpulent host, and where several people seemed engaged in dancing to its strains. "Dn," said Nixon to Crackenthorpe, "would you have the lady go through all the mob of the parish? Hast thou no more private way to our sitting-room?" "None that is fit for my travelling," answered the landlord, laying his hand on his portly stomach. "I am not Tom Turnpenny, to creep like a lizard through keyholes." So saying, he kept moving on through the revellers in the kitchen, and Nixon, holding Darcy by his arm, as if to offer the lady support, but in all probability to frustrate any effort at escape, moved through the crowd, which presented a very motley appearance, consisting of domestic servants, country fellows, seamen, and other idlers whom Wandering Willie was regaling with his music. To pass another friend without intimation of his presence would have been actual pusillanimity, and just when they were passing the blind man's elevated seat, Darcy asked him with some emphasis whether he could not play a Scottish air. The man's face had been the instant before devoid of all sort of expression, going through his performance like a clown through a beautiful country. Too much accustomed to consider it as a task to take any interest in the performance, and in fact scarce seeming to hear the noise that he was creating in a word, he might at the time have made a companion to my friend Wilkie's inimitable blind Crowder. But with Wandering Willie, this was only an occasional and a rare fit of dullness, such as will at times creep over all the professors of the fine arts arising, either from fatigue or contempt of the present audience, or that caprice, which so often tempts painters and musicians, and great actors in the phrase of the latter, to walk through their part, instead of exerting themselves with the energy which acquired their fame. But when the performer heard the voice of Darcy, his countenance became at once illuminated, and showed the complete mistake of those who suppose that the principal point of expression depends upon the eyes. With his face turned to the point from which the sound came, his upper lip, a little curved and quivering with agitation, and with a color which surprise and pleasure had brought at once into his faded cheek, he exchanged the humdrum hornpipe, which he had been sawing out with reluctant and lazy bow, for the fine Scottish air, "You're welcome, Charlie Stewart," which flew from his strings as if by inspiration, and after a breathless pause of admiration among the audience, was received with a clamor of applause, which seemed to show that the name and tendency, as well as the execution of the tune, was in the highest degree acceptable to all the party assembled. In the meantime, Crystal Nixon, still keeping hold of Darcy, and following the landlord, forced his way with some difficulty through the crowded kitchen, and entered a small apartment on the other side of it, where they found Lilia's Redgauntlet already seated. Here, Nixon gave way to his suppressed resentment, and turning sternly on Crackenthorpe, threatened him with his master's severest displeasure, because things were in such bad order to receive his family when he had given such special advice, that he desired to be private. But Father Crackenthorpe was not a man to be browbeaten. "Why, brother Nixon, thou art angry this morning," he replied. "Hast risen from thy wrong side. I think you know as well as I that most of this mob is of the squire's own macking gentlemen that come with their servants, and so forth to meet him in the way of business, as old Tom Turnpenny saith, very last that came was sent down with Dick Gardner from Fairladies." "But the blind, scraping scoundrel yonder," said Nixon, "how dared you take such a rascal as that across your threshold at such a time as this? If the squire should dream you have a thought of peaching, I am only speaking for your good father Crackenthorpe." "Why, look ye, brother Nixon," said Crackenthorpe, turning his quid with great composure, "the squire is a very worthy gentleman, and I'll never deny it. But I am neither his servant nor his tenant, and so he need send me none of his orders till he hears I have put on his livery. As for turning away folk from my door, I might as well plug up the eletap, and pull down the signand. As for peaching, and such like, the squire will find the folk here are as honest to the full as those he brings with him." "How, you impudent lump of tallow," said Nixon, "what do you mean by that?" "Nothing," said Crackenthorpe, "but that I can tour out as well as another, you understand, me keep good lights in my upper story, no, a thing or two more than most folk in this country. If folk will come to my house on dangerous errands, egad, they shall not find Joe Crackenthorpe a catspaw. I'll keep myself clear, you may depend on it, and let every man answer for his own actions. That's my way. Anything wanted, Master Nixon?" "Noyous begone," said Nixon, who seemed embarrassed with the landlord's contumacy, yet desirous to conceal the effect it produced on him. The door was no sooner closed on Crackenthorpe than Miss Redgauntlet, addressing Nixon, commanded him to leave the room and go to his proper place. "How, madam," said the fellow sullenly, yet with an air of respect, "would you have your uncle pistol me for disobeying his orders?" "He may perhaps pistol you for some other reason, if you do not obey mine," said Lilias composedly. "You abuse your advantage over me, madam. I really dare not go. I am on guard over this other miss here, and if I should desert my post, my life were not worth 5 minutes' purchase." "Then know your post, sir," said Lilias, "and watch on the outside of the door. You have no commission to listen to our private conversation. I suppose. Begone, sir, without further speech or remonstrance, or I will tell my uncle that which you would have reason to repent be should know." The fellow looked at her with a singular expression of spite mixed with deference. "You abuse your advantages, madam," he said, "and act as foolishly in doing so as I did in affording you such a hank over me. But you are a tyrant, and tyrants have commonly short reigns." So saying, he left the apartment. "The wretch's unparalleled insolence," said Lilias to her brother, "has given me one great advantage over him, for knowing that my uncle would shoot him with as little remorse as a woodcock. If he but guessed at his brazen-faced assurance towards me, he dares not since that time assume, so far as I am concerned, the air of insolent domination, which the possession of my uncle's secrets, and the knowledge of his most secret plans, have led him to exert over others of his family. In the meantime, said Darcy, I am happy to see that the landlord of the house does not seem so devoted to him as I apprehended. And this aids the hope of escape which I am nourishing for you, and for myself, O Lilias, the truest of friends. Alan Fairford is in pursuit of me, and is here at this moment another humble, but I think faithful friend is also within these dangerous walls. Lilias laid her finger on her lips, and pointed to the door. Darcy took the hint, lowered his voice, and informed her in whispers of the arrival of Fairford, and that he believed he had opened a communication with Wandering Willie. She listened with the utmost interest, and had just begun to reply, when a loud noise was heard in the kitchen, caused by several contending voices, amongst which Darcy thought he could distinguish that of Alan Fairford. Forgetting how little his own condition permitted him to become the assistant of another, Darcy flew to the door of the room, and finding it locked and bolted on the outside, rushed against it with all his force, and made the most desperate efforts to burst it open, notwithstanding the entreaties of his sister that he would compose himself and recollect the condition in which he was placed. But the door, framed to withstand attacks from excisemen, constables, and other personages considered as worthy to use what are called the king's keys in common parlance, a crowbar and hatchet, and therewith to make lockfast places open and patent, set his efforts at defiance. Meantime, the noise continued without, and we are to give an account of its origin in our next chapter. Chapter 20. Narrative of Darcy Latimer continued. Joe Crackenthorpe's public house had never since it first reared its chimneys on the banks of the Solway been frequented by such a miscellaneous group of visitors as had that morning become its guests. Several of them were persons whose quality seemed much superior to their dresses and modes of traveling. The servants who attended them contradicted the inferences to be drawn from the garb of their masters, and according to the custom of the Knights of the Rainbow, gave many hints that they were not people to serve any but men of first-rate consequence. These gentlemen, who had come thither chiefly for the purpose of meeting with Mr. Redgauntlet, seemed moody and anxious, conversed, and walked together apparently in deep conversation, and avoided any communication with the chance travelers whom accident brought that morning to the same place of resort. As if fate had set herself to confound the plans of the Jacobite conspirators, the number of travelers was unusually great, their appearance respectable, and they filled the public taproom of the inn, where the political guests had already occupied most of the private apartments. Amongst others, honest Joshua Geddes had arrived traveling, as he said, in the sorrow of the soul and mourning for the fate of Darcy Latimer, as he would for his firstborn child. He had skirted the whole coast of the Solway, besides making various trips into the interior, not shunning on such occasions to expose himself to the laugh of the scorner, nay, even to serious personal risk, by frequenting the haunts of smugglers, horsejockeys, and other irregular persons who looked on his intrusion with jealous eyes, and were apt to consider him as an exciseman in the disguise of a Quaker. All this labor and peril, however, had been undergone in vain. No search he could make obtain the least intelligence of Latimer, so that he began to fear the poor lad had been spirited abroad, for the practice of kidnapping was then not infrequent, especially on the western coasts of Britain, if, indeed, he had escaped a briefer and more bloody fate. With a heavy heart he delivered his horse, even Solomon, into the hands of the ostler, and walking into the inn, demanded from the landlord breakfast and a private room. Quakers, and such hosts as old Father Crackenthorpe, are no congenial spirits. The latter looked askew over his shoulder, and replied, If you would have breakfast here, friend, you are like to eat it where other folk eat theirs. And wherefore can I not, said the Quaker, have an apartment to myself for my money? Because, Master Jonathan, you must wait till your betters be served, or else eat with your equals. Joshua Geddes argued the point no further, but sitting quietly down on the seat, which Crackenthorpe indicated to him, and calling for a pint of ale with some bread, butter, and Dutch cheese, began to satisfy the appetite which the morning air had rendered unusually alert. While the honest Quaker was thus employed, another stranger entered the apartment, and sat down near to the table on which his victuals were placed. He looked repeatedly at Joshua, licked his parched and chopped lips, as he saw the good Quaker masticate his bread and cheese, and sucked up his thin chops when Mr. Geddes applied the tankard to his mouth, as if the discharge of these bodily functions by another had awakened his sympathies in an uncontrollable degree. At last, being apparently unable to withstand his longings, he asked in a faltering tone, the huge landlord who was tramping through the room in all corpulent impatience, whether he could have a black pie. "Never heard of such a thing, master," said the landlord, and was about to trudge onward, when the guest detaining him said in a strong Scottish tone, "You will maybe have nae way then nor buttermilk, nor ye couldna exhibit a suitor's clod." "Can't tell what ye are talking about, master," said Crackenthorpe. "Then ye will have nae breakfast, that will come within the compass of a shilling Scots." "Which is a penny sterling," answered Crackenthorpe, with a sneer. "Why no Sawney I can't say, as we have who can't afford it, but you shall have a bellyful for love, as we say in the bullring." "I shall never refuse a fair offer," said the poverty-stricken guest, "and I will say that for the English if they were deals, that they are a civilized people to gentlemen that are under a cloud." "Gentlemen, humph," said Crackenthorpe, not a bluecap among them, but halts upon that foot, then seizing on a dish, which still contained a huge cantle of what had been once a princely mutton pasty, he placed it on the table, before the stranger, saying, "There, master gentleman, there is what is worth all the black pies, as you call them, that were ever made of sheep's head." "Sheep's head is a gude thing for that," replied the guest, but not being spoken so loud as to offend his hospitable entertainer, the interjection might pass for a private protest against the scandal thrown out against the standing dish of Caledonia. This premised, he immediately began to transfer the mutton and pie crust from his plate to his lips in such huge gobbets, as if he was refreshing after a 3 days' fast, and laying in provisions against a whole Lent to come. Joshua Geddes in his turn gazed on him with surprise, having never he thought beheld such a gaunt expression of hunger in the act of eating friend. He said, after watching him for some minutes, "If thou gorgest thyself in this fashion, thou wilt assuredly choke, wilt thou not take a draught out of my cup, to help down all that dry meat?" "Troth," said the stranger, stopping, and looking at the friendly propounder, "that's nae bad overture, as they say in the General Assembly. I have heard war motions than that frae wiser counsel." Mr. Geddes ordered a quart of homebrewed to be placed before our friend Peter Peebles, for the reader must have already conceived that this unfortunate litigant was the wanderer in question. The victim of Themis had no sooner seen the flagon than he seized it with the same energy which he had displayed in operating upon the pea-puffed off the froth, with such emphasis that some of it lighted on Mr. Geddes' head end, then said as if with its sudden recollection of what was due to civility, "Here's to ye, friend, what are ye o'er grand to give me an answer, or are ye dull o' hearing?" "I prithee drink thy liquor, friend," said the good Quaker, "thou meanest it in civility, but we care not for these idle fashions." "What, ye are a Quaker, are ye?" said Peter, and without further ceremony reared the flagon to his head, from which he withdrew it, not while a single drop of barley-brew remained. "That's done you and me muckle gude," he said, sighing as he set down his pot. "But twa muchkins o' yill between twa folk is a drappy ower little measure. What say ye to another pot? Or shall we cry in a blithe Scots pint at ance, the yill is no amiss?" "Thou mayst call for what thou wilt on thine own charges, friend," said Geddes. "For myself, I willingly contribute to the quenching of thy natural thirst, but I fear it were no such easy matter to relieve thy acquired and artificial drought. That is to say, in plain terms, ye are for withdrawing your caution with the folk of the house. You Quaker folk are but fa's comforters. But since ye have garred me drink sae muckle called yill me, that am no use to the like of it in the forenoon, I think ye might as weel have offered me a glass of brandy or usquaby. Im nae nice body I can drink onything that's wet and toothsome." "Not a drop at my cost, friend," quoth Geddes. "Thou art an old man, and hast perchance a heavy and long journey before thee. Thou art, moreover, my countryman, as I judge from thy tongue, and I will not give thee the means of dishonoring thy grey hairs in a strange land." "Grey hairs, neighbor," said Peter with a wink to the bystanders, whom this dialogue began to interest, and who were in hopes of seeing the Quaker played off by the crazed beggar, for such Peter Peebles appeared to be grey hairs. "The Lord mend your eyesight, neighbor, that disna ken grey hairs frae a tow wig." This jest procured a shout of laughter, and what was still more acceptable than dry applause, a man who stood beside called out, "Father Crackenthorpe, bring a nipperkin of brandy. Ill bestow a dram on this fellow, were it but for that very word." The brandy was immediately brought by a wench who acted as barmaid, and Peter, with a grin of delight, filled a glass, quaffed it off, and then saying, "God bless me, I was so unmannerly as not to drink to ye. I think the Quaker has smitten me." Why, his ill-bred havingsh was about to fill another when his hand was arrested by his new friend, who said at the same time, No friend fair plays a jewel time about, if you please," and filling a glass for himself, emptied it, as gallantly as Peter could have done. "What say you to that, friend?" he continued, addressing the Quaker. "Nay, friend," answered Joshua, "it went down thy throat, not mine, and I have nothing to say about what concerns me not. But if thou art a man of humanity, thou wilt not give this poor creature the means of debauchery. Bethink thee that they will spurn him from the door as they would do a houseless and masterless dog, and that he may die on the sands or on the common. And if he has through thy means been rendered incapable of helping himself, thou shalt not be innocent of his blood. Faith, Broadbrim, I believe thou art right, and the old gentleman in the flaxen jersey shall have no more of the comforter. Besides, we have business in hand today. And this fellow, for as mad as he looks, may have a nose on his face. After all, hark, ye father, what is your name, and what brings you into such an out of the way corner?" "I am not just free to condescend on my name," said Peter, "and as for my business, there is a wee dribble of brandy in the stewpot, would be rang to leave it to the lasset, is learning her bad usages." "Well, thou shalt have the brandy, and be d to thee, if thou wilt tell me what you are making here." "Seeking a young advocate chap that they ca' Alan Fairford that has played me a slippery trick, and ye maun ken about the cause," said Peter. "An advocate, man," answered the captain of the Jumping Jennifer. It was he, and no other, who had taken compassion on Peter's drought. "Why, Lord help thee, thou art on the wrong side of the firth, to seek advocates whom I take to be Scottish lawyers, not English." "English lawyers, man," exclaimed Peter, "the deal a lawyers in England." "I wish from my soul it were true," said Ewart, "but what the devil put that in your head?" "Lord, man, I got a grip of ane of their attorneys in Carlisle, and he told me that there wasna a lawyer in England, ony mair than himsel, that kenned the nature of a multiplepending. And when I told him how this loopy lad Alan Fairford had served me, he said I might bring an action on the case, just as if the case hadna as many actions already as one case can. We'll carry, by my word, it is a gude case. And muckle has it borne in its day of various procedure, but it's the barleypickle breaks the nag's back, and why my consent, it shall not hae ony mair burden laid upon it." "But this Alan Fairford," said Nanticum, "a sip up the drop of brandy, man, and tell me some more about him, and whether you are seeking him for good or for harm." "For my ain gude, and for his harm to be sure," said Peter. "Think of his having left my cause in the dead thraw between the Tyning and the Winning, and capering off into Cumberland here, after a wild loop. The tether lad they ca' Darcy Latimer." "Darcy Latimer," said Mr. Geddes hastily. "Do you know anything of Darcy Latimer?" "Maybe I do, and maybe I do not," answered Peter. "I am no free to answer everybody's interrogatory, unless it is put judicially, and by form of law, specially where folk think so much of a cop of sour yill, or a thimbleful of brandy. But as for this gentleman, that has shown himself a gentleman at breakfast, and will show himself a gentleman at the meridian, I am free to condescend upon any points in the cause that may appear to bear upon the question at issue. Why, all I want to know from you, my friend, is whether you are seeking to do this Mr. Alan Fairford good or harm, because if you come to do him good, I think you could maybe get speech of him, and if to do him harm, I will take the liberty to give you a cast across the firth, with fair warning not to come back on such an errand, lest worse come of it." The manner and language of Ewart were such that Joshua Geddes resolved to keep cautious silence, till he could more plainly discover whether he was likely to aid or impede him in his researches after Darcy Latimer. He therefore determined to listen attentively to what should pass between Peter and the seaman, and to watch for an opportunity of questioning the former so soon as he should be separated from his new acquaintance. "I wad by no means," said Peter Peebles, "do any substantial harm to the poor lad Fairford, who has had money a gowd guinea of mine, as weel as his father before him. But I wad hae him brought back to the minding of my business, and his ain, and maybe, I wadna insist further in my action of damages against him, than for refunding the fees and for some annual rent on the principal, some due frae the day, on which he should have recovered it for me plack and bobby, at the great advising, for ye are aware, that is the least that I can ask na mine damnie, and I have nae thought to break down the lad bodily athajithurwi mon live, and let live forgy and forget." "The deuce take me, friend Broadbrim," said Nanty Ewart, looking to the Quaker, "if I can make out what this old scarecrow means. If I thought it was fitting that Master Fairford should see him, why, perhaps it is a matter that could be managed. Do you know anything about the old fellow? You seem to take some charge of him just now." "No more than I should have done by anyone in distress," said Geddes, not sorry to be appealed to. "But I will try what I can do to find out who he is, and what he is about in this country. But are we not a little too public in this open room?" It's well thought of, said Nanty. And at his command, the barmaid ushered the party into a side booth, Peter attending them in the instinctive hope that there would be more liquor drunk among them. Before parting, they had scarce sat down in their new apartment, when the sound of a violin was heard in the room which they had just left. Awa back yonder, said Peter, rising up again, yon's the sound of a fiddle, and when there is music, there's something ganging to eat or drink. I am just going to order something here, said the Quaker, but in the meantime, have you any objection, my good friend, to tell us your name? None in the world, if you are wanting to drink to me by name and surname, answered Peebles, but otherwise I would rather evite your interrogatories. Friend, said the Quaker, it is not for thine own health, seeing thou hast drunk enough already. However, her handmaiden bring me a gill of sherry. Sherry's but shilpit drink, and a gill's a small measure for twa gentlemen to crack o'er at their first acquaintance. But let us see your sneaking gill of sherry, said poor Peter, thrusting forth his huge hand to seize on the diminutive pewter measure, which according to the fashion of the time contained the generous liquor, freshly drawn from the butt. Nay, hold, friend, said Joshua, thou hast not yet told me what name and surname I am to call thee by. D.D. Sly in the Quaker, said Nanty, apart to make him pay for his liquor, before he gives it him now. I am such a fool that I should have let him get too drunk to open his mouth, before I thought of asking him a question. My name is Peter Peebles, then said the litigant rather sulkily, as one who thought his liquor too sparingly meted out to him, and what have you to say to that? Peter Peebles, repeated Nanty Ewart, and seemed to muse upon something which the words brought to his remembrance, while the Quaker pursued his examination. But I prithee, Peter Peebles, what is thy further designation? Thou knowest in our country that some men are distinguished by their craft, and calling as cordwainers, fishers, weavers, or the like, and some by their titles as proprietors of land, which savours of vanitino. How may you be distinguished from others of the same name? As Peter Peebles of the great plea of poor Peter Peebles against Plainstains, et per contra if. I am laird of nothing else, I am a dominus litis. It's but a poor lairdship, I doubt, said Joshua. Pray, Mr. Peebles, said Nanty, interrupting the conversation abruptly, were not you once a burgess of Edinburgh? Was I a burgess, said Peter indignantly, and am I not a burgess even now? I have done nothing to forfeit my right, I trounce provost, and I my lord. Well, Mr. Burgess, tell me further, have you not some property in the Gude town? Continued Ewart. Troth have it that is before my misfortunes, I had twa or three bonny bits of mailings, amming the closes and winds, forby the shop and the story abunit, but Plainstains has put me to the causeway, now never mind though I will be upsides with him, yet. Had not you once a tenement in the Covenant close again? Demanded Nanty. You have hit it, lad, though ye look not like a covenanter, said Peter. Well, drink to its memory hout the hearts at the mouth that ill-fawed bit stoop already it brought a rent reckoning from the cross-step to the groundsel, that ye might ca 14 punds a year forby the leg cellar that was let to Lucky Littleworth. And do you not remember that you had a poor old lady for your tenant, Mrs. Cantrips of Kittlebasket? Said Nanty, suppressing his emotion with difficulty. Remember, G.D., I have gude cause to remember her, said Peter, for she turned a diver on my hands the auld besom. And after that the law could do to make me satisfied, and paid in the way of poinding and distrenzying, and sae forth, as the law will she ran awa to the charity workhouse, a matter of 20 punds Scots in my debits. A great shame and oppression that charity workhouse taking in bankrupt divers, that canna pay their honest creditors. Methinks, friend, said the Quaker, thine own rags might teach thee compassion for other people's nakedness. Rags, said Peter, taking Joshua's words, literally does any wise body put on their best coat when they are travelling and keeping company with Quakers, and such other cattle as the road affords. The old lady died, I have heard, said Nanty, affecting a moderation which was belied by accents that faltered with passion. She might live or die for what I care, answered Peter the Cruel. What business have folk to do to live that canna live as law will, and satisfy their just and lawful creditors? And you that are now yourself trodden down in the very kennel, are you not sorry for what you have done? Do you not repent, having occasioned the poor widow woman's death? What for should I repent, said Peter, the law was on my side, a decreed of the bailies, followed by poinding, and an act of warding a suspension intented, and the letters found orderly proceeded. I followed the auld rutas through twa courts, cost me mair money than her lugs were worth. Now by heaven, said Nanty, I would give 1,000 guineas if I had them to have you worth my beating, had you said you repented it had been between God and your conscience. But to hear you boast of your villainy, do you think it little to have reduced the aged to famine, and the young to infamito have caused the death of one woman the ruin of another, and to have driven a man to exile and despair by him, that made me I can scarce keep hands off you? Off me I defy ye, said Peter. I take this honest man to witness that if ye stir the neck of my collar, I will have my action for Stouthrafe spulsy oppression assault, and battery here's a broad din. Indeed, about an auld wife gone to the grave, a young limmer to the closeheads and causeway, and a stickit stibbler, a student of divinity, who has not been able to complete his studies on theology to the sea instead of the gallows. Now by my soul, said Nanty, this is too much, and since you can feel no otherwise, I will try, if I cannot beat some humanity into your head and shoulders. He drew his hanger as he spoke, and although Joshua, who had in vain endeavored to interrupt the dialogue, to which he foresaw a violent termination, now threw himself between Nanty and the old litigant, he could not prevent the latter from receiving 2 or 3 sound slaps over the shoulder with the flat side of the weapon. Poor Peter Peebles, as inglorious in his extremity as he had been presumptuous in bringing it on, now ran and roared, and bolted out of the apartment, and house itself pursued by Nanty, whose passion became high in proportion to his giving way to its dictates, and by Joshua, who still interfered at every risk, calling upon Nanty to reflect on the age and miserable circumstances of the offender, and upon poor Peter to stand and place himself under his protection in front of the house. However, Peter Peebles found a more efficient protector than the worthy Quaker. Chapter 21. Narrative of Alan Fairford. Our readers may recollect that Fairford had been conducted by Dick Gardner from the house of Fairladies to the inn of old Father Crackenthorpe, in order, as he had been informed by the mysterious Father Buenaventure, that he might have the meeting which he desired with Mr. Redgauntlet, to treat with him for the liberty of his friend Darcy. His guide, by the special direction of Mr. Ambrose, had introduced him into the public house by a back door, and recommended to the landlord to accommodate him with a private apartment, and to treat him with all civility, but in other respects to keep his eye on him, and even to secure his person, if he saw any reason to suspect him to be a spy. He was not, however, subjected to any direct restraint, but was ushered into an apartment, where he was requested to await the arrival of the gentleman with whom he wished to have an interview, and who, as Crackenthorpe assured him with a significant nod, would be certainly there in the course of an hour. In the meanwhile, he recommended to him, with another significant sign, to keep his apartment, as there were people in the house who were apt to busy themselves about other folks' matters. Alan Fairford complied with the recommendation so long as he thought it reasonable, but when among a large party riding up to the house, he discerned Redgauntlet, whom he had seen under the name of Mr. Harries of Burnswork, and whom by his height and strength he easily distinguished from the rest. He thought it proper to go down to the front of the house in hopes that by more closely reconnoitring the party he might discover if his friend Darcy was among them. The reader is aware that by doing so, he had an opportunity of breaking Darcy's fall from his side saddle, although his disguise and mask prevented his recognizing his friend. It may be also recollected that while Nixon hurried Miss Redgauntlet and her brother into the house, their uncle, somewhat chafed at an unexpected and inconvenient interruption, remained himself in parley with Fairford, who had already successively addressed him by the names of Harries and Redgauntlet, neither of which any more than the acquaintance of the young lawyer. He seemed at the moment willing to acknowledge, though an air of haughty indifference which he assumed could not conceal his vexation and embarrassment. "If we must needs be acquainted, sir," he said at last, "for which I am unable to see any necessity, especially as I am now particularly disposed to be private, I must entreat you will tell me at once what you have to say, and permit me to attend to matters of more importance." "My introduction," said Fairford, "is contained in this letter delivering. That of Maxwell I am convinced that under whatever name it may be your pleasure for the present to be known, it is into your hands and yours only that it should be delivered." Redgauntlet turned the letter in his hand, then read the contents, then again looked upon the letter, and sternly observed, "The seal of the letter has been broken. Was this the case, sir, when it was delivered into your hand?" Fairford despised a falsehood as much as any manulus, perhaps, as Tom Turnpenny might have said in the way of business. He answered readily and firmly, "The seal was whole when the letter was delivered to me by Mr. Maxwell of Summertrees." And did you dare, sir, to break the seal of a letter, addressed to me, said Redgauntlet, not sorry perhaps, to pick a quarrel upon a point foreign to the tenor of the epistle. I have never broken the seal of any letter committed to my charge, said Allan, not from fear of those to whom such letter might be addressed, but from respect to myself. That is well worded, said Redgauntlet. And yet, young Mr. Counselor, I doubt whether your delicacy prevented your reading my letter, or listening to the contents, as read by some other person after it was opened. I certainly did hear the contents read over, said Fairford, and they were such as to surprise me a good deal. Now that, said Redgauntlet, I hold to be pretty much the same in foro conscientiae, as if you had broken the seal yourself. I shall hold myself excused from entering upon further discourse with a messenger so faithless, and you may thank yourself if your journey has been fruitless. Stay, sir, said Fairford, and know that I became acquainted with the contents of the paper, without my consent, I may even say against my will, for Mr. Buneventure. Who demanded Redgauntlet in a wild and alarmed manner. Whom was it you named? Father Buneventure, said a Lana Catholic priest, as I apprehend, whom I saw at the Mrs. Arthuret's house called Fairladies. Mrs. Arthuret Fairladies, a Catholic priest. Father Buneventure, said Redgauntlet, repeating the words of Allan, with astonishment. Is it possible that human rashness can reach such a point of infatuation? Tell me the truth, I conjure you, sir. I have the deepest interest to know whether this is more than an idle legend picked up from hearsay about the country. You are a lawyer, and know the risk incurred by the Catholic clergy, whom the discharge of their duty sends to these bloody shores. I am a lawyer, certainly, said Fairford, but my holding such a respectable condition in life warrants that I am neither an informer nor a spy. Here is sufficient evidence that I have seen Father Buneventure. He put Buenaventure's letter into Redgauntlet's hand, and watched his looks closely while he read it. Doubled infatuation, he muttered with looks in which sorrow, displeasure, and anxiety were mingled. Save me from the indiscretion of my friends, says the Spaniard, I can save myself from the hostility of my enemies. He then read the letter attentively, and for 2 or 3 minutes was lost in thought, while some purpose of importance seemed to have gathered and sit brooding upon his countenance. He held up his finger towards his satellite Crystal Nixon, who replied to his signal with a prompt nod, and with 1 or 2 of the attendants approached Fairford in such a manner as to make him apprehensive they were about to lay hold of him. At this moment, a noise was heard from within sight of the house, and presently rushed forth Peter Peebles, pursued by Nanty Ewart with his drawn hanger, and the worthy Quaker, who was endeavoring to prevent mischief to others at some risk of bringing it on himself. A wilder and yet a more absurd figure can hardly be imagined than that of poor Peter, clattering along as fast as his huge boots would permit him, and resembling nothing so much as a flying scarecrow, while the thin emaciated form of Nanty Ewart, with the hue of death on his cheek, and the fire of vengeance glancing from his eye, formed a ghastly contrast with the ridiculous object of his pursuit. Redgauntlet threw himself between them. What extravagant folly is this, he said. Put up your weapon, Captain. Is this a time to indulge in drunken brawls, or is such a miserable object as that a fitting antagonist for a man of courage? I beg pardon, said the captain, sheathing his weapon. I was a little bit out of the way, to be sure, but to know the provocation, a man must read my heart, and that I hardly dare to do myself, but the wretch is safe from me. Heaven has done its own vengeance on us both. While he spoke in this manner, Peter Peebles, who had at first crept behind Redgauntlet in bodily fear, began now to reassume his spirits. Pulling his protector by the sleeve, Mr. Harry's, he whispered eagerly, Ye have done me mair than I gude turn, and if ye will but do me another at this dead pinch, ill forge ye the girded keg of brandy that you and Captain Sir Harry Redgauntlet drank out yon time, ye saw hae an ample discharge and renunciation, and though I should see you walking at the cross of Edinburgh, or standing at the bar of the Court of Justiciary, no, the very thumbikins themselves should bring to my memory that ever I saw you in arms yon day. He accompanied this promise by pulling so hard at Redgauntlet's cloak that he at last turned round. Idiot, speak, in a word, what you want. I will, in a word, then, said Peter Peebles. I have a warrant on me to apprehend that man that stands there, Allan Fairford by name and advocate, by calling. I bought it from Maester Justice Foxley's clerk, Maester Nicholas Faggot. Why the guinea that you gide me? Ha, said Redgauntlet, hast thou really such a warrant? Let me see it look sharp, that no one escape. Crystal Nixon. Peter produced a huge greasy leathern pocketbook, too dirty to permit its original color to be visible, filled with scrolls of notes memorials to council and heaven knows what besides from amongst this precious mass. He culled forth a paper, and placed it in the hands of Redgauntlet or Harry's, as he continued to call him, saying, "At the same time, it's a formal and binding warrant proceeding on my affidavit, made that the said Alan Fairford being lawfully engaged in my service, had slipped the tether, and fled over the border, and was now lurking there, and thereabouts to elude and evite the discharge of his bounden duty to me, and therefore granting warrant to constables and others to seek for take and apprehend him, that he may be brought before the Honourable Justice Foxley for examination, and if necessary for commitment now, though this be fairly set down, as I tell ye yet, where am I to get an officer to execute this warrant in sic a country, as this where swords and pistols flee out at? A word speaking and folk care as little for the peace of King George, as the peace of auld King Cowell. There's that drunken skipper, and that wet Quaker enticed me into the public this morning. And because I wadna gie them as much brandy as wad have made them blind drunk, they baith fell on me, and were in the way of guiding me very Roman 99. While Peter went on in this manner, Redgauntlet glanced his eye over the warrant, and immediately saw that it must be a trick passed by Nicholas Faggot to cheat the poor insane wretch out of his solitary guinea. But the justice had actually subscribed it, as he did whatever his clerk presented to him, and Redgauntlet resolved to use it for his own purposes. Without making any direct answer therefore to Peter Peebles, he walked up gravely to Fairford, who had waited quietly for the termination of a scene in which he was not a little surprised to find his client Mr. Peebles a conspicuous actor. "Mr. Fairford," said Redgauntlet, "there are many reasons which might induce me to comply with the request, or rather the injunctions of the excellent Father Bonaventure, that I should communicate with you upon the present condition of my ward, whom you know under the name of Darcy Latimer, but no man is better aware than you that the law must be obeyed even in contradiction to our own feelings. Now, this poor man has obtained a warrant for carrying you before a magistrate, and I am afraid there is a necessity of your yielding to it, although to the postponement of the business which you may have with me." "A warrant against me," said Alan indignantly, "and at that poor miserable wretch's instansuhi, this is a trick, a mere and most palpable trick." "It may be so," replied Redgauntlet with great equanimity. "Doubtless, you know best, only the writ appears regular. And with that respect for the law which has been," he said with hypocritical formality, "a leading feature of my character through life, I cannot dispense with giving my poor aid to the support of a legal warrant. Look at it yourself, and be satisfied it is no trick of mine." Fairford ran over the affidavit and the warrant, and then exclaimed once more that it was an impudent imposition, and that he would hold those who acted upon such a warrant liable in the highest damages. "I guess at your motive, Mr. Redgauntlet," he said, "for acquiescing in so ridiculous a proceeding, but be assured you will find that in this country, one act of illegal violence will not be covered or atoned for. By practicing another you cannot, as a man of sense and honor, pretend to say you regard this as a legal warrant." "I am no lawyer, sir," said Redgauntlet, "and pretend not to know what is or is not law. The warrant is quite formal, and that is enough for me." "Did ever anyone hear," said Fairford, "of an advocate being compelled to return to his task like a collier, or a salter? See note 10, who has deserted his master." "I see no reason why he should not," said Redgauntlet dryly, "unless on the ground that the services of the lawyer are the most expensive and least useful of the two." "You cannot mean this in earnest," said Fairford. "You cannot really mean to avail yourself of so poor a contrivance, to evade the word, pledged by your friend, your ghostly father, in my behalf. I may have been a fool for trusting it too easily. But think what you must be if you can abuse my confidence in this manner. I entreat you to reflect that this usage releases me from all promises of secrecy or connivance at what I am apt to think are very dangerous practices, and that—" "Hark ye, Mr. Fairford," said Redgauntlet, "I must here interrupt you for your own sake. One word of betraying what you may have seen, or what you may have suspected, and your seclusion is like to have either a very distant or a very brief termination. In either case, a most undesirable one. At present you are sure of being at liberty, in a very few days, perhaps much sooner." "And my friend," said Alan Fairford, "for whose sake I have run myself into this danger, what is to become of him? Dark and dangerous man," he exclaimed, raising his voice, "I will not be again cajoled by deceitful promises. I give you my honor that your friend is well." Interrupted Redgauntlet, "Perhaps I may permit you to see him, if you will but submit with patience to a fate which is inevitable. But Alan Fairford, considering his confidence as having been abused first by Maxwell, and next by the priest, raised his voice, and appealed to all the king's lieges within hearing against the violence with which he was threatened. He was instantly seized on by Nixon, and two assistants, who holding down his arms, and endeavoring to stop his mouth, were about to hurry him away. The honest Quaker, who had kept out of Redgauntlet's presence now, came boldly forward. "Friend," said he, "thou dost more than thou canst answer, thou knowest me well, and thou art aware that in me thou hast a deeply injured neighbor, who was dwelling beside thee in the honesty and simplicity of his heart." "Tush, Jonathan," said Redgauntlet, "talk not to me, man. It is neither the craft of a young lawyer, nor the simplicity of an old hypocrite can drive me from my purpose." "By my faith," said the captain, coming forward in his turn, "this is hardly fair, General, and I doubt," he added, "whether the will of my owners can make me a party to such proceedings. Nay, never fumble with your sword hilt, but out with it like a man. If you are for a tilting," he unsheathed his hanger and continued, "I will neither see my comrade Fairford, nor the old Quaker abused DN, all warrants false or true, curse the justice confound the constable, and here stands little Nanty Ewart to make good what he says against gentle and simple, in spite of horseshoe or horseradish either." The cry of "down with all warrants" was popular in the ears of the militia of the inn, and Nanty Ewart was no less so. Fishers, ostlers, seamen, smugglers began to crowd to the spot. Krakenthorpe endeavored in vain to mediate. The attendants of Redgauntlet began to handle their firearms, but their master shouted to them to forbear, and unsheathing his sword as quick as lightning, he rushed on Ewart in the midst of his bravado, and struck his weapon from his hand with such address and force that it flew 3 yards from him, closing with him at the same moment. He gave him a severe fall, and waved his sword over his head to show he was absolutely at his mercy. "There, you drunken vagabond," he said, "I give you your life. You are no bad fellow if you could keep from brawling among your friends. But we all know Nanty Ewart," he said to the crowd around with a forgiving laugh, which, joined to the awe his prowess had inspired, entirely confirmed their wavering allegiance. They shouted the laird for ever, while poor Nanty, rising from the earth on whose lap he had been stretched so rudely, went in quest of his hanger, lifted it, wiped it, and as he returned the weapon to the scabbard, muttered between his teeth, "It is true they say of him, and the devil will stand his friend, till his hour come I will cross him no." So saying, he slunk from the crowd, cowed and disheartened by his defeat. "For you, Joshua Geddes," said Redgauntlet, approaching the Quaker, who with lifted hands and eyes had beheld the scene of violence, shall take the liberty to arrest thee for a breach of the peace altogether unbecoming thy pretended principles, and I believe it will go hard with thee both in a court of justice, and among thine own society of friends, as they call themselves, who will be but indifferently pleased to see the quiet tenor of their hypocrisy insulted by such violent proceedings." "I violent," said Joshua, "I do aught unbecoming the principles of the friends. I defy thee, man, and I charge thee as a Christian to forbear vexing my soul with such charges. It is grievous enough to me to have seen violences which I was unable to prevent." "O Joshua, Joshua," said Redgauntlet with a sardonic smile, "thou light of the faithful in the town of Dumfries, and the places adjacent, wilt thou thus fall away from the truth? Hast thou not before us all attempted to rescue a man from the warrant of law? Didst thou not encourage that drunken fellow to draw his weapon, and didst thou not thyself flourish thy cudgel in the cause? Thinkst thou that the oaths of the injured Peter Peebles and the conscientious Crystal Nixon, besides those of such gentlemen as look on the strange scene, who not only put on swearing as a garment, but to whom in custom house matters oaths are literally meat and drink, dost thou not think, I say, that these men's oaths will go further than thy yea and nay in this matter?" "I will swear to anything," said Peter. "All is fair when it comes to an oath ad litem." "You do me foul wrong," said the Quaker, undismayed by the general laugh. "I encouraged no drawing of weapons, though I attempted to move an unjust man by some use of argument. I brandished no cudgel, although it may be that the ancient Adam struggled within me, and caused my hand to grasp mine oaken staff, firmer than usual, when I saw innocence borne down with violence. But why talk I what is true, and just to thee who hast been a man of violence? From thy youth upwards let me rather speak to thee such language as thou canst comprehend. Deliver these young men up to me," he said when he had led Redgauntlet a little apart from the crowd, "and I will not only free thee from the heavy charge of damages, which thou hast incurred by thine outrage upon my property, but I will add ransom for them, and for myself, What would it profit thee, to do the youths wrong by detaining them in captivity? Mr. Geddes, said Redgauntlet, in a tone more respectful than he had hitherto used to the Quaker, your language is disinterested, and I respect the fidelity of your friendship. Perhaps we have mistaken each other's principles and motives. But if so, we have not at present time for explanation. Make yourself easy, I hope, to raise your friend Darcy Latimer to a pitch of eminence which you will witness with pleasure. Rene, do not attempt to answer me. The other young man shall suffer restraint a few days, probably only a few hours. It is not more than due for his pragmatical interference in what concerned him. Not do you, Mr. Geddes, be so prudent as to take your horse and leave this place, which is growing every moment more unfit for the abode of a man of peace. You may wait the event in safety at Mount Sharon. Friend, replied Joshua, I cannot comply with thy advice. I will remain here even as thy prisoner as thou didst, but now threaten rather than leave the youth, who hath suffered by and through me and my misfortunes, in his present state of doubtful safety. Wherefore I will not mount my steed Solomon, neither will I turn his head towards Mount Sharon, until I see an end of this matter. A prisoner then you must be, said Redgauntlet. I have no time to dispute the matter further with you, but tell me for what you fix your eyes so attentively on yonder people of mine. To speak the truth, said the Quaker, I admire to behold among them a little wretch of a boy called Benjy, to whom I think Satan has given the power of transporting himself wheresoever mischief is going forward, so that it may be truly said, there is no evil in this land, wherein he hath not a finger if not a whole hand. The boy, who saw their eyes fixed on him as they spoke, seemed embarrassed, slid, rather desirous of making his escape, but at a signal from Redgauntlet, he advanced, assuming the sheepish look and rustic manner with which the jackanapes covered much acuteness and roguery. How long have you been with the party, sirrah? Said Redgauntlet. Since the raid on the Steaknits, said Benjy with his finger in his mouth. And what made you follow us? I doredna stay at hame, for the constables, replied the boy. And what have you been doing all this time? Doing, sir? I dinna ken what ye ca doing. I have been doing neathing, said Benjy. Then, seeing something in Redgauntlet's eye, which was not to be trifled with, he added, neathing, but waiting on Maester Crystal Nixon. Hume, ye indeed, muttered Redgauntlet, must Master Nixon bring his own retinue into the field? This must be seen to. He was about to pursue his inquiry when Nixon himself came to him with looks of anxious haste. The father is come, he whispered, and the gentlemen are getting together in the largest room of the house, and they desire to see you yonder. Is your nephew too making a noise like a man in Bedlam? I will look to it all instantly, said Redgauntlet. Is the father lodged as I directed? Crystal nodded. Now then for the final trial, said Redgauntlet. He folded his hands, looked upwards, crossed himself, and, after this act of devotion, almost the first which anyone had observed him make use of, he commanded Nixon to keep good watch, have his horses and men ready for every emergency, look after the safe custody of the prisoners, but treat them at the same time well and civilly. And these orders given, he darted hastily into the house. Chapter 22. Narrative continued. Redgauntlet's first course was to the chamber of his nephew. He unlocked the door, entered the apartment, and asked what he wanted that he made so much noise. I want my liberty, said Darcy, who had wrought himself up to a pitch of passion, in which his uncle's wrath had lost its terrors. I desire my liberty, and to be assured of the safety of my beloved friend Alan Fairford, whose voice I heard but now. Your liberty shall be your own within half an hour from this period. Your friend shall be also set at freedom in due time, and you yourself be permitted to have access to his place of confinement. This does not satisfy me, said Darcy. I must see my friend instantly. He is here, and he is here endangered on my account only. I have heard violent exclamations, clash of swords. You will gain no point with me, unless I have ocular demonstration of his safety. Arthur, dearest nephew, answered Redgauntlet, drive me not mad. Thine own fadathat of thy house, that of thousands, that of Britain herself, are at this moment in the scales, and you are only occupied about the safety of a poor insignificant pettifogger. He has sustained injury at your hands. Then said Darcy fiercely, I know he has, but if so, not even our relationship shall protect you. Peace, ungrateful and obstinate fool, said Redgauntlet. Yet stay, will you be satisfied if you see this Alan Fairford, the bundle of Bombazintha's precious friend of yours, well and sound? Will you, I say, be satisfied with seeing him in perfect safety, without attempting to speak to or converse with him? Darcy, signified his assent. Take hold of my arm, then said Redgauntlet. And do you, niece, Lilia's take the other. And beware, Sir Arthur, how you bear yourself. Darcy was compelled to acquiesce, sufficiently aware that his uncle would permit him no interview with a friend, whose influence would certainly be used against his present earnest wishes, and in some measure contented with the assurance of Fairford's personal safety. Redgauntlet led them through one or two passages, for the house, as we have before said, was very irregular and built at different times, until they entered an apartment where a man with shouldered carabine kept watch at the door, but readily turned the key for their reception. In this room, they found Alan Fairford and the Quaker apparently in deep conversation with each other. They looked up as Redgauntlet and his party entered, and Alan pulled off his hat and made a profound reverence, which the young lady, who recognized him though masked as she was, he could not know, returned with some embarrassment, arising probably from the recollection of the bold step she had taken in visiting him. Darcy longed to speak, but dared not. His uncle only said, Gentlemen, I know you are as anxious on Mr. Darcy Latimer's account as he is upon yours. I am commissioned by him to inform you that he is as well as you are. I trust you will all meet soon. Meantime, although I cannot suffer you to be at large, you shall be as well treated as is possible under your temporary confinement. He passed on without pausing to hear the answers, which the lawyer and the Quaker were hastening to prefer, and only waving his hand by way of adieu, made his exit with the real and the seeming lady, whom he had under his charge, through a door at the upper end of the apartment, which was fastened and guarded like that by which they entered. Redgauntlet next led the way into a very small room, adjoining which, but divided by a partition, was one of apparently larger dimensions, for they heard the trampling of the heavy boots of the period, as if several persons were walking to and fro and conversing in low and anxious whispers. Here, said Redgauntlet to his nephew, as he disencumbered him from the riding skirt and the mask, I restore you to yourself, and trust you will lay aside all effeminate thoughts with this feminine dress. Do not blush at having worn a disguise to which kings and heroes have been reduced. It is when female craft or female cowardice find their way into a manly bosom that he who entertains these sentiments should take eternal shame to himself, for thus having resembled womankind. Follow me. While Lilia's remains here, I will introduce you to those whom I hope to see associated with you in the most glorious cause that hand ever drew sword. Darcy paused. Uncle, he said, my person is in your hands, but remember my will is my own. I will not be hurried into any resolution of importance. Remember what I have already said. What I now repeat, that I will take no step of importance, but upon conviction. But canst thou be convinced, thou foolish boy, without hearing and understanding the grounds on which we act? So saying, he took Darcy by the arm and walked with him to the next room, a large apartment, partly filled with miscellaneous articles of commerce, chiefly connected with contraband trade, where among bales and barrels sat or walked to and fro several gentlemen, whose manners and looks seemed superior to the plain riding dresses which they wore. There was a grave and stern anxiety upon their countenances, when on Redgauntlet's entrance they drew from their separate coteries into one group around him, and saluted him with a formality which had something in it of ominous melancholy. As Darcy looked around the circle, he thought he could discern in it few traces of that adventurous hope which urges men upon desperate enterprises, and began to believe that the conspiracy would dissolve of itself without the necessity of his placing himself in direct opposition to so violent a character as his uncle, and incurring the hazard with which such opposition must be attended. Mr. Redgauntlet, however, did not or would not see any such marks of depression of spirit amongst his coadjutors, but met them with cheerful countenance, and a warm greeting of welcome. Happy to meet you here, my lord, he said, bowing low to a slender young man. I trust you come with the pledges of your noble father of B. And all that loyal house. Sir Richard, what news in the West? I am told you had 200 men on foot to have joined when the fatal retreat from Derby was commenced. When the white standard is again displayed, it shall not be turned back so easily either by the force of its enemies, or the falsehood of its friends. Dr. Grumball, I bow to the representative of Oxford, the mother of learning, and loyalty. Penguinian, you Cornish chuff, has this good wind blown, you Northaw, my brave Cambro Britons, when was Wales last in the race of honour? Such and such like compliments he dealt, around which were in general answered by silent bows, but when he saluted one of his own countrymen by the name of Mac Keller, and greeted Maxwell of Summertrees by that of Patine Peril, The latter replied that if Pate were not a fool he would be Patine's safety, and the former, a thin old gentleman in tarnished embroidery, said bluntly, I troth, Redgauntlet, I am here just like yourself. I have little to lose. That took my land the last time may take my life this, and that is all I care about it. The English gentlemen who were still in possession of their paternal estates looked doubtfully on each other, and there was something whispered among them of the fox which had lost his tail. Redgauntlet hastened to address them. I think, my lords and gentlemen, he said, that I can account for something like sadness, which has crept upon an assembly gathered together. For so noble a purpose our numbers seem, when thus assembled, too small and inconsiderable to shake the firm-seated usurpation of a half-century. But do not count us by what we are in thew and muscle, but by what our summons can do among our countrymen in this small party, are those who have power to raise battalions, and those who have wealth to pay them, and do not believe our friends, who are absent, are cold, or indifferent to the cause. Let us once light the signal, and it will be hailed by all who retain love for the Stuart, and by Allah more numerous body who hate the elector. Here I have letters from Sir Richard Glendale, interrupted the speaker. We all confide, Redgauntlet, in your valor and skill. We admire your perseverance, and probably nothing short of your strenuous exertions, and the emulation awakened by your noble and disinterested conduct could have brought so many of us, the scattered remnant of a disheartened party, to meet together once again in solemn consultation. For I take it, gentlemen, he said, looking round, this is only a consultation. Nothing more, said the young lord. Nothing more, said Dr. Grumball, shaking his large academical peruke. And only a consultation, was echoed by the others. Redgauntlet bit his lip. I had hopes, he said, that the discourses I have held with most of you from time to time had ripened into more maturity than your words imply, and that we were here to execute as well as to deliberate. And for this we stand prepared. I can raise 500 men with my whistle. 500 men, said one of the Welsh squires, cot bless us, and pray you what could 500 men do? All that the priming does for the cannon, Mr. Meredith, answered Redgauntlet. It will enable us to seize Carlisle, and you know what our friends have engaged for in that case. Yes, but, said the young nobleman, you must not hurry us on too fast, Mr. Redgauntlet. We are all, I believe, as sincere and true-hearted in this business as you are, but we will not be driven forward blindfold. We owe caution to ourselves and our families, as well as to those whom we are empowered to represent on this occasion. Who hurries you, my lord? Who is it that would drive this meeting forward blindfold? I do not understand your lordship, said Redgauntlet. Nay, said Sir Richard Glendale, at least, do not let us fall under our old reproach of disagreeing among ourselves. What my lord means, Redgauntlet, is that we have this morning heard it is uncertain whether you could even bring that body of men, whom you count upon your countryman Mr. Mac Keller, seemed just before you came in to doubt whether your people would rise in any force, unless you could produce the authority of your nephew. I might ask, said Redgauntlet, what right Mac Keller, or anyone has to doubt my being able to accomplish what I stand pledged for, but our hopes consist in our unity. Here stands my nephew, gentlemen. I present to you my kinsman, Sir Arthur Darcy, Redgauntlet of that ilk. Gentlemen, said Darcy, with a throbbing bosom, for he felt the crisis a very painful one, allow me to say that I suspend expressing my sentiments on the important subject under discussion, until I have heard those of the present meeting. Proceed in your deliberations, gentlemen, said Redgauntlet. I will show my nephew such reasons for acquiescing in the result as will entirely remove any scruples which may hang around his mind. Dr. Grumball now coughed, shook his ambrosial curls, and addressed the assembly. The principles of Oxford, he said, are well understood, since she was the last to resign herself to the arch usurper, since she has condemned by her sovereign authority the blasphemous atheistical and anarchical tenets of Locke and other deluders of the public mind. Oxford will give men money and countenance to the cause of the rightful monarch. But we have been often deluded by foreign powers who have availed themselves of our zeal to stir up civil dissensions in Britain, not for the advantage of our blessed though banished monarch, but to stir up disturbances, by which they might profit, while we their tools are sure to be ruined. Oxford, therefore, will not rise unless our sovereign comes in person to claim our allegiance, in which case God forbid we should refuse him our best obedience. It is a very good advice, said Mr. Meredith. In troth, said Sir Richard Glendale, it is the very keystone of our enterprise, and the only condition upon which I myself and others could ever have dreamt of taking up arms. No insurrection which has not Charles Edward himself at its head, will ever last longer than till a single-foot company of redcoats march to disperse it. This is my own opinion, and that of all my family, said the young nobleman already mentioned, and I own I am somewhat surprised at being summoned to attend a dangerous rendezvous, such as this before something certain could have been stated to us on this most important preliminary point. Pardon me, my lord, said Redgauntlet, I have not been so unjust either to myself, or my friends. I had no means of communicating to our distant confederates, without the greatest risk of discovery, what is known to some of my honorable friends as courageous, and as resolved as when 20 years since he threw himself into the wilds of Moidart. Charles Edward has instantly complied with the wishes of his faithful subjects. Charles Edward is in this country. Charles Edward is in this house. Charles Edward waits. But your present decision to receive the homage of those who have ever called themselves his loyal liegemen, he that would now turn his coat and change his note must do so under the eye of his sovereign. There was a deep pause. Those among the conspirators whom mere habit, or a desire of preserving consistency, had engaged in the affair now saw with terror their retreat cut off, and others who at a distance had regarded the proposed enterprise as hopeful trembled when the moment of actually embarking in it was thus unexpectedly and almost inevitably precipitated. How now, my lords and gentlemen, said Redgauntlet, is it delight and rapture that keep you thus silent? Where are the eager welcomes that should be paid to your rightful king, who a second time confides his person to the care of his subjects, undeterred by the hairbreadth escapes and severe privations of his former expedition? I hope there is no gentleman here that is not ready to redeem in his prince's presence the pledge of fidelity which he offered in his absence. I at least, said the young nobleman resolutely, and laying his hand on his sword, will not be that coward. If Charles is come to these shores, I will be the first to give him welcome, and to devote my life and fortune to his service. Before caught, said Mr. Meredith, I do not see that Mr. Redgauntlet has left us anything else to do. Stay, said Summertrees, there is yet one other question. Has he brought any of those Irish rapparees with him, who broke the neck of our last glorious affair? Not a man of them, said Redgauntlet. I trust, said Dr. Grumball, that there are no Catholic priests in his company. I would not intrude on the private conscience of my sovereign, but as an unworthy son of the Church of England, it is my duty to consider her security. Not a popish dog or cat is there to bark or mew about his majesty, said Redgauntlet. Old Shaftesbury himself could not wish a prince's person more secure from popery, may not be the worst religion in the world. Notwithstanding any more doubts, gentlemen, can no more plausible reasons be discovered for postponing the payment of our duty and discharge of our oaths and engagements. Meantime your king waits your declaration. Be my faith, he hath but a frozen reception. Redgauntlet, said Sir Richard Glendale calmly, your reproaches shall not goad me into anything of which my reason disapproves. That I respect my engagement as much as you do is evident, since I am here ready to support it with the best blood in my veins. But has the king really come hither entirely unattended? He has no man with him, but young as aide-de-camp, and a single valet-de-chamber. No man but, Redgauntlet, as you are a gentleman, has he no woman with him? Redgauntlet cast his eyes on the ground, and replied, I am sorry to say has. The company looked at each other, and remained silent for a moment. At length Sir Richard proceeded, I need not repeat to you, Mr. Redgauntlet, what is the well-grounded opinion of His Majesty's friends concerning that most unhappy connection. There is but one sense and feeling amongst us upon the subject. I must conclude that our humble remonstrances were communicated by you, sir, to the king. In the same strong terms in which they were couched, replied Redgauntlet, I love His Majesty's cause more than I fear his displeasure. But apparently, our humble expostulation has produced no effect. This lady, who has crept into his bosom, has a sister in the Elector of Hanover's court, and yet we are well assured that our most private communication is placed in her keeping. Varium et mutabilis semper femina, said Dr. Grumball. She puts his secrets into her work-bag, said Maxwell, and out they fly whenever she opens it. If I must hang, I would wish it to be in somewhat a better rope than the string of a lady's hussy. Are you too turning dastard, Maxwell, said Redgauntlet in a whisper. Not I, said Maxwell, let us fight for it, and let them win and wear us, but to be betrayed by a brimstone like that. Be temperate, gentlemen, said Redgauntlet. The foible of which you complain so heavily has always been that of kings and heroes, which I feel strongly confident the king will surmount upon the humble entreaty of his best servants, and when he sees them ready to peril their all in his cause upon the slight condition of his resigning the society of a female favourite, of whom I have seen reason to think he hath been himself for some time wearied. But let us not press upon him rashly with our well-meant zeal. He has a princely will as becomes his princely birth, and we gentlemen who are royalists should be the last to take advantage of circumstances to limit its exercise. I am as much surprised and hurt as you can be to find that he has made her the companion of this journey, increasing every chance of treachery and detection. But do not let us insist upon a sacrifice so humiliating while he has scarce placed a foot upon the beach of his kingdom. Let us act generously by our sovereign, and when we have shown what we will do for him, we shall be able with better face to state what it is we expect him to concede. Indeed, I think it is but a pity, said Mac Keller, when so many pretty gentlemen are got together, that they should part without the flash of a sword among them. I should be of that gentleman's opinion, said Lord, had I nothing to lose but my life. But I frankly own that the conditions on which our family agreed to join having been, in this instance, left unfulfilled, I will not peril the whole fortunes of our house on the doubtful fidelity of an artful woman. I am sorry to see your lordship, said Redgauntlet, take a course which is more likely to secure your house's wealth than to augment its honors. How am I to understand your language, sir? Said the young nobleman haughtily. Nay, gentlemen, said Dr. Grumball, interposing, do not let friends quarrel, we are all zealous for the cause, but truly, although I know the license claimed by the great in such matters, and can I hope make due allowance, there is, I may say, an indecorum in a prince, who comes to claim the allegiance of the Church of England, arriving on such an errand, with such a companioncy non cast caught tamen. I wonder how the Church of England came to be so heartily attached to his merry old namesake, said Redgauntlet. Sir Richard Glendale then took up the question, as one whose authority and experience gave him right to speak with much weight. We have no leisure for hesitation, he said. It is full time that we decide what course we are to hold. I feel as much as you, Mr. Redgauntlet, the delicacy of capitulating with our sovereign in his present condition. But I must also think of the total ruin of the cause, the confiscation and bloodshed, which will take place among his adherents, and all through the infatuation with which he adheres to a woman who is the pensionary of the present minister, as she was for years. Sir Robert Walpole's let his Majesty send her back to the continent, and the sword on which I now lay my hand shall instantly be unsheathed, and I trust many hundred others at the same moment. The other persons present testified their unanimous acquiescence in what Sir Richard Glendale had said. I see you have taken your resolutions, gentlemen, said Redgauntlet unwisely. I think because I believe that by softer and more generous proceedings, you would have been more likely to carry a point which I think as desirable as you do. But what is to be done if Charles should refuse, with the inflexibility of his grandfather, to comply with this request of yours? Do you mean to abandon him to his fate? God forbid, said Sir Richard hastily, and God forgive you, Mr. Redgauntlet, for breathing such a thought. No, I for one will, with all duty and humility, see him safe back to his vessel, and defend him with my life against whosoever shall assail him. But when I have seen his sails spread, my next act will be to secure, if I can, my own safety by retiring to my house, or if I find our engagement, as is too probable, has taken wind, by surrendering myself to the next justice of peace, and giving security that hereafter I shall live quiet and submit to the ruling powers. Again the rest of the persons present intimated their agreement in opinion with the speaker. Well, gentlemen, said Redgauntlet, it is not for me to oppose the opinion of everyone, and I must do you the justice to say that the king has in the present instance neglected a condition of your agreement, which was laid before him in very distinct terms. The question now is who is to acquaint him with the result of this conference, for I presume you would not wait on him in a body to make the proposal that he should dismiss a person from his family as the price of your allegiance. I think Mr. Redgauntlet should make the explanation, said Lord, as he has doubtless done justice to our remonstrances by communicating them to the king. No, one can with such propriety and force state the natural and inevitable consequence of their being neglected. Now I think, said Redgauntlet, that those who make the objection should state it, for I am confident the king will hardly believe on less authority than that of the heir of the loyal house of B, that he is the first to seek an evasion of his pledge to join him. An evasion, sir, repeated Lord fiercely. I have borne too much from you already, and this I will not endure. Favor me with your company to the downs." Redgauntlet laughed scornfully, and was about to follow the fiery young man when Sir Richard again interposed. "Are we to exhibit," he said, "the last symptoms of the dissolution of our party, by turning our swords against each other? Be patient, lord, in such conferences, as this much must pass unquestioned, which might brook challenge elsewhere. There is a privilege of party, as of parliamentmen cannot in emergency stand. Upon picking phrases, gentlemen, if you will extend your confidence in me, so far I will wait upon his majesty, and I hope my lord and Mr. Redgauntlet will accompany me. I trust the explanation of this unpleasant matter will prove entirely satisfactory, and that we shall find ourselves at liberty to render our homage to our sovereign without reserve, when I for one will be the first to peril all in his just quarrel." Redgauntlet at once stepped forward. "My lord," he said, "if my zeal made me say anything in the slightest degree offensive, I wish it unsaid, and ask your pardon. A gentleman can do no more." "I could not have asked Mr. Redgauntlet to do so much," said the young nobleman, willingly accepting the hand which Redgauntlet offered. "I know no man living from whom I could take so much reproof, without a sense of degradation, as from himself. Let me then hope, my lord, that you will go with Sir Richard, and me to the presence. Your warm blood will heat our zealor, colder resolves will temper yours." The young lord smiled, and shook his head. "Alas, Mr. Redgauntlet," he said, "I am ashamed to say that in zeal you surpass us all, but I will not refuse this mission provided you will permit Sir Arthur your nephew also to accompany us." "My nephew," said Redgauntlet, and seemed to hesitate, then added, "Most certainly, I trust," he said, looking at Darcy, "he will bring to his prince's presence such sentiments as fit the occasion." It seemed, however, to Darcy that his uncle would rather have left him behind, had he not feared that he might in that case have been influenced by, or might perhaps himself influence, the unresolved confederates with whom he must have associated during his absence. "I will go," said Redgauntlet, "and request admission." In a moment after he returned, and without speaking motioned for the young nobleman to advance. He did so, followed by Sir Richard Glendale and Darcy. Redgauntlet himself, bringing up the rear a short passage, and a few steps brought them to the door of the temporary presence-chamber in which the royal wanderer was to receive their homage. It was the upper loft of one of those cottages which made additions to the old inn, poorly furnished, dusty, and in disorder. For rash as the enterprise might be considered, they had been still careful not to draw the attention of strangers by any particular attentions to the personal accommodation of the prince. He was seated when the deputies, as they might be termed, of his remaining adherents entered, and as he rose and came forward and bowed, in acceptance of their salutation, it was with a dignified courtesy which at once supplied whatever was deficient in external pomp, and converted the wretched garret into a saloon worthy of the occasion. It is needless to add that he was the same personage already introduced in the character of Father Bonaventure, by which name he was distinguished at fair ladies. His dress was not different from what he then wore, excepting that he had a loose riding coat of camlet, under which he carried an efficient Quentin-thrust sword, instead of his walking rapier, and also a pair of pistols. Redgauntlet presented to him successively the young lord, and his kinsman Sir Arthur Darcy. Redgauntlet, who trembled as, bowing and kissing his hand, he found himself surprised into what might be construed an act of high treason, which yet he saw no safe means to avoid. Sir Richard Glendale seemed personally known to Charles Edward, who received him with a mixture of dignity and affection, and seemed to sympathize with the tears which rushed into that gentleman's eyes as he bade his majesty welcome to his native kingdom. "Yes, my good Sir Richard," said the unfortunate prince in a tone melancholy, yet resolved. "Charles Edward is with his faithful friends once more, not perhaps with his former gay hopes which undervalued danger, but with the same determined contempt of the worst which can befall him in claiming his own rights, and those of his country. I rejoice, sire, and yet alas, I must also grieve to see you once more on the British shores," said Sir Richard Glendale, and stopped short, a tumult of contradictory feelings preventing his further utterance. "It is the call of my faithful and suffering people, which alone could have induced me to take once more the sword in my hand. For my own part, Sir Richard, when I have reflected how many of my loyal and devoted friends perished by the sword, and by proscription, or died indigent and neglected in a foreign land, I have often sworn that no view to my personal aggrandizement should again induce me to agitate a title which has cost my followers so dear. But since so many men of worth and honor conceive the cause of England and Scotland to be linked with that of Charles Stuart. I must follow their brave example, and laying aside all other considerations, once more stand forward. As their deliverer, I am however come hither upon your invitation. And as you are so completely acquainted with circumstances, to which my absence must necessarily have rendered me a stranger, I must be a mere tool in the hands of my friends. I know well I never can refer myself implicitly to more loyal hearts or wiser heads than Harry's Redgauntlet and Sir Richard Glendale. Give me your advice, then, how we are to proceed and decide upon the fate of Charles Edward. Redgauntlet looked at Sir Richard as if to say, can you press any additional or unpleasant condition at a moment like this? And the other shook his head, and looked down as if his resolution was unaltered, and yet as feeling all the delicacy of the situation. There was a silence which was broken by the unfortunate representative of an unhappy dynasty, with some appearance of irritation. This is strange, gentlemen, he said. You have sent for me from the bosom of my family, to head an adventure of doubt and danger. And when I come, your own minds seem to be still irresolute. I had not expected this on the part of two such men. For me, sire, said Redgauntlet, the steel of my sword is not truer than the temper of my mind. My Lord S. and mine are equally so, said Sir Richard, but you had in charge Mr. Redgauntlet to convey our request to His Majesty, coupled with certain conditions. And I discharged my duty to His Majesty, and to you, said Redgauntlet. I looked at no condition, gentlemen, said their king with dignity, save that which called me here to assert my rights in person, that I have fulfilled at no common risk here. I stand to keep my word, and I expect of you to be true to yours. There was, or should have been, something more than that in our proposal, please, your Majesty, said Sir Richard. There was a condition annexed to it. I saw it not, said Charles, interrupting him out of tenderness. Towards the noble hearts of whom I think so highly, I would neither see nor read anything which could lessen them in my love, and my esteem. Conditions can have no part betwixt prince and subject. Sire, said Redgauntlet, kneeling on one knee, I see from Sir Richard's countenance he deems it my fault that your Majesty seems ignorant of what your subjects desired, that I should communicate to your Majesty. For heaven's sake, for the sake of all my past services and sufferings, leave not such a stain upon my honor. The note number D, of which this is a copy, referred to the painful subject, to which Sir Richard again directs your attention. You press upon me, gentlemen, said the prince, coloring highly, recollections, which, as I hold them, most alien to your character, I would willingly have banished from my memory. I did not suppose that my loyal subjects would think so poorly of me as to use my depressed circumstances as a reason for forcing themselves into my domestic privacies and stipulating arrangements with their king regarding matters in which the meanest minds claim the privilege of thinking for themselves. In affairs of state and public policy, I will ever be guided, as becomes a prince, by the advice of my wisest counselors. In those which regard my private affections and my domestic arrangements, I claim the same freedom of will which I allow to all my subjects, and without which a crown were less worth wearing than a beggar's bonnet. May it please your Majesty, said Sir Richard Glendale, I see it must be my lot to speak unwilling truths, but believe me, I do so with as much profound respect as deep regret. It is true we have called you to head a mighty undertaking, and that your Majesty, preferring honor to safety, and the love of your country to your own ease, has condescended to become our leader. But we also point it out as a necessary and indispensable preparatory step to the achievement of our purpose, and, I must say, as a positive condition of our engaging in it, that an individual supposed, I presume, not to guess how Trulito have your Majesty's more intimate confidence, and believed, I will not say on absolute proof, but upon the most pregnant suspicion, to be capable of betraying that confidence to the Elector of Hanover, should be removed from your royal household and society. This is too insolent, Sir Richard, said Charles Edward. Have you inveigled me into your power to bait me in this unseemly manner? And you, Redgauntlet, why did you suffer matters to come to such a point as this, without making me more distinctly aware what insults were to be practiced on me? My gracious prince, said Redgauntlet, I am so far to blame in this, that I did not think so slight an impediment as that of a woman's society could have really interrupted an undertaking of this magnitude. I am a plain man, sire, and speak but bluntly. I could not have dreamt but what within the first 5 minutes of this interview either Sir Richard and his friends would have ceased to insist upon a condition so ungrateful to your Majesty, or that your Majesty would have sacrificed this unhappy attachment to the sound advice or even to the over-anxious suspicions of so many faithful subjects, I saw no entanglement in such a difficulty, which on either side might not have been broken through like a cobweb. You were mistaken, sir, said Charles Edward, entirely mistaken, much so as you are at this moment, when you think in your heart, my refusal to comply with this insolent proposition is dictated by a childish and romantic passion. For an individual, I tell you, sir, I could part with that person tomorrow without an instant's regret. That I have had thoughts of dismissing her from my court for reasons known to myself, but that I will never betray my rights as a sovereign and a man by taking this step to secure the favor of anyone, or to purchase that allegiance which, if you owe it to me at all, is due to me as my birthright. I am sorry for this, said Redgauntlet. I hope both your Majesty and Sir Richard will reconsider your resolutions, or forbear this discussion in a conjuncture so pressing. I trust your Majesty will recollect that you are on hostile ground, that our preparations cannot have so far escaped notice as to permit us now with safety to retreat from our purpose, insomuch that it is with the deepest anxiety of heart I foresee even danger to your own royal person, unless you can generously give your subjects the satisfaction which Sir Richard seems to think they are obstinate in demanding. And deep indeed your anxiety ought to be, said the prince. Is it, in these circumstances of personal danger, in which you expect to overcome a resolution which is founded on a sense of what is due to me, as a man or a prince, if the axe and scaffold were ready before the windows of Whitehall, I would rather tread the same path with my great-grandfather than concede the slightest point in which my honor is concerned. He spoke these words with a determined accent, and looked around him on the company, all of whom, excepting Darcy, who saw, he thought, a fair period to a most perilous enterprise, seemed in deep anxiety and confusion. At length, Sir Richard spoke in a solemn and melancholy tone. If the safety, he said, of poor Richard Glendale were alone concerned in this matter, I have never valued my life enough to weigh it against the slightest point of your Majesty's service. But I am only a messenger, a commissioner, who must execute my trust, and upon whom 1,000 voices will cry curse and woe, if I do it not with fidelity. All of your adherents, even Redgauntlet himself, see certain ruin to this enterpriseth greatest danger to your Majesty's person, utter destruction of all your party and friends, if they insist not on the point which unfortunately your Majesty is so unwilling to concede. I speak it with a heart full of anguish, with a tongue unable to utter my emotions, but it must be spoken. Fatal truth that, if your royal goodness cannot yield to us a boon which we hold necessary to our security, and your Majesty with one word disarms 10,000 men, ready to draw their swords in your behalf, or to speak yet more plainly, you annihilate even the semblance of a royal party in Great Britain. And why do you not add, said the prince scornfully, that the men who have been ready to assume arms in my behalf will atone for their treason to the elector, by delivering me up to the fate for which so many proclamations have destined me? Carry my head to St. James, gentlemen. You will do a more acceptable and a more honorable action than having inveigled me into a situation which places me so completely in your power to dishonor yourselves by propositions which dishonor me. My God, sire, exclaimed Sir Richard, clasping his hands together, in impatience, of what great and inexpiable crime can your Majesty's ancestors have been guilty, that they have been punished by the infliction of judicial blindness on their whole generation? Come, my lord, we must to our friends. By your leave, Sir Richard, said the young nobleman, not till we have learned what measures can be taken for his Majesty's personal safety. Care not for me, young man, said Charles Edward. When I was in the society of Highland robbers and cattle drovers, I was safer than I now hold myself among the representatives of the best blood in England. Farewell, gentlemen, I will shift for myself. This must never be, said Redgauntlet. Let me, that brought you to the point of danger, at least provide for your safe retreat. So saying, he hastily left the apartment, followed by his nephew, the wanderer, averting his eyes from Lord and Sir Richard Glendale, threw himself into a seat at the upper end of the apartment, while they in much anxiety stood together at a distance from him, and conversed in whispers. Chapter 23. Narrative continued. When Redgauntlet left the room in haste and discomposure, the first person he met on the stair, and indeed so close by the door of the apartment that Darcy thought he must have been listening there, was his attendant Nixon. What the devil do you here? He said abruptly and sternly. I wait your orders, said Nixon. I hope all's right. Excuse my zeal. All is wrong, sir. Where is the seafaring fellow? What do you call him? Nanty Ewart, sir, I will carry your commands, said Nixon. I will deliver them myself to him, said Redgauntlet, call him hither. But should your honor leave the presence, said Nixon, still lingering. Death, sir, do you prate to me, said Redgauntlet, bending his brows, I, sir, transact my own business. You, I am told, act by a ragged deputy. Without further answer Nixon departed rather disconcerted, as it seemed to Darcy. That dog turns insolent and lazy, said Redgauntlet, but I must bear with him for a while. A moment after Nixon returned with Ewart. Is this the smuggling fellow, demanded Redgauntlet. Nixon nodded. Is he sober now? He was brawling anon. Sober enough for business, said Nixon. Well then, hark ye, Eurtman, your boat with your best hands, and have her by the pierget, your other fellows on board the bridge. If you have any cargo left, throw it overboard, it shall be all paid 5 times over, and be ready for a start to Wales, or the Hebrides, or perhaps for Sweden or Norway. Ewart answered sullenly enough, aye, aye, sir. Go with him, Nixon, said Redgauntlet, forcing himself to speak with some appearance of cordiality to the servant with whom he was offended. See, he does his duty. Ewart left the house sullenly, followed by Nixon. The sailor was just in that species of drunken humor which made him jealous, passionate, and troublesome, without showing any other disorder than that of irritability. As he walked towards the beach, he kept muttering to himself, but in such a tone that his companion lost not a word. Smuggling fellow, I smugglerand, start your cargo into the sea and be ready to start for the Hebrides or Swedener. The devil, I suppose. Well, and what if I said in answer, rebel Jacobite traitor, ill make you and your DD confederates walk the plank. I have seen better men do ithef a score of a morning when I was across the line. DD, unhandsome terms those Redgauntlet used to you, brother, said Nixon. Which do you mean, said Ewart, starting and recollecting himself. I have been at my old trade of thinking aloud, have I? No matter, answered Nixon, none, but a friend heard you cannot have forgot how Redgauntlet disarmed you this morning. Why, I would bear no malice about thatenly, he is so cursedly high and saucy, said Ewart. And then said Nixon, I know you for a true-hearted Protestant. That I am, by G, said Ewart. No, the Spaniards could never get my religion from me. And a friend to King George and the Hanover line of succession, said Nixon, still walking and speaking very slow. You may swear I am excepting in the way of business, as Turnpenny says I like King George, but I can't afford to pay duties. You are outlawed, I believe, said Nixon. Faith, I believe I am, said Ewart. I wish I were inlawed again with all my heart. But come along, we must get all ready for our peremptory gentleman, I suppose. I will teach you a better trick, said Nixon. There is a bloody pack of rebels yonder. Aye, we all know that, said the smuggler, but the snowball's melting, I think. There is some one yonder whose head is worth 30,000 pounds off. Sterling, money, said Nixon, pausing between each word, as if to enforce the magnificence of the sum. And what of that, said Ewart quickly. Only that instead of lying by the pier with your men on their oars, if you will just carry your boat on board just now, and take no notice of any signal from the shore by G.D. Nanty Ewart, I will make a man of you for life. Oh ho, then the Jacobite gentry are not so safe as they think themselves, said Nanty. In an hour or two, replied Nixon, they will be made safer in Carlisle Castle. The devil they will, said Ewart, and you have been the informer, I suppose. Yes, I have been ill paid for my service among the Redgauntlet scarce got dogs, wage and been treated worse than ever dog was used. I have the old fox, and his cubs in the same trap, now Nanty, and well see how a certain young lady will look then. You see I am frank with you, Nanty. And I will be as frank with you, said the smuggler. You are a DD old scoundrel, traitor to the man whose bread you eat. Me help to betray poor devils that have been so often betrayed myself, not if they were 100 Pope's devils. And pretenders I will back, and tell them their dangerthy are part of cargorgularly invoiced put under my charge by the owner's ill back. You are not stark mad, said Nixon, who now saw he had miscalculated in supposing Nanty's wild ideas of honor and fidelity could be shaken even by resentment, or by his Protestant partialities. You shall not go back, it is all a joke. Ill back to Redgauntlet, and see whether it is a joke he will laugh at. My life is lost, if you do, said Nixon. Here reason. They were in a clump or cluster of tall firs at the moment. They were speaking about halfway between the pier and the house, but not in a direct line from which Nixon, whose object it was to gain time, had induced Ewart to diverge insensibly. He now saw the necessity of taking a desperate resolution. Here reason, he said, and added, as Nanty still endeavored to pass him or else hear this discharging a pocket pistol into the unfortunate man's body. Nanty staggered, but kept his feet. It has cut my backbone asunder. He said you have done me the last good office, and I will not die ungrateful. As he uttered the last words, he collected his remaining strength, stood firm for an instant, drew his hanger, and fetching a stroke with both hands cut Crystal Nixon down. The blow struck with all the energy of a desperate and dying man, exhibited a force to which Ewart's exhausted frame might have seemed inadequate. Cleft the hat, which the wretch wore, though secured by a plate of iron within the lining, bit deep into his skull, and there left a fragment of the weapon, which was broke by the fury of the blow. One of the seamen of the lugger who strolled up, attracted by the firing of the pistol, though being a small one, the report was very trifling, found both the unfortunate men stark dead, alarmed at what he saw, which he conceived to have been the consequence of some unsuccessful engagement betwixt his late commander and a revenue officer, for Nixon chanced not to be personally known to him. The sailor hastened back to the boat in order to apprise his comrades of Nanty's fate, and to advise them to take off themselves and the vessel. Meantime Redgauntlet, having as we have seen dispatched Nixon for the purpose of securing a retreat for the unfortunate Charles in case of extremity, returned to the apartment where he had left the wanderer. He now found him alone. Sir Richard Glendale, said the unfortunate prince with his young friend, has gone to consult their adherents now in the house. Redgauntlet, my friend, I will not blame you for the circumstances in which I find myself, though I am at once placed in danger and rendered contemptible, but you ought to have stated to me more strongly the weight which these gentlemen attached to their insolent proposition. You should have told me that no compromise would have any effect, that they desire not a prince to govern them, but one, on the contrary, over whom they were to exercise restraint on all occasions, from the highest affairs of the state down to the most intimate and private concerns of his own privacy, which the most ordinary men desire to keep secret and sacred from interference. God knows, said Redgauntlet in much agitation, I acted for the best when I pressed your majesty to come hither. I never thought that your majesty at such a crisis would have scrupled, when a kingdom was in view, to sacrifice an attachment which— Peace, sir, said Charles, it is not for you to estimate my feelings upon such a subject. Redgauntlet colored high and bowed profoundly. At least, he resumed, I hoped that some middle way might be found, and it shall and must come with me, nephew. We will to these gentlemen, and I am confident I will bring back heart-stirring tidings. I will do much to comply with them. Redgauntlet, I am loath, having again set my foot on British land, to quit it without a blow for my right. But this which they demand of me is a degradation, and compliance is impossible. Redgauntlet, followed by his nephew, the unwilling spectator of this extraordinary scene, left once more the apartment of the adventurous wanderer, and was met on the top of the stairs by Joe Crackenthorpe. Where are the other gentlemen? He said. Yonder in the west barrack, answered Joe. But Master Ingoldsbithat was the name by which Redgauntlet was most generally known in Cumberland. I wish to say to you that I must put yonder folk together in one room. What folk? Said Redgauntlet impatiently. Why, them prisoner stranger folk, as you bid Crystal Nixon look after Lord Loveyou. This is a large house, know, but we cannot have separate lockups for folk, as they have in Newgate or in Bedlam. Yonder's a mad beggar, that is to be a great man when he wins a lawsuit. Lord help him, yonder's a Quaker, and a lawyer charged with a riot, and echoed, I must make one key and one lock keep them, for we are chokeful. And you have sent off old Nixon, that could have given one some help in this confusion. Besides, they take up everyone a room, and call for naughts on earth excepting the old man, who calls lustily enough, but he has not a penny to pay shot. Do as thou wilt with them, said Redgauntlet, who had listened impatiently to his statement. So thou dost, but keep them from getting out and making some alarm in the country. I care not. A Quaker and a lawyer, said Darcy, this must be Fairford, and Ged's uncle. I must request of you. Nay, nephew, interrupted Redgauntlet, this is no time for asking questions. You shall yourself decide upon their fate, in the course of an hour. No harm, whatever is designed them. So saying, he hurried towards the place where the Jacobite gentlemen were holding their council, and Darcy followed him in the hope that the obstacle which had arisen to the prosecution of their desperate adventure would prove insurmountable, and spare him the necessity of a dangerous and violent rupture with his uncle. The discussions among them were very eager, the more daring part of the conspirators, who had little but life to lose, being desirous to proceed at all hazards, while the others whom a sense of honor, and a hesitation to disavow long-cherished principles, had brought forward, were perhaps not ill-satisfied to have a fair apology for declining an adventure into which they had entered with more of reluctance than zeal. Meanwhile Joe Crackenthorpe, availing himself of the hasty permission attained from Redgauntlet, proceeded to assemble in one apartment those whose safe custody had been thought necessary, and without much considering the propriety of the matter, he selected for the common place of confinement the room, which Lilia's had since her brother's departure occupied alone. It had a strong lock, and was double-hinged, which probably led to the preference assigned to it as a place of security. Into this Joe, with little ceremony and a good deal of noise, introduced the Quaker, and Fairford, the first descanting on the immorality, the other on the illegality of his proceedings, and he turned a deaf ear both to the one and the other. Next he pushed in almost in headlong fashion the unfortunate litigant, who, having made some resistance at the threshold, had received a violent thrust in consequence, and came rushing forward like a ram in the act of charging with such impetus as must have carried him to the top of the room, and struck the cocked hat which sat, perched on the top of his tow wig against Miss Redgauntlet's person, had not the honest Quaker interrupted his career, by seizing him by the collar, and bringing him to a stand. "Friend," said he, with the real good breeding which so often subsists independently of ceremony, "thou art no company for that young person. She is thou seest frightened at our being so suddenly thrust in hither, and although that be no fault of ours, yet it will become us to behave civilly towards her. Wherefore come thou with me to this window, and I will tell thee what it concerns thee to know." "And what for should I know?" "Speak to the leddy, friend," said Peter, who was now about half seas over. "I have spoke to leddies before now, man. What for should she be frightened at me? I am nae bogle, I ween. What are ye pooing me? That gate for ye will rive my coat, and I will have a good action for having myself made sardum ac tectum at your expenses." Notwithstanding this threat, Mr. Geddes, whose muscles were as strong as his judgment was sound, and his temper sedate, led poor Peter, under the sense of a control against which he could not struggle, to the farther corner of the apartment, where, placing him whether he would or no in a chair, he sat down beside him, and effectually prevented his annoying the young lady upon whom he had seemed bent upon conferring the delights of his society. If Peter had immediately recognized his counsel, learned in the law, it is probable that not even the benevolent efforts of the Quaker could have kept him in a state of restraint. But Fairford's back was turned towards his client, whose optics, besides being somewhat dazzled with ale and brandy, were speedily engaged in contemplating a half-crown which Joshua held between his finger and his thumb, saying at the same time, "Friend, thou art indigent and improvident. This will well employed procure thee sustentation of nature for more than a single day, and I will bestow it on thee if thou wilt sit here, and keep me company, for neither thou nor I, friend, are fit company for ladies." "Speak for yourself, friend," said Peter scornfully. I ken to be agreeable to the fair sex, and when I was in business, I served the ladies. Why another sort of decorum than Plainstains, the d.d. awkward scoundrel? It was one of the articles of diday between us." "Well, but friend," said the Quaker, who observed that the young lady still seemed to fear Peter's intrusion, "I wish to hear thee speak about this great lawsuit of thine, which has been matter of such celebrity." "Celebrity ye may swear that," said Peter, for the string was touched to which his crazy imagination always vibrated, "and I dinna wonder that folk that judge things by their outward grandeur should think me something worth their envying. It's very true that it is grandeur upon earth to hear ane's name thundered out along the longarched roof of the outer house. Poor Peter Peebles against Plainstains, et per contra, the best lawyers in the house, fleeing like eagles to the prey, some because they are in the cause, and some because they want to be thought engaged, for there are tricks in other trades by selling muslinsto. See the reporters mending their pens, to take down the debateth lords, themselves pooin' in their chairs like folk, sitting down to a gude dinner, and crying on the clerks for parts and pendicles of the process, who pure bodies can do little mair than cry on their closet keepers to help them to see a. This continued Peter in a tone of sustained rapture, "and to ken that neething will be said or dune amang a the grand folk, for maybe the feck of 3 hours, saving what concerns you and your business. O man, nae wonder that ye judge this to be earthly glory. And yet, neighbour, as I was saying, there be unco drawbacks. I, whilst think of my bit house, where dinner and supper and breakfast used to come without the crying for, just as if fairies had brought iten the gude bed at enend, the needful penny in the pouch, and then to see a ane's worldly substance capering in the air, in a pair of waybocks, now up now down, as the breath of judge or counsel. inclines it for pursuer or defender troth man. There are times I rue having ever begun the plea work though maybe, when ye consider the renown and credit I have by it ye will hardly believe what I am saying. Indeed, friend, said Joshua, with a sigh, I am glad thou hast found anything in the legal contention which compensates thee for poverty and hunger. But I believe were other human objects of ambition looked upon, as closely their advantages would be found as chimerical as those attending thy protracted litigation. But never mind, friend, said Peter, I'll tell you the exact state of the conjunct processes, and make you sensible that I can bring myself round with a wet finger now. I have my finger, and my thumb on this loop-the-dyke loon, the lad Fairford. Alan Fairford was in the act of speaking to the masked lady, for Miss Redgauntlet had retained her writing, Vizard endeavouring to assure her, as he perceived her anxiety of such protection, as he could afford when his own name pronounced in a loud tone, attracted his attention. He looked round, and seeing Peter Peebles as hastily turned to avoid his notice, in which he succeeded so earnest was Peter upon his colloquy, with one of the most respectable auditors whose attention he had ever been able to engage, and by this little motion momentary, as it was Alan gained an unexpected advantage, for while he looked round Miss Lilia's, I could never ascertain why took the moment to adjust her mask, and did it so awkwardly that when her companion again turned his head, he recognized as much of her features as authorized him to address her as his fair client, and to press his offers of protection and assistance with the boldness of a former acquaintance. Lilia's Redgauntlet withdrew the mask from her crimsoned cheek. Mr. Fairford, she said in a voice almost inaudible, you have the character of a young gentleman of sense and generosity, but we have already met in one situation which you must think singular, and I must be exposed to misconstruction, at least for my forwardness, were it not in a cause in which my dearest affections were concerned. Any interest in my beloved friend Darcy Latimer, said Fairford, stepping a little back, and putting a marked restraint upon his former advances, gives me a double right to be useful to. He stopped short. To his sister, your goodness would say, answered Lilia's. His sister, madam, replied Alan, in the extremity of astonishment. Sister, I presume in affection only. No, sir, my dear brother Darcy and I are connected by the bonds of actual relationship, and I am not sorry to be the first to tell this to the friend he most values. Fairford's first thought was on the violent passion which Darcy had expressed towards the fair unknown. Good God, he exclaimed, how did he bear the discovery? With resignation, I hope, said Lilia's, smiling, a more accomplished sister he might easily have come by, but scarcely could have found one who could love him more than I do. I only meant to say, said the young counselor, his presence of mind failing him for an instant, that I meant to ask where Darcy Latimer is at this moment. In this very house, and under the guardianship of his uncle, whom I believe you knew as a visitor of your father under the name of Mr. Harries of Burnswork. Let me hasten to him, said Fairford. I have sought him through difficulties and dangers. I must see him instantly. You forget you are a prisoner, said the young lady. True, but I cannot be long detained. The cause alleged is too ridiculous. Alas, said Lilia's, our fate, me brothers, and mine at least must turn on the deliberations perhaps of less than an hour. For you, sir, I believe and apprehend nothing, but some restraint. My uncle is neither cruel nor unjust, though few will go further in the cause which he has adopted, which is that of the pretend. For God's sake speak lower, said Lilia's, approaching her hand, as if to stop him. The word may cost you your life. You do not know, indeed you do not, terrors of the situation in which we at present stand, and in which I fear you also are involved by your friendship for my brother. I do not indeed know the particulars of our situation, said Fairford, but be the danger what it may, I shall not grudge my share of it for the sake of my friend, or he added with more timidity, of my friend's sister. Let me hope, he said, my dear Miss Latimer, that my presence may be of some use to you, and that it may be so. Let me entreat a share of your confidence, which I am conscious I have otherwise no right to ask. He led her as he spoke towards the recess of the farther window of the room, and observing to her that unhappily he was particularly exposed to interruption from the mad old man, whose entrance had alarmed her, he disposed of Darcy Latimer's riding skirt, which had been left in the apartment, over the back of two chairs, forming thus a sort of screen behind which he ensconced himself with the maiden of the green mantle, feeling at the moment that the danger in which he was placed was almost compensated by the intelligence which permitted those feelings towards her to revive which justice to his friend had induced him to stifle in the birth. The relative situation of advisor and advised of protector and protected is so peculiarly suited to the respective condition of man and woman that great progress towards intimacy is often made in very short space, for the circumstances call for confidence on the part of the gentleman, and forbid coyness on that of the lady, so that the usual barriers against easy intercourse are at once thrown down. Under these circumstances, securing themselves, as far as possible from observation, conversing in whispers, and seated in a corner where they were brought into so close contact that their faces nearly touched each other, Fairford heard from Lydia's Redgauntlet the history of her family, particularly of her uncle, his views upon her brother, and the agony which she felt lest at that very moment he might succeed in engaging Darcy in some desperate scheme fatal to his fortune and perhaps to his life. Alan Fairford's acute understanding instantly connected what he had heard with the circumstances he had witnessed at Fairlady's. His first thought was to attempt at all risks his instant escape and procure assistance powerful enough to crush in the very cradle a conspiracy of such a determined character. This he did not consider as difficult, for though the door was guarded on the outside, the window, which was not above 10 feet from the ground, was open for escape. The common on which it looked was unenclosed, and profusely covered with furs. There would, he thought, be little difficulty in effecting his liberty, and in concealing his course after he had gained it. But Lydia's exclaimed against this scheme. Her uncle, she said, was a man who in his moments of enthusiasm knew neither remorse nor fear. He was capable of visiting upon Darcy any injury which he might conceive Fairford had rendered him. Was her near kinsman also, and not an unkind one, and she deprecated any effort even in her brother's favor by which his life must be exposed to danger. Fairford himself remembered Father Bonaventure, and made little question but that he was one of the sons of the old Chevalier de St. George, and with feelings which, although contradictory of his public duty, can hardly be much censured, his heart recoiled from being the agent by whom the last scion of such a long line of Scottish princes should be rooted up. He then thought of obtaining an audience, if possible, of this devoted person, and explaining to him the utter hopelessness of his undertaking, which he judged it likely that the ardor of his partisans might have concealed from him. But he relinquished this design as soon as formed. He had no doubt that any light which he could throw on the state of the country would come too late to be serviceable to one who was always reported to have his own full share of the hereditary obstinacy which had cost his ancestors so dear, and who in drawing the sword must have thrown from him the scabbard. Lydia's suggested the advice, which of all others seemed most suited to the occasion, that yielding namely to the circumstances of their situation, they should watch carefully when Darcy should obtain any degree of freedom, and endeavor to open a communication with him, in which case their joint flight might be effected, and without endangering the safety of anyone. Their youthful deliberation had nearly fixed in this point, when Fairford, who was listening to the low, sweet whispering tones of Lydia's Redgauntlet, rendered yet more interesting by some slight touch of foreign accent, was startled by a heavy hand, which descended with full weight on his shoulder, while the discordant voice of Peter Peebles, who had at length broke loose from the well-meaning Quaker, exclaimed in the ear of his truant counsel, "Aha, lad, I think y'are catched in. So y'are turned chamber counsel, are ye, and ye have drawn up why clients in scarfs and hoods? But bide a wee, Billy, and see if I dinna sort ye, when my petition and complaint comes to be discussed with, or without answers under certification." Alan Fairford had never more difficulty in his life to subdue a first emotion than he had to refrain from knocking down the crazy blockhead who had broken in upon him at such a moment. But the length of Peter's address gave him time, fortunately perhaps for both parties, to reflect on the extreme irregularity of such a proceeding. He stood silent, however, with vexation, while Peter went on. "Will, my bonny man, I see ye are thinking shame o' yoursel, and nae great wonder ye maun leave this queenth like of her is ower light company for you. I have heard honest Mr. Pest say that the gown grees ill wi' the petticoat, but come awa hame to your pure father, and ill take care of you the hale gate, and keep you company, and deal a word we will speak about, but just the state of the conjoined processes of the great cause of poor Peter Peebles against Plainstanes. If thou canst endure to hear as much of that suit, friend," said the Quaker, "as I have heard out of mere compassion for thee, I think verily thou wilt soon be at the bottom of the matter, unless it be altogether bottomless." Fairford shook off rather indignantly the large bony hand which Peter had imposed upon his shoulder, and was about to say something peevish upon so unpleasant and insolent a mode of interruption, when the door opened a treble voice, saying to the sentinel, "I tell you I maun be in to see, if Mr. Nixon's here." And little Benji thrust in his moffed, and keen black eyes ere he could withdraw it. Peter Peebles sprang to the door, seized on the boy by the collar, and dragged him forward into the room. "Let me see it," he said, "ye ne'er-do-well limb of Satanil, gar you satisfy the production I trowel hay first, and second diligence against you, ye devil's bucky." "What dost thou want?" said the Quaker, interfering. "Why dost thou frighten the boy, friend Peebles?" "I gave the bastard a penny to buy me snuff," said the pauper, "and he has rendered no account of his intermissions, but ill gar him as gued." So saying, he proceeded forcibly to rifle the pockets of Benji's ragged jacket, of 1 or 2 snares for game marbles, a half-bitten apple 2 stolen, eggs 1 of which Peter broke in the eagerness of his research, and various other unconsidered trifles, which had not the air of being very honestly come by the little rascal under this discipline bit, and struggled like a fox-cub, but like that vermin uttered neither cry nor complaint, till a note which Peter tore from his bosom flew as far as Lilia's Redgauntlet, and fell at her feet. It was addressed to Roman 100N. "It is for the villain Nixon," she said to Alan Fairford. "Open it, without scruple. That boy is his emissary. We shall now see what the miscreant is driving at." Little Benji now gave up all further struggle, and suffered Peebles to take from him, without resistance, a shilling, out of which Peter declared he would pay himself principal and interest, and account for the balance. The boy, whose attention seemed fixed on something very different, only said, "Maester Nixon will murder me." Alan Fairford did not hesitate to read the little scrap of paper, on which was written, "All is prepared, keep them in play. Until I come up, you may depend on your reward." Roman 100. Roman 100. "Alas, my unclemmy poor uncle," said Lilias, "this is the result of his confidence. Methinks to give him instant notice of his confidant's treachery is now the best service we can render all concerned. If they break up their undertaking, as they must now do, Darcy will be at liberty." In the same breath they were both at the half-open door of the room, Fairford entreating to speak with the Father Bonaventure, and Lilias equally vehemently requesting a moment's interview with her uncle. While the sentinel hesitated what to do, his attention was called to a loud noise at the door, where a crowd had been assembled, in consequence of the appalling cry that the enemy were upon them, occasioned, as it afterwards proved, by some stragglers having at length discovered the dead bodies of Nanty Ewart and of Nixon. Amid the confusion occasioned by this alarming incident, the sentinel ceased to attend to his duty, and accepting Alan Fairford's arm, Lilias found no opposition in penetrating even to the inner apartment, where the principal persons in the enterprise, whose conclave had been disturbed by this alarming incident, were now assembled in great confusion, and had been joined by the Chevalier himself. "Only a mutiny among these smuggling scoundrels," said Redgauntlet. "Only a mutiny, do you say?" said Sir Richard Glendale, and the lugger, the last hope of escape for, looked towards Charlestan's out to sea under a press of sail. "Do not concern yourself about me," said the unfortunate prince. "This is not the worst emergency in which it has been my lot to stand, and if it were, I fear it not shift for yourselves, my lords and gentlemen." "No, never," said the young lord. "Our only hope now is in an honorable resistance." "Most true," said Redgauntlet. "Let despair renew the union amongst us, which accident disturbed. I give my voice for displaying the royal banner instantly." And how now, he concluded sternly, as Lilias, first soliciting his attention, by pulling his cloak, put into his hand the scroll, and added it was designed for that of Nixon. Redgauntlet Reedon, dropping it on the ground, continued to stare upon the spot where it fell with raised hands and fixed eyes. Sir Richard Glendale lifted the fatal paper, read it, and saying, "Now all is indeed over," handed it to Maxwell, who said aloud, "Black Colin Campbell, by G.D. I heard he had come post from London last night." As if in echo to his thoughts, the violin of the blind man was heard playing with spirit. "The Campbells are coming," a celebrated clanmark. "The Campbells are coming in earnest," said Mac Keller. "They are upon us with the whole battalion from Carlisle." There was a silence of dismay, and 2 or 3 of the company began to drop out of the room. Lord spoke with the generous spirit of a young English nobleman. "If we have been fools, do not let us be cowards. We have one here more precious than us all, and come hither on our warranty. Let us save him at least." "True, most true," answered Sir Richard Glendale. "Let the king be first cared for." "That shall be my business," said Redgauntlet. "If we have but time to bring back the brig, all will be well. I will instantly dispatch a party in a fishing skiff to bring her to. He gave his commands to 2 or 3 of the most active among his followers. Let him be once on board, he said, and there are enough of us to stand to arms and cover his retreat. Right, right, said Sir Richard, and I will look to points which can be made defensible. And the old powder-plot boys could not have made a more desperate resistance. Then we shall. Redgauntlet continued he, I see some of our friends are looking pale, but methinks your nephew has more metal in his eye now than when we were in cold deliberation with danger at a distance. It is the way of our house, said Redgauntlet, our courage ever kindles highest on the losing side. I too feel that the catastrophe I have brought on must not be survived by its author. Let me first, he said, addressing Charles, see your Majesty's sacred person in such safety as can now be provided for it, and then you may spare all considerations concerning me. Gentlemen, again, repeated Charles, yon mountain of Criffel shall fly as soon as I will. Most threw themselves at his feet with weeping and entreaty. Some 1 or 2 slunk in confusion from the apartment, and were heard riding off unnoticed. In such a scene Darcy, his sister, and Fairford drew together, and held each other by the hands as those who, when a vessel is about to founder in the storm, determine to take their chance of life and death together. Amid this scene of confusion, a gentleman plainly dressed in a riding habit with a black cockade in his hat, but without any arms except a cautodaches, walked into the apartment without ceremony. He was a tall, thin, gentlemanly man with a look, and bearing decidedly military. He had passed through their guards, if in the confusion they now maintained any without stop or question, and now stood almost unarmed among armed men, who nevertheless gazed on him as on the angel of destruction. You look coldly on me, gentlemen, he said. Sir Richard Glendale, me lord, we were not always such strangers. Ha, Patine Peril, how is it with you and you too in Goldsby? I must not call you by any other name. We do you receive an old friend so coldly? But you guess my errand, and are prepared for it. General, said Redgauntlet, we are not men to be penned up like sheep for the slaughter. Shall you take it too seriously? Let me speak but one word with you. No words can shake our purpose, said Redgauntlet, where your whole command, as I suppose, is the case drawn round the house. I am certainly not unsupported, said the general, but if you would hear me. Hear me, sir, said the wanderer, stepping forward. I suppose I am the mark you aim at. I surrender myself willingly to save these gentlemen's danger. Let this at least avail in their favor. An exclamation of never, never broke from the little body of partisans who threw themselves round the unfortunate prince, and would have seized or struck down Campbell, had it not been that he remained with his arms folded, and a look rather indicating impatience, because they would not hear him, than the least apprehension of violence at their hand. At length he obtained a moment's silence. I do not, he said, know this gentleman, making a profound bow to the unfortunate prince. I do not wish to know him. It is a knowledge which would suit neither of us. Our ancestors nevertheless have been well acquainted, said Charles, unable to suppress even at that hour of dread and danger the painful recollections of fallen royalty. In one word, General Campbell, said Redgauntlet, is it to be peace or war? You are a man of honor, and we can trust you. I thank you, sir, said the general, and I reply that the answer to your question rests with yourself. Come, do not be fools, gentlemen. There was perhaps no great harm meant or intended by your gathering together in this obscure corner for a bear-bait or a cockfight, or whatever other amusement you may have intended, but it was a little imprudent considering how you stand with government, and it has occasioned some anxiety. Exaggerated accounts of your purpose have been laid before government by the information of a traitor in your own councils, and I was sent down post to take the command of a sufficient number of troops. In case these calumnies should be found to have any real foundation, I have come here, of course, sufficiently supported both with cavalry and infantry, to do whatever might be necessary. But my commands, Ariand, I am sure they agree with my inclination to make no arrests, nay, to make no further inquiries of any kind, if this good assembly will consider their own interest, so far as to give up their immediate purpose, and return quietly home to their own houses. What all? Exclaimed Sir Richard Glendale, without exception. All without one single exception, said the general. Such are my orders. If you accept my terms, say so, and make haste, for things may happen to interfere with His Majesty's kind purposes towards you all. Majesty's kind purposes, said the wanderer. Do I hear you aright, sir? I speak the king's very words from his very lips, replied the general. I will set His Majesty deserve the confidence of my subjects by reposing my security in the fidelity of the millions who acknowledge my tightline the good sense and prudence of the few, who continue from the errors of education to disown it. His Majesty will not even believe that the most zealous Jacobites, who yet remain, can nourish a thought of exciting a civil war, which must be fatal to their families and themselves. Besides spreading bloodshed and ruin through a peaceful land, he cannot even believe of his kinsmen, that he would engage brave and generous though mistaken men, in an attempt which must ruin all who have escaped former calamities, and he is convinced that did curiosity or any other motive lead that person to visit this country, he would soon see it was his wisest course to return to the continent, and his Majesty compassionates his situation too much to offer any obstacle to his doing so. Is this real, said Redgauntlet, can you mean this? Am I, all are any of these gentlemen at liberty, without interruption to embark in yonder brig, which I see is now again approaching the shore? You surliny of the gentlemen present, said the general, all whom the vessel can contain, are at liberty to embark uninterrupted by me, but I advise none to go off who have not powerful reasons, unconnected with the present meeting, for this will be remembered against no one. Then, gentlemen, said Redgauntlet, clasping his hands together, as the words burst from him, the cause is lost for ever. General Campbell turned away to the window, as if to avoid hearing what they said. Their consultation was but momentary, for the door of escape, which thus opened, was as unexpected as the exigence was threatening. We have your word of honor for our protection, said Sir Richard Glendale, if we dissolve our meeting in obedience to your summons. You have, Sir Richard, answered the general. And I also have your promise, said Redgauntlet, that I may go on board yonder vessel with any friend, whom I may choose to accompany me. Not only that, Mr. Ingoldspear, I will call you Mr. Redgauntlet, once more you may stay in the offing for a tide, until you are joined by any person who may remain at Fairladies. After that there will be a sloop of war on the station, and I need not say your condition will then become perilous. Perilous it should not be, General Campbell, said Redgauntlet, or more perilous to others than to us, if others thought as I do even in this extremity. You forget yourself, my friend, said the unhappy adventurer, you forget that the arrival of this gentleman only puts the copestone on our already adopted resolution to abandon our bullfight, or by whatever other wild name this headlong enterprise may be termed. I bid you farewell, unfriendly friends, I bid you farewell, bowing to the general, my friendly foe. I leave this strand, as I landed upon it, alone, and to return no more. Not alone, said Redgauntlet, while there is blood in the veins of my father's son. Not alone, said the other gentleman present, stung with feelings which almost overpowered the better reasons under which they had acted. We will not disown our principles, or see your person endangered. If it be only your purpose to see the gentleman to the beach, said General Campbell, I will myself go with you. My presence among you unarmed, and in your power, will be a pledge of my friendly intentions, and will overawe should such be offered any interruption on the part of officious persons. Be it so, said the adventurer with the air of a prince, to a subject, not of one who complied with the request of an enemy too powerful to be resisted. They left the apartment. They left the house. An unauthenticated and dubious, but appalling sensation of terror had already spread itself among the inferior retainers, who had so short time before strutted and bustled, and thronged the doorway and the passages. A report had arisen of which the origin could not be traced, of troops advancing towards the spot in considerable numbers, and men who for one reason or other were most of them amenable to the arm of power, had either shrunk into stables or corners, or fled the place entirely. There was solitude on the landscape, excepting the small party which now moved towards the rude pier, where a boat lay manned agreeably to Redgauntlet's orders previously given. The last air of the Stuarts leant on Redgauntlet's arm as they walked towards the beach, for the ground was rough, and he no longer possessed the elasticity of limb and of spirit which had 20 years before carried him over many a Highland hill, as light as one of their native deer. His adherents followed, looking on the ground, their feelings struggling against the dictates of their reason. General Campbell accompanied them with an air of apparent ease and indifference, but watching at the same time, and no doubt with some anxiety, the changing features of those who acted in this extraordinary scene. Darcy and his sister naturally followed their uncle, whose violence they no longer feared, while his character attracted their respect, and Alan Fairford attended them from interest in their fate, unnoticed in a party where all were too much occupied with their own thoughts and feelings, as well as with the impending crisis, to attend to his presence. Halfway betwixt the house and the beach they saw the bodies of Nanty Ewart and Crystal Nixon, blackening in the sun. "That was your informer," said Redgauntlet, looking back to General Campbell, who only nodded his assent. "Caitiff wretch," exclaimed Redgauntlet, "yet the name were better bestowed on the fool who could be misled by thee." "That sound broadsword cut," said the general, "has saved us the shame of rewarding a traitor." They arrived at the place of embarkation. The prince stood a moment with folded arms and looked around him in deep silence. A paper was then slipped into his hand, looked at it, and said, "I find the two friends I have left at Fairlady's are apprised of my destination, and propose to embark from Bonus. I presume this will not be an infringement of the conditions under which you have acted." "Certainly not," answered General Campbell. "They shall have all facility to join you." "I wish then," said Charles, only another companion, Redgauntlet, "the air of this country is as hostile to you as it is to me. These gentlemen have made their peace, or rather they have done nothing to break it, but now come you and share my home, where chance shall cast it. We shall never see these shores again, but we will talk of them, and of our disconcerted bullfight." "I follow you, sire, through life," said Redgauntlet, "as I would have followed you to death. Permit me one moment." The prince then looked round, and seeing the abashed countenances of his other adherents bent upon the ground, he hastened to say, "Do not think that you gentlemen have obliged me less, because your zeal was mingled with prudence, entertained, I am sure, more on my own account, and on that of your country, than from selfish apprehensions." He stepped from one to another, and amid sobs and bursting tears, received the adieus of the last remnant, which had hitherto supported his lofty pretensions, and addressed them individually, with accents of tenderness and affection. The general drew a little aloof and signed to Redgauntlet to speak with him. "While this scene proceeded, it is now all over," he said, "and Jacobite will be henceforward no longer a party name. When you tire of foreign parts, and wish to make your peace, let me know your restless zeal alone has impeded your pardon hitherto." "And now I shall not need it," said Redgauntlet. "I leave England for ever, but I am not displeased that you should hear my family adieus. Nephew, come hither, in presence of General Campbell. I tell you that, though to breed you up in my own political opinions has been for many years my anxious wish, I am now glad that it could not be accomplished. You pass under the service of the reigning monarch, without the necessity of changing your allegiance. A change, however," he added, looking around him, "which sits more easy on honorable men than I could have anticipated. But some wear the badge of their loyalty on their sleeve, and others in the heart. You will from henceforth be uncontrolled master of all the property of which forfeiture could not deprive your father of, all that belonged to him excepting this, his good sword," laying his hand on the weapon he wore, "which shall never fight for the house of Hanover. And as my hand will never draw weapon more, I shall sink it 40 fathoms deep in the wide ocean. Bless you, young man, if I have dealt harshly with you, forgive me. I had set my whole desires on one point, God knows, with no selfish purpose, and I am justly punished by this final termination of my views, for having been too little scrupulous in the means by which I pursued them. Niece, farewell, and may God bless you also." "No, sir," said Lilias, seizing his hand eagerly, "you have been hitherto my protector. You are now in sorrow. Let me be your attendant, and your comforter in exile. I thank you, my girl, for your unmerited affection, but it cannot and must not be. The curtain here falls between us. I go to the house of another. If I leave it before I quit the earth, it shall be only for the house of God. Once more farewell. Both the fatal doom," he said with a melancholy smile, "will I trust now depart from the house of Redgauntlet. Since its present representative has adhered to the winning side, I am convinced he will not change, it should it in turn become the losing one." The unfortunate Charles Edward had now given his last adieus to his downcast adherents. He made a sign with his hand to Redgauntlet, who came to assist him into the skiff. General Campbell also offered his assistance, the rest appearing too much affected by the scene which had taken place to prevent him. "You are not sorry, General, to do me this last act of courtesy," said the Chevalier, "and on my part, I thank you for it. You have taught me the principle on which men on the scaffold feel forgiveness and kindness, even for their executioner. Farewell." They were seated in the boat, which presently pulled off from the land. The Oxford divine broke out into a loud benediction, in terms which General Campbell was too generous to criticize at the time, or to remember afterwards. Nay, it is said that Whig and Campbell as he was, he could not help joining in the universal Amen, which resounded from the shore. Conclusion by Dr. Dryasdust. In a letter to the author of Waverley. I am truly sorry, my worthy and much respected sir, that my anxious researches have neither in the form of letters nor of diaries or other memoranda been able to discover more than I have hitherto transmitted of the history of the Redgauntlet family. But I observe in an old newspaper called the Whitehall Gazette, of which I fortunately possess a file for several years, that Sir Arthur Darcy Redgauntlet was presented to his late Majesty at the drawing-room by Lieutenant General Campbell, upon which the editor observes in the way of comment that we were going remise ac velis into the interests of the Pretender. Since a Scot had presented a Jacobite at court, I am sorry, I have not room the Frank being only untill for his further observations, tending to show the apprehensions entertained by many well-instructed persons of the period, that the young king might himself be induced to become one of the Stuarts' faction, a catastrophe, from which it has pleased Heaven to preserve these kingdoms. I perceive also by a marriage contract in the family repositories that Miss Lilia's Redgauntlet of Redgauntlet, about 18 months after the transactions, you have commemorated intermarried with Alan Fairford-esque advocate of Clinkdollar, who I think we may not unreasonably conclude to be the same person whose name occurs so frequently in the pages of your narration. In my last excursion to Edinburgh, I was fortunate enough to discover an old caddy from whom, at the expense of a bottle of whiskey and half a pound of tobacco, I extracted the important information that he knew Peter Peebles very well, and had drunk many a mutchkin with him in Caddy Fraser's time. He said that he lived 10 years after King George's accession in the momentary expectation of winning his cause every day in the session time and every hour in the day, and at last fell down dead, in what my informer called a perplexity fit upon a proposal, for a composition being made to him in the outer house. I have chosen to retain my informer's phrase, not being able justly to determine whether it is a corruption of the word apoplexy, as my friend Mr. Oldbuck supposes, or the name of some peculiar disorder, incidental to those who have concern in the courts of law, as many callings and conditions of men have diseases appropriate to themselves. The same caddy also remembered blind Willie Stevenson, who was called Wandering Willie, and who ended his days unco banely in Sir Arthur Redgauntlet's ha nook. He had done the family some good turn, he said, specially when ane of the Argyll gentlemen was coming down on a ween of them that had the auld leaven about them, and wad hae teen every man of them, and nae less nor headed and hanged them. But Willie and a friend they had called Robin the Rambler gie them warning, by playing tunes such as the Campbells are coming, and the like, whereby they got timous warning to take the wing. I need not point out to your acuteness, my worthy sir, that this seems to refer to some inaccurate account of the transactions, in which you seem so much interested. Respecting Redgauntlet, about whose subsequent history you are more particularly inquisitive, I have learned from an excellent person, who was a priest in the Scottish monastery of Ratisbon, before its suppression, that he remained for 2 or 3 years in the family of the Chevalier, and only left it at last in consequence of some discords in that melancholy household, as he had hinted to General Campbell. He exchanged his residence for the cloister, and displayed in the latter part of his life a strong sense of the duties of religion, which in his earlier days he had too much neglected, being altogether engaged in political speculations and intrigues. He rose to the situation of prior in the house which he belonged to, and which was of a very strict order of religion. He sometimes received his countrymen, whom accident brought to Ratisbon and curiosity induced to visit the monastery of. But it was remarked that though he listened with interest and attention when Britain, or particularly Scotland, became the subject of conversation, yet he never either introduced or prolonged the subject, never used the English language, never inquired about English affairs, and above all never mentioned his own family. His strict observation of the rules of his order gave him at the time of his death some pretensions to be chosen a saint, and the brethren of the monastery of made great efforts for that effect, and brought forward some plausible proofs of miracles. But there was a circumstance which threw a doubt over the subject, and prevented the consistory from acceding to the wishes of the worthy brethren. Under his habit, and secured in a small silver box, he had worn perpetually around his neck a lock, off hair which the fathers avouched to be a relic, but the avocado del diabolo, in combating, as was his official duty, the pretensions of the candidate for sanctity, made it at least equally probable that the supposed relic was taken from the head of a brother of the deceased prior, who had been executed for adherence to the Stuart family in 17,456, and the motto Haud obliviscendum seemed to intimate a tone of mundane feeling and recollection of injuries, which made it at least doubtful whether, even in the quiet and gloom of the cloister, Father Hugo had forgotten the sufferings and injuries of the House of Redgauntlet. June 10, 1824. Notes. Note 1. The Society of Friends. In explanation of this circumstance, I cannot help adding a note, not very necessary for the reader, which yet I record with pleasure from recollection of the kindness, which it evinces in early youth. I resided for a considerable time in the vicinity of the beautiful village of Kelso, where my life passed in a very solitary manner. I had few acquaintances, scarce any companions, and books, which were at the time almost essential to my happiness, were difficult to come by. It was then that I was particularly indebted to the liberality and friendship of an old lady of the Society of Friends, eminent for her benevolence and charity. Her deceased husband had been a medical man of eminence, and left her with other valuable property, a small and well-selected library. This the kind old lady permitted me to rummage at pleasure, and carry home what volumes I chose, on condition that I should take at the same time some of the tracts printed for encouraging and extending the doctrines of her own sect. She did not even exact any promise that I would read these performances, being too justly afraid of involving me in a breach of promise, but was merely desirous that I should have the chance of instruction within my reach, in case whim, curiosity, or accident might induce me to have recourse to it. Note 2. The persecutors. The personages here mentioned are most of them characters of historical fame, but those less known and remembered may be found in the tract entitled The Judgment and Justice of God Exemplified, or a brief historical account of some of the wicked lives and miserable deaths of some of the most remarkable apostates and bloody persecutors from the Reformation till after the Revolution. This constitutes a sort of postscript or appendix to John Howie of Lochgan's account of the lives of the most eminent Scots worthies. The author has, with considerable ingenuity, reversed his reasoning upon the inference to be drawn from the prosperity or misfortunes which befall individuals in this world, either in the course of their lives or in the hour of death. In the account of the martyrs' sufferings, such inflictions are mentioned only as trials permitted by Providence for the better and brighter display of their faith and constancy of principle. But when similar afflictions befell the opposite party, they are imputed to the direct vengeance of heaven upon their impiety. If indeed the life of any person obnoxious to the historian's censures happened to have passed in unusual prosperity, the mere fact of its being finally concluded by death is assumed as an undeniable token of the judgment of heaven, and to render the conclusion inevitable his last scene is generally garnished with some singular circumstances. Thus the Duke of Lauderdale is said through old age, but immense corpulence, to have become so sunk in spirits that his heart was not the bigness of a walnut. Note 3. Lamentation for the dead. I have heard in my youth some such wild tale as that placed in the mouth of the blind fiddler, of which I think the hero was Sir Robert Grierson of Lag, the famous persecutor. But the belief was general throughout Scotland that the excessive lamentation over the loss of friends disturbed the repose of the dead and broke even the rest of the grave. There are several instances of this in tradition, but one struck me particularly, as I heard it from the lips of one who professed receiving it from those of a ghost-seer. This was a Highland lady named Mrs. C. of B., who probably believed firmly in the truth of an apparition, which seems to have originated in the weakness of her nerves and strength of her imagination. She had been lately left a widow by her husband, with the office of guardian to their only child. The young man added to the difficulties of his charge by an extreme propensity for a military life, which his mother was unwilling to give way to while she found it impossible to repress it. About this time, the independent companies formed for the preservation of the peace of the Highlands were in the course of being levied, and as a gentleman named Cameron, nearly connected with Mrs. C., commanded one of those companies, she was at length persuaded to compromise the matter with her son by permitting him to enter this company in the capacity of a cadet, thus gratifying his love of a military life without the dangers of foreign service, to which no one then thought these troops were at all liable to be exposed, while even their active service at home was not likely to be attended with much danger. She readily obtained a promise from her relative that he would be particular in his attention to her son, and therefore concluded she had accommodated matters between her son's wishes and his safety in a way sufficiently attentive to both. She set off to Edinburgh to get what was wanting for his outfit, and shortly afterwards received melancholy news from the Highlands. The independent company into which her son was to enter had a skirmish with a party of Caterans engaged in some act of spoil, and her friend, the captain being wounded, and out of the reach of medical assistance died. In consequence, this news was a thunderbolt to the poor mother, who was at once deprived of her kinsman's advice and assistance. And, instructed by his fate of the unexpected danger to which her son's new calling exposed him, she remained also in great sorrow for her relative, whom she loved with sisterly affection. These conflicting causes of anxiety, together with her uncertainty, whether to continue or change her son's destination, were terminated in the following manner. The house in which Mrs. C. resided in the old town of Edinburgh was a flat or story of a land accessible, as was then universal, by a common stair. The family who occupied the story beneath were her acquaintances, and she was in the habit of drinking tea with them every evening. It was, accordingly, about 6 o'clock, when, recovering herself from a deep fit of anxious reflection, she was about to leave the parlor in which she sat in order to attend this engagement, the door through which she was to pass opened, as was very common in Edinburgh, into a dark passage. In this passage, and within a yard of her, when she opened the door, stood the apparition of her kinsman, the deceased officer, in his full tartans, and wearing his bonnet. Terrified at what she saw or thought she saw, she closed the door hastily, and sinking on her knees by a chair, prayed to be delivered from the horrors of the vision. She remained in that posture till her friends below tapped on the door to intimate that tea was ready. Recalled to herself by the signal, she arose, and on opening the apartment door again, was confronted by the visionary Highlander, whose bloody brow bore token on the second appearance to the death. He had died unable to endure this repetition of her terrors. Mrs. C. sank on the door in a swoon. Her friends below, startled with the noise, came upstairs, and, alarmed at the situation in which they found her, insisted on her going to bed and taking some medicine in order to compose what they took for a nervous attack. They had no sooner left her in quiet than the apparition of the soldier was once more visible in the apartment. This time she took courage, and said, "In the name of God, Donald, why do you haunt one who respected and loved you when living?" To which he answered readily in Gaelic, "Cousin, why did you not speak sooner? My rest is disturbed by your unnecessary lamentation. Your tears scald me in my shroud. I come to tell you that my untimely death ought to make no difference in your views, for your son God will raise patrons to supply my place, and he will live to the fullness of years and die honored and at peace." The lady, of course, followed her kinsman's advice, and as she was accounted a person of strict veracity, we may conclude the first apparition an illusion of the fancy, the final one a lively dream suggested by the other two. Note 4. Peter Peebles. This unfortunate litigant for a person named Peter Peebles actually frequented the courts of justice in Scotland about the year 1792, and the sketch of his appearance is given from recollection. The author is of opinion that he himself had at one time the honor to be counsel for Peter Peebles, whose voluminous course of litigation served as a sort of asapices to most young men who were called to the bar. The scene of the consultation is entirely imaginary. Note 5. John's Coffee House. This small dark coffee house, now burnt down, was the resort of such writers and clerks belonging to the Parliament House above 30 years ago as retained the ancient Scottish custom of a meridian, as it was called, or noontide dram of spirits. If their proceedings were watched, they might be seen to turn fidgety about the hour of noon and exchange looks with each other from their separate desks, till at length some one of formal and dignified presence assumed the honor of leading the band, when away they went, threading the crowd like a string of wild fowl, crossed the square or close, and following each other into the coffee house, received in turn from the hand of the waiter the meridian which was placed ready at the bar. This they did day by day, and though they did not speak to each other, they seemed to attach a certain degree of sociability to performing the ceremony in company. Note 6. Fishing rights. It may be here mentioned that a violent and popular attack upon what the country people of this district considered as an invasion of their fishing right is by no means an improbable fiction. Shortly after the close of the American War, Sir James Graham of Netherby constructed a damdyke, or called across the Esk, at a place where it flowed through his estate, though it has its origin and the principal part of its course in Scotland. The new barrier at Netherby was considered as an encroachment calculated to prevent the salmon from ascending into Scotland, and the right of erecting it being an international question of law betwixt the sister kingdoms, there was no court in either competent to its decision in this dilemma. The Scots people assembled in numbers by signal of rocket lights, and rudely armed with fowling pieces, fish spears, and such rustic weapons, marched to the banks of the river, for the purpose of pulling down the dam dike objected to Sir James Graham, armed many of his own people to protect his property, and had some military from Carlisle for the same purpose. A renewal of the border wars had nearly taken place in the 18th century, when prudence and moderation on both sides saved much tumult, and perhaps some bloodshed. The English proprietor consented that a breach should be made in his dam dike sufficient for the passage of the fish, and thus removed the Scottish grievance. I believe the river has since that time taken the matter into its own disposal, and entirely swept away the dam dike in question. Note 7. State of Scotland. Scotland, in its half-civilized state, exhibited too many examples of the exertion of arbitrary force and violence, rendered easy by the dominion which lairds exerted over their tenants and chiefs over their clans. The captivity of Lady Grange in the desolate cliffs of St. Kilda is in the recollection of every one at the supposed date of the novel. Also a man of the name of Merrilees, a tanner in Leith, absconded from his country to escape his creditors, and after having slain his own mastiff dog, and put a bit of red cloth in its mouth, as if it had died in a contest with soldiers, and involved his own existence in as much mystery as possible, made his escape into Yorkshire. Here he was detected by persons sent in search of him, to whom he gave a portentous account of his having been carried off and concealed in various places. Mr. Merrilees was in short a kind of male Elizabeth Canning, but did not trespass on the public credulity quite so long. Note 8. Concealments for theft and smuggling. I am sorry to say that the modes of concealment described in the imaginary premises of Mr. Trumbull are of a kind which have been common on the frontiers of late years, the neighborhood of two nations having different laws though united in government, still leads to a multitude of transgressions on the border, and extreme difficulty in apprehending delinquents. About 20 years since, as far as my recollection serves, there was along the frontier an organized gang of coiners, forgers, smugglers, and other malefactors whose operations were conducted on a scale not inferior to what is here described. The chief of the party was one Richard Mendham, a carpenter, who rose to opulence, although ignorant even of the arts of reading and writing, but he had found a short road to wealth, and had taken singular measures for conducting his operations. Amongst these, he found means to build in a suburb of Berwick called Spittal a street of small houses, as if for the investment of property. He himself inhabited one of these. Another, a species of public house, was open to his confederates, who held secret and unsuspected communication with him, by crossing the roofs of the intervening houses, and descending by a trap stair, which admitted them into the alcove of the dining room of Dick Mendham's private mansion. A vault, too, beneath Mendham's stable, was accessible in the manner mentioned in the novel. The post of one of the stalls turned round on a bolt being withdrawn, and gave admittance to a subterranean place of concealment for contraband and stolen goods. To a great extent, Richard Mendham, the head of this very formidable conspiracy, which involved malefactors of every kind, was tried and executed at Jedburgh, where the author was present as Sheriff of Selkirkshire. Mendham had previously been tried, but escaped by want of proof and the ingenuity of his counsel. Note 9. Coronation of George Roman III. In excuse of what may be considered as a violent infraction of probability in this chapter, the author is under the necessity of quoting a tradition, which many persons may recollect having heard. It was always said, though with very little appearance of truth, that upon the coronation of the late George Roman III, when the champion of England Dymock, or his representative, appeared in Westminster Hall, and in the language of chivalry, solemnly wagered his body to defend in single combat the right of the young king to the crown of these realms, at the moment when he flung down his gauntlet as the gage of battle, an unknown female stepped from the crowd, and lifted the pledge, leaving another gage in room of it with a paper expressing that if a fair field of combat should be allowed, a champion of rank and birth would appear with equal arms to dispute the claim of King George to the British kingdoms. The story is probably one of the numerous fictions which were circulated to keep up the spirits of a sinking faction. The incident was, however, possible, if it could be supposed to be attended by any motive adequate to the risk, and might be imagined to occur to a person of Redgauntlet's enthusiastic character. George Roman III, it is said, had a police of his own, whose agency was so efficient that the sovereign was able to tell his prime minister, upon one occasion to his great surprise, that the pretender was in London. The prime minister began immediately to talk of measures to be taken, warrants to be procured, messengers and guards to be got in readiness. Pooh, said the good-natured sovereign, since I have found him out, leave me alone to deal with him. And what, said the minister, is your majesty's purpose in so important a case to leave the young man to himself. Said George Roman III, and when he tires he will go back again. The truth of this story does not depend on that of the lifting of the gauntlet, and while the latter could be but an idle bravado, the former expresses George Ill's goodness of heart and soundness of policy. Note 10. Collier and Salter. The persons engaged in these occupations were at this time bondsmen, and in case they left the ground of the farm to which they belonged, and as pertaining to which their services were bought or sold, they were liable to be brought back by a summary process, the existence of this species of slavery being thought irreconcilable with the spirit of liberty. Colliers and Salters were declared free and put upon the same footing with other servants by the Act 15 Geo Roman 3 Chapter 20. 8th, they were so far from desiring or prizing the blessing conferred on them that they esteemed the interest taken in their freedom to be a mere decree on the part of the proprietors, to get rid of what they called head and harigold money payable to them, when a female of their number by bearing a child made an addition to the live stock of their master's property.